her something fierce, but she would not get back behind and follow him across. She would not budge. He had to come back and drive the wagon across himself. He was so mad, he made her get off and walk. Little Patricia screamed for her mama all the way across the river. Paralee came across in a bull boat with a Shawnee. We crossed the Kansas and have followed the Little Blue for 3 days. James is letting Joshua drive the wagon. I am thankful. It is easier on a body to walk. Someone pushing a wheelbarrow followed us all day yesterday and today. McLeod said it was probably a Mormon and went out to see. I can see the glow of a campfire in the distance. Artemisia and Athena Hendershot have asked Kavanaugh to share their supper. They are very nice ladies. Perhaps he will take a liking to one. Apollo would be delighted to see one of his sisters wed. John McLeod just returned and told James it is a woman out there. He told her she is a fool and should go back. But she said it is a free country, and she can go where she pleases. It is beyond my thinking why any woman would choose to go to Oregon, let alone work so hard to get there. I wonder who she is and why she is so determined to leave civilization behind. James said the woman following us is French and from New Orleans, and I am to have no discourse with her. I asked him why, and he would not tell me. I said I would talk to whom I please, and he said I would not. I asked how he come to know so much about her, and he said Kavanaugh told him. I told him it was his rotation on guard duty, and he should go. Rokel Buckeye and Apollo Hendershot are also on duty tonight. Kavanaugh told us from the start the Indians have a fondness for stock and the men must keep their eyes open. James was mad enough when he left the fire that he will have no trouble staying awake. We have reached Alcove Springs. There were so many wagons. We felt we were right back in Independence. We will move on tomorrow for better forage for the animals. I spent the afternoon washing clothes. I can hear fiddles playing on the night air. James wants to dance. He has not said so, but I can tell because his foot is tapping. He keeps looking at me and waiting for me to say something. I would like to say something, but he would not like to hear it. Chapter 14. The intercom on Sierra's desk buzzed. She pressed the button. Yes. Arlene. You have a call on line 2. Thank you. Sierra pressed the line 2 button, thinking it was the counselor she'd been trying to reach. Sierra Madrid speaking. It's Alex. Her heart leaped, then crashed when he got straight to the point. The house is yours. My attorney says I'm making a mistake, but I want you to have it. I've already had the deed changed over into your name. Same for your BMW. You'll get the papers certified mail in a day or 2. His voice was so cold. Her fingers felt icy around the telephone receiver. Do you feel absolved now? Do you think giving me a house and car makes everything right? I think I'm being more than fair. Fair. Her throat closed. I never realized you thought adultery and desertion were fair. As soon as you get an attorney, we can get all the details of the divorce settled. The quicker it's done, the easier it'll be on all of us. She had no intention of making it easy for him. Trembling, she put her hand over her eyes. I won't give you a divorce, Alex. I already told you that. He swore in Spanish. I'm not coming back.
Sierra.
You'd better understand that here and now. I want out. You're already out. You just don't have the legal documents to prove it. And you never will. She slammed the phone down. She was shaking violently, her heart hammering. Clenching her fists, She pressed the heels against her eyes and tried to push the emotions down deep inside her. "Are you all right?" Ron said from the doorway. She didn't answer. Breathing slowly, she stuffed the feelings deeper and deeper, until she felt cold and still inside. She couldn't even feel her heart beating. "Yes," she said and turned away. Finding her place on the schedule she'd been typing for the next week. Ron came over to her desk and pressed the intercom button. "Hold all calls until I tell you otherwise. Arlene. Sierra and I need to have a conference." Releasing the button, he put his hands on the back of Sierra's chair and rolled it 2 feet away from her desk. "Let's talk about what's going on." She didn't move. It was better if she kept her back to him. "I'd rather not. If you keep any more stuffed inside you, you're going to explode." "I talk about it with Marcia," he said simply. "I don't think she's helping much. And a few others. Meredith." "I've talked the situation over with her attorney," Sierra admitted. "Alex can't get a divorce. Not without my help. And I'm not going to give it to him. You've lost weight in the last month."
Sierra.
"You look like you aren't sleeping." "Thanks."
Ron.
"I needed to hear that," she said, and looked away. Carolyn had come into her bedroom again last night. It seemed she came in every night, crying over another nightmare. She felt his hand on her shoulder. "I care about you."
Sierra.
"I hate to see you hurting like this." The gentleness in his voice was almost her undoing. "I don't think there's any way around it. I want to help." Maybe she did need to talk to someone other than Marcia. She was always so full of ideas on how to force Alex into coming home and taking up his proper responsibilities as husband and father, ideas that Sierra knew would be a waste of time. Manipulation wouldn't work with Alex. It wasn't the first time Ron had offered his shoulder to cry on. She had hesitated to take up the offer, not wanting to bring her problems into work. But wasn't she doing that already? Ron cared about her. God knew. She needed someone to care. Alex certainly didn't. "Come on," Ron said, letting out her breath. She rose and followed him into his office. He closed the door behind her. "Didn't someone from the school call you this morning?" Ron poured a mug of coffee and held it out to her. "Clanton was in another fight," she said.
Taking it.
She sat in the wing chair in front of his desk. Ron poured himself a mug of coffee and leaned on the desk in front of her. "That's 2 fights this week, isn't it? The school counselor knows what's been going on. She says he's acting out his anger." "Has Alex spoken to him?" She gave a bleak laugh. Even if Alex tried, Clanton wouldn't talk to him. "Why not?" She shook her head. "I told the children why Alex left. The first time he called, Clanton answered and said he hated him and never wanted to see him again. Alex asked to speak with Carolyn, but she was crying too hard to even talk to him." She held the coffee cup between both hands, wishing the warmth would seep through enough to stop her shaking. "Alex blamed me, of course." She took a slow breath, trying to control her voice. "He said I'd turned his children against him." "What did you say?" "He didn't give me a chance to say anything." After he said his piece, he hung up. Alex had cursed her in Spanish before doing so. "All I did was tell them the truth. What else could I say when they asked why their father hadn't come home for 3 days? I told them their father had decided to live with another woman. Those are the facts. I told them it wasn't because he didn't love them anymore. It's because he doesn't love
me."
I'd like to know how else I could have broken the news." "Take it easy," Ron said with a sympathetic smile. "I'm not criticizing you. I'm sorry. But I'm just sick and tired of having Alex blame me for everything. He says all the problems the children are having now are my fault. He's the one having the affair. He's the one who deserted his family. And yet everything is my fault. It's human nature to want to blame someone else. Just as she was blaming Alex for everything? Was that what he was saying? She pressed her lips together.
Well,
Wasn't it Alex's fault? If he hadn't left her and the children and moved in with his mistress, everything would be fine. Speak the truth.
Sierra.
Her face burned at the remembered admonition. Whenever she or Mike had tried to justify something they'd done as children, Mom would always look them right in the eye and say those quiet words. Speak the truth. The truth. Things hadn't been right between her and Alex in a long, long time. She knew it, but she also knew she wasn't ready to face it. She quickly averted her thoughts from that path and focused on the children instead. I'm not sure what to do about Clanton. He's been in the principal's office 4 times over the last 2 weeks, and his report card is a disaster. He quit baseball without even telling me. When I asked him why, he said he didn't care about it anymore.
He used to love it, Ron. Now.
All he does is sit in his room and play video games. What about Carolyn? She's the exact opposite. Clanton tells me every afternoon that he has no homework, whereas she works on assignments for hours. She was devastated the other day when she missed one word on a spelling test. Is she still having the nightmares? Sierra nodded. She had another last night. She came into my room at 1 a.m, crying and saying she dreamed I died in a car accident. Poor kid. Marcia says it's fear of losing both parents. With Alex gone, she's afraid something will happen to me, too. Marcia's spent enough time in counseling to be an expert, Ron said with a faint smile. Listen, I think you all need a break. Why don't you and the kids go with me to Catalina on Saturday? Startled by the invitation, she looked up at him. Catalina? We're having great sailing weather. Sailing? Yes.
Sailing.
Don't look so doubtful. I'm good at it. I sailed to Fiji by myself when I was 23. I had no idea, she said for the sake of conversation. Her mind was whirring. She felt vaguely uncomfortable, but she couldn't pinpoint why. Her cheeks grew warm as he continued to study her. I wasn't suggesting anything inappropriate, he said, his tone sincere. Her face went hot.
Oh.
I know that, she said quickly. But what? You're my boss. His mouth tipped. I'm also your friend. He straightened and went around his desk, sitting in his swivel chair. She wondered if he sensed she needed distance between them to feel at ease with him again. I'll ask Marcia and Tom and their children to come along, he said. They've been to Catalina with me several times. Pamela and Reed are good little sailors. They can teach Clanton and Carolyn how to man the ropes. Sierra smiled bleakly. It'd be a relief not to sit around the house all weekend obsessing about Alex and Elizabeth Longford. As soon as she said it, she wished she hadn't. Somehow, pairing their names aloud brought up all the pain and humiliation. Feeling the warning prick of oncoming tears, she looked away briefly. I think the children would enjoy it too, she said when she'd regained her self-control.
Good.
I'll pick you up at 5 on Saturday. Isn't that sort of late? She said, rising and taking his empty coffee cup. She'd rinsed them out in the kitchenette down the hall. It'll only give us a couple of hours before dark. He laughed. 5 a.m.
Sierra.
You've got to be kidding. I'm being kind to you. I usually like to get an earlier start. I'll tell Marcia to give you a call. She can tell you what to wear. It rained all day. Aphie Mackenzie had a baby boy as we were traveling. The road was mud and hard pulling. The jouncing made it even harder on poor Aphie. She is not a strong girl, and it was a difficult birth, and she is in a very bad way. Rain was blowing in on us as we helped her. Doc Murphy did what he could to make her comfortable. Orrin gave the baby to Winifred Holtz to nurse. Nellie is praying hard for Aphie, but I don't think it will do much good. We have had a week of good weather. I never imagined the prairie to be so boundless and beautiful. It stretches as far as I can see, and not a tree in sight. Green grass waves and flows and wildflowers are growing everywhere and making splashes of every color of the rainbow clear to the horizon. The great distance scares me. There seems no end to it. The Platte River is before us. I have heard much of this great river that runs like a line from east to west. It looks to be running bottom side up. It is so brown. The islands in the middle have willows and cottonwoods. We are in need of firewood. James and some of the other men have gone across to get some. Others are making do with what they have. Werner Hoffman burned his wife's Gothic bookcase yesterday. She is still grieving over it. It did not comfort her that Cal Chaffee broke up a mahogany secretary that has been in his family for over 100 years. His grandfather brought it over by ship from England. Binger Siddons found a piano that had been dumped along the trail. Athena Hendershot asked to play it before the men put axes to it. She made it sound pure heaven. Cal Chaffee joined in on his mouth organ. I sang The Orphan Girl and Sweet Charlotte. James asked if she could play Are You Still Mad at Me, Darling, and she did. I did not think it funny. Athena played until the sun set and then left the men to break it up. Kaiser Vandervert cried when he put his axe to it. We are camped at New Fort Childs. It is named in honor of Colonel Thomas Childs. Some think the fort should be named Fort Kearny to honor General Stephen Watts Kearny and after the other fort that was on Table Creek. I do not much care who it is named after or where it was before. I am glad the old Fort Kearny was moved here from Table Creek, and we have some sight of civilization before we head out over the great American desert to face God knows what. There are grand islands in the center of the Platte, and more than 170 military men working diligently on the fort. A few sod shelters are finished. Prices at the trading post are high. The soldiers are making adobe bricks, and there is much cutting and sawing going on. Indians are here in large number. Kavanaugh said they have come to trade. They have conical houses of poles and hides. Kavanaugh said they can take down the teepees and be on the move quicker than James can harness the teams of oxen. He said the Indians live this way because they follow the buffalo. I said there are no buffalo here, and he said there will be plenty soon enough. Joshua was very interested in the Indians. Kavanaugh said we are crossing their land and eating their game and leaving nothing in return. A day will come when they will not be so hospitable. James found a carved bed and chopped it up for fuel. I could not help but wonder who slept in it. It was such a grand headboard with leaves and vines. What a shame to burn such a costly thing. But we have to eat and need a fire to cook over. Beth and my sweet little Deborah just brought an armload of flowers to camp. They both have Mama's love of flowers. Beth is busy weaving garlands for our hair. The children seem to think we are on a long picnic. I am so tired by the time the sun goes down that I can hardly put two words together. James said we made 18 miles today. It feels more like 100 by the time we make camp, but he is pleased. He says if we keep the pace, we will reach Oregon in plenty of time before winter sets in. I long for a bath. A week ago I was soaked to the skin with rain, and my skirt was caked with mud. Now my skin is raw and itching from the dust that seeps under my dress. My shoes are already wearing out. I long for Sunday, when we will have a day of rest. Virgil Boone preached last time. I did not agree with a word he said, but he was entertaining. Poor little Aphie Mackenzie died last night. Orrin is heartbroken. The men dug her grave right in the trail, so the wagons could go over it. Kavanaugh said no wolves would catch the scent nor Indians see the signs of a grave that way. It makes me sad that not even a marker bearing her name will be left, but it would make me feel worse to think wolves dug her up and ate her, or Indians stripped her clean of the pretty wedding dress Orrin insisted she wear to meet her maker. Orrin is just 19. James says he will mend, but I am afraid for him. He has no interest in his son. I asked James to keep close watch over Orrin. James said he would be pleased to do so as long as I keep talking to him. I said I would talk to the devil himself if he agreed to make sure that boy does not hang himself to whatever tree he can find. The baby seems to be faring well in Winifred's care. She has milk aplenty and a good heart. Perhaps she will give him a name. I have not seen the Frenchwoman's fire burning the last 2 nights. I asked MacLeod what become of her.
He said he did not know.
I hope Indians did not take her. I never thought I would see the day that I would be cooking over a fire of animal dung. We have not seen a single buffalo yet, but are burning their leavings and thankful to have them. Kavanaugh said buffalo chips are good fuel, and he is right. The cook fire is hot, and there is no smell. Joshua shot 2 rabbits. I spitted and roasted them. The sparks that shot up made them taste lightly of pepper. Harlan Doan was killed today. It happened just before our usual nooning. It was hot, and he was dozing. He fell off the high wagon seat and broke his neck. No one knew anything happened until Nellie started screaming. All I could do was hold Nellie and cry with her. I did not know what to say to comfort her. If I had a word of wisdom, I could not have gotten it out. Joshua is just sitting against the wagon while not saying anything. Harlan was his best friend. Death comes sudden and awful on the trail. I am so afraid of losing one of my own. We reached the South Platte this morning. Kavanaugh went across ahead of the wagons and drove long poles to mark the way. Rookle thought he knew a better place to cross and almost lost his wagon in quicksand. MacLeod shouted loud enough to be heard back in Galena. He was so mad. He said next time they would leave Rookle in the river rather than risk life and limb for a fool who could not listen to those more experienced. Kavanaugh came back to ride with us on the way across. He had James water the animals before starting out. He said not to let them stop or the wagon would sink into the sand. The Platte may be shallow, but it is treacherous. We all made the crossing with no disasters. Nellie gave thanks to God on the other side. Beth and I doctored one of our oxen during the nooning. The poor animal was chafed from being in harness. The wound was crawling with blowfly eggs and worms. I cleaned it out and put bacon rind over the chafing. MacLeod said it will soothe the wound and keep the harness from rubbing more. Beth walked beside the animal until we made camp. The poor beast seems better this evening. We had a terrible lightning and thunderstorm last night. The children were all crying and carrying on. It struck so close you could smell Hades' breath. And then we heard a sound like rolling thunder, only it did not stop. The ground began to shake. Kavanaugh rode in fast and shouted for the men to get their guns quick. A stampede of buffalo were coming straight for us. I have never seen so many animals. They are as numerous as the stars in the heavens. Kavanaugh rode out with James and 6 others and fired their guns to turn the stampede. That was hours ago, and the buffalo have been running by us all that time. Dawn broke an hour ago. The sound of those hooves is deafening. I cannot keep my hand steady for the pounding and my own trembling heart. Joshua wants to ride with the men, and I will not let him. He is angry with me. I said he had to stay. He asked why, and I said we needed him to keep watch over us. He is not appeased. MacLeod is here. The truth is I am afraid he would get himself killed. It is bad enough to be worrying about James without wondering what is happening to my son. The men have been busy all day butchering the buffalo that were shot during the stampede. They did not shoot many, as they shot in the air most times to turn them. I told Joshua he could go help the men do that, but he has stomped off to pout. Kavanaugh brought back a hump and tongue and some marrow bones for us. The meat was very tasteful and tender. He told me to roast the bones, which I did, and found the marrow was delicious. Kavanaugh has been good to us. He seems to watch over my family more carefully than the others. James likes him. Joshua thinks he is next to God Almighty. He is always inviting Kavanaugh to sup with us, and then asks him 100 questions. Kavanaugh said the Indians do not waste anything. They use buffalo hides to build their homes. They eat the meat. He cut squares of hide and showed James how to wrap the hooves of the oxen. Beth is delighted. Our animals now have shoes to wear. I could use a new pair myself, but we'll wait until we reach Fort Laramie. Before leaving our campsite, Kavanaugh spoke to James away from the fire. They did not want me to hear. I know enough from watching that they have doubled the guard. James saddled one of the horses and tethered it to the end of the wagon a few minutes ago. Kavanaugh expects trouble. Sioux Indians came today. 2 of them were wearing magnificent war bonnets. I near died of fright when I saw them riding toward us. McLeod called the alarm and we circled the wagons. The men took up defensive positions while Kavanaugh rode out to talk to them. I was sure they were going to kill him, but he showed no fear of them and spoke to them at length. Joshua said young braves are dangerous because they have to engage and defeat an enemy in order to take their place on the tribal council. Asked him how he knew so much about it, and he said Kavanaugh told him. He quotes Kavanaugh like scripture about everything. Joshua said Kavanaugh told him prairie Indians are seldom at peace with their neighbors. That did not set my mind at rest. Kavanaugh brought the Indians to camp. I have never seen such fierce faces. Kavanaugh said we are crossing their land and eating their buffalo. Joshua pays no heed to my fears and warnings. He ignored me and went off with Kavanaugh. If that was not bad enough, while he was about it, he invited the Sioux to eat victuals at our fire. I was afraid they would not like my cooking. They did not care much about food. It was my red hair that impressed them. Joshua told me to take off my bonnet and let my hair down so they could see it. What for I wanted to know.
To see if it would make a fine scalp?
James laughed and said I have a temper to match my hair. Kavanaugh explained so the Indians would not think James was laughing at them. I was so mad I let down my hair. They seemed to admire the color. So I cut 6 curls off and gave one to each of the braves. Kavanaugh told them it is strong medicine. I hope they are satisfied with what I gave them and will not come back for the rest of it. McLeod gave them gifts of blankets, sugar, and tobacco from stores the company bought for such purposes. The Sioux seemed satisfied with the tariff and left. Joshua just told me the Indians earn each feather in their war bonnets by killing an enemy. I am glad he did not tell me earlier. McLeod has posted extra guards around the stock. I am keeping close watch on my children. I want every one of them within sight and reach. I have heard Indians will steal children quicker than they will steal a horse or mule, and Beth and Deborah both have hair the same color as mine. Kavanaugh said a most alarming thing to me tonight. He said one of the Indians asked how many horses James would take for me. I asked him how many. He said, enough that he will be making no offers. He told me. He also said not to wander too far away from camp. I am not certain he was serious, but I will take no chances. James will be surprised when I sleep beside him tonight. It will be the first time I have done so since we left home. 2 wagons were lost today. We made a slow climb up a California hill to the top of the plateau. Kavanaugh and McLeod had warned us of the hard descent to come, but no one was expecting a drop past perpendicular. Flocks of birds were rising and dipping in the wind. When I saw that hill, I wished we could sprout wings and fly down. As it was, the men rigged a windlass to lower the wagons one by one. Paul Colvine was snake-bit before the first one made it down. That event was a sign of other catastrophes to come. The ropes pulled free of Matthew Odell's wagon, and the whole lot went crashing down the hill and made a sorry mess at the bottom. The noise startled the horses. As our luck would have it, Les Moore was in charge of the watch over them. He is better with cards than animals. Joshua and 4 others are still out rounding them up. It is near dusk and the men are lowering Stern Jansen's wagon. It is the last one. The rest of us are camped in a hollow with many ash trees and good water. I have supper cooking and have hung wash on the wagon to dry. There is little wind here, which is a relief from the last few days up on the prairie. I am tired of dust in my eyes and mouth and under my clothes. This was one hill, and we have yet to face the Rocky Mountains. Joshua has returned. He said they found all but 3 horses. The best ones. Sinot's Arabian was not recovered. He will be fierce about its loss. The other 2 were company-bought prime stock. Kavanaugh said the Arapaho are a little richer for our foolishness. The hartshorn Doc gave Paul did no good. So Kavanaugh made an indigo poultice for him. He said the Indians use it to draw serpent bites. It may be too late. Paul is addled and doing poorly. I gave him whiskey to ease his pain. We buried Paul Colvine at sunup. The company voted to give his outfit to Matthew Odell. Chapter 15. Sierra sat with her bare legs dangling over the side of Ron's sailboat as she watched Clanton and Carolyn swim in the cove with Pamela and Reed. It was a perfect early summer day, the sun high overhead, not a cloud in the blue sky. Looking back toward the mainland, she could see the haze of smog that lay over the metropolitan area of Los Angeles. Here, she could fill her lungs with clean, sea air. It's heaven. Isn't it? Marcia said with a contented sigh as she lay basking on a deck chair. Sierra said dreamily. How long had it been since she had heard Clanton and Carolyn laugh or seen them having so much fun? Clanton was trying to catch Ron. Each time he came close, Ron disappeared beneath the surface and came up well out of reach. The 4 children tried working together and still failed to tag him. All I need is something to eat, Marcia said. Sierra turned her head. Reaching up for the railing, she started to pull herself up. If you'll watch the children.
I'll.
No, Marcia said, adjusting her dark glasses as she got up. I'll see about getting lunch. Stay where you are. There's not enough room in the galley for 2 people. Besides, Ron didn't leave much to do this time. He called a caterer. All I have to do is take off the plastic wrap. Stay and enjoy the sun. She shrugged into a lightweight hip-length terry cloth robe that covered her bikini. Tom can help keep an eye on the children. She flicked the hat off his face. Grunting from the shock of sunlight, he awakened abruptly. I said you can help keep an eye on the children, Marcia repeated. I'm going below.
Yeah, he said.
Go back to sleep. Tom, Sierra laughed. I'll watch them. Thanks, he said and sagged back, picking up the hat and putting it over his face again. Ron came up next to the ladder he had put over the side after dropping anchor. Shaking his blonde hair back, he started to climb. Sierra couldn't help noticing he had a perfect body. Looking away, she kept her eyes on the children. You're getting burned, Ron said, toweling himself off a few feet from her. I put sunscreen on. It probably washed off when you took that 2-minute swim, he said,
grinning.
2 minutes in the cold Pacific had been all she needed to know she preferred toasting on the deck. You need another basting. Ron uncapped a bottle of lotion Marcia had left next to her deck chair. Squirting some into his palm, he rubbed his hands together and hunkered down behind her. The scent of coconut and tropics filled her senses as he rubbed the lotion into her skin. Where's your hat? He said, his strong fingers kneading her shoulders. I think I left it below. Deliberate disobedience. Unlooping the towel he'd put around his neck. He covered her head with it. I don't want you getting sunstroke the first time you sail with me. Laughing, she folded it up so she could see. You're worse than a mother. Ron. He flipped her French braid over her right shoulder and finished rubbing the lotion into her back and shoulders. You're enjoying yourself, aren't you? Very much. His hand slowed. She felt his thumbs moving up her spine. He gripped her shoulders. It's good to see you smile and mean it, he said. Releasing her, he straightened. Marcia called for Tom and began handing up the food. There was a large platter of cut vegetables and dip, another of sandwiches, bowls of potato and fruit salad, and bags of chips. How are we doing with the drinks? She called from below. Tom opened the ice chest that had been set on the deck when they got underway. We could use some more wine coolers. We've plenty of everything else. Ron gave a piercing whistle, drawing the attention of the 4 children, who were still splashing around in the cove. Anybody out there hungry? 4 voices gave a short yes, and started swimming for the boat. You'd better get what you want before they get here, Marcia said. There's something about swimming and salt air that seems to triple the appetite. Laughing, Sierra rose from her post. The only one who hadn't served himself was Ron. He nodded for her to go ahead while he kept an eye on the children, who approached like hungry barracuda. Clanton clambered onto the deck first. Shivering, he threw a towel around himself. Taking a plate, he heaped it with 2 sandwiches and 2 scoops of potato salad. Tucking a soda under his arm, he grabbed a bag of chips and headed for the bow. Reed, Carolyn, and Pamela poured onto the deck and raced for the food. Ron laughed. It's like watching sharks in a feeding frenzy. Take some vegetables. Reed.
Ah.
Mom. You heard me. Glowering. Reed took a couple of carrot and celery sticks and put them on his plate before heading for the bow. Shaking her head, Marcia glanced at her daughter and noticed she was about to take a handful of potato chips. Pamela, she said, sounding weary. You know very well what grease does to your complexion.
No.
Take some of the fruit salad instead. Cheeks stained red with humiliation, Pamela put her plate down and fled below.
Oh.
For heaven's sake, Marcia said, annoyed. I don't know what's gotten into her lately. I wonder. Tight-lipped. Tom leaned down and took another wine cooler from the ice chest. Marcia raised her brow. You've had 4. Tom. Then I guess this one makes 5. He headed for his deck chair. Marcia stared after him in consternation. Clearing her throat softly, she glanced back at Ron and Sierra. Well, I guess I'd better go below and see what's upset Pamela this time. She gave Ron a beseeching smile and whispered, would you please keep an eye on Tom? He's a grown man. Marcia. Yes. But I think he's had enough to drink. Don't you? Sierra noticed that as soon as Marcia went below, Reed pitched the vegetable sticks into the water and dug into the bag of chips Clanton had commandeered. She and Ron shared a quiet lunch together, talking about outreach and some of the children they were helping. Tom fell asleep in his deck chair, while the boys rummaged through a waterproof case on the deck where Ron had laid in a supply of games. Carolyn sat with her legs dangling, waiting for Pamela to come up from below. When she did, her face was splotchy from crying. Mother says she has a splitting headache, she said as though delivering a rehearsed message. She picked up her plate and dutifully added a small scoop of fruit salad before she went to sit on the bow with Carolyn. Sierra went below and found Marcia rummaging through her tote bag. "I know I brought them," she said in frustration. Appending everything onto the couch built into the bulkhead, she spread things out, searching again. Letting out her breath in relief, she picked up a small prescription bottle and uncapped it. Shaking out 2 capsules, she recapped the bottle and dropped it on the couch. Tossing the pills into her mouth, she headed for the galley. Sierra heard the hiss of tonic being shot into a glass. "I don't know what to do about that girl," Marcia said from the galley. Sierra heard the thunk of a glass on the counter. "All I'm trying to do is protect her. Children can be so merciless to someone who's fat and has pimples." She came back into the chamber and sat down on the couch built into the bulkhead. She began to collect and toss the things back into her tote bag. "She misunderstands everything I say to her. Sometimes I think she does it deliberately in an effort to make me feel bad. Either that or she's stupid." Dropping the tote bag onto the floor, she leaned forward, her elbows resting on her knees as she kneaded her temples. "And now this headache. Can I get you a cold compress?" Sierra said, feeling sorry for her. "Please," she said and stretched out on the couch. Sierra went into the galley and dampened a cloth for her. "Thank you," Marcia said and pressed it against her eyes and forehead. "Would you please tell Tom I'm not feeling well? I must have a touch of sunstroke. Tell her to take a nap," Tom said when Sierra delivered the message. Yawning, he pulled the hat down over his eyes again. Clearly, he had no intention of going below and speaking with his wife. Ron went in his stead and talked with Marcia, while the children went swimming again. Sierra leaned on the railing near the bow and watched them. When Ron came up again, he gave her a rueful smile and shook his head. "Sorry to desert you." Sierra had enjoyed the solitude. She felt guilty that Marcia's problems made her feel less a failure for her own. She had always thought Marcia's family was perfect. She knew there were times of tension, of course. What family didn't have them? But what she'd seen today was clear evidence that all was not well in Camelot. Is she feeling better? She's going to stay below and rest on the way back. Ron gave a loud whistle to catch the children's attention. "Wrap it up,
Mates.
we're hauling anchor in half an hour." For children groaned expressively and went back to their game of water tag. Under his tutelage, the children, with Tom's assistance, manned the sails. When the wind caught the sheets, the boat sped across the water toward the long beach pier. Closer in, they battened down the sails, and Ron used the engine to bring them to dock. "We had a wonderful time, Ron," Marcia said, kissing his cheek while the children gathered their things. While Tom shook hands with him, Marcia turned to Sierra and gave her a hug. "Sorry I made a scene below," she said, kissing her cheek. "I'll call you tomorrow." Sierra saw her take the car keys from Tom's hand as they headed for the parking lot. Ron took Sierra and the children to an expensive seafood restaurant. He laughed when Clanton and Carolyn both ordered hamburgers. Over dinner, he talked about sailing to the South Seas and spending 2 years exploring islands that were barely a spot on a map. Clanton was enthralled. Carolyn, quiet. It was late when Ron finally pulled up in front of Sierra's house. She was sorry the day was over. The children had fallen asleep in the back seat of his Mercedes. They'd only lasted 15 minutes from the restaurant before dozing off and leaving her and Ron to talk alone. And talk they did, about everything from his travels to her growing up in a quiet country town to racial prejudice, social climbing, education, and the importance of family. He'd grown up the only son of a Greek businessman and a Swedish actress. His mother died in a car accident when he was only 14. "My father never got over her death," he said quietly. "Now he's gone, too."
I'm the only family I've got left.
And I find myself craving the connection of family all the time. He smiled at her in the darkness. All in God's timing, he said. Sierra couldn't help feeling a twinge of jealousy. The woman he married would be lucky indeed. She didn't know anyone as caring and sensitive to others as Ron Pyroso. He turned off the ignition, then glanced into the back seat. He chuckled. If you have a wheelbarrow in the garage, I'll unload your children for you. Sierra laughed. I may have to take you up on that offer. She reached over the seat and tapped each of them. Come on.
Sleepyheads.
We're home. As she unlocked the front door, she heard the children thanking Ron for taking them sailing. Clanton asked if they could go again. Sure, Ron said, a hand on his shoulder. I'm out as often as I can be when the weather's like this. As the children shouldered their tote bags and headed down the hallway to their rooms, Ron turned to her again. His mouth tipped slightly as he reached out and lightly brushed her cheek with the back of his knuckles. You got a little color today. Ron always knew what to say to make her feel better about herself. Maybe I'll actually look like a Southern Californian one of these days. She smiled,
Drawn to him.
You look just fine the way you are,
Sierra.
He couldn't have said anything kinder. Bruised and battered by Alex's desertion, she believed herself a complete failure as a wife, as a mother, and as a woman. Looking into Ron's eyes, she saw he valued her. She wanted to thank him for everything, for taking them sailing, for sharing so much of himself with her, for listening, for caring. She felt closer to him than she had felt to anyone in a long, long time. An inexplicable shiver of alarm raced along her nerve endings at the realization. His eyes flickered, and the warmth that stirred within her had little to do with sunburn. He took a slow step back. I'll see you Monday morning, he said, his smile both casual and tender. He closed the door behind him as he went out. Disturbed, Sierra frowned, perplexed by her feelings. What had just happened? Was she so desperate to feel like a woman again that she could imagine a man like Ronald Pyroso was attracted to her? Ridiculous. The poor man had only been acting out of kindness and friendship. There was no reason to read anything more into it. Stepping to the door, she opened it. Ron. He paused halfway down the pathway. Thank you, she said, smiling. Anytime. Feeling a little better. She stood in the doorway until he got into his Mercedes. He gave her a wave as he pulled away from the curb. Closing the door, she set the deadbolt. Gathering her things, she headed down the hallway to say goodnight to the children before she took a shower and went to bed. Deborah is feverish and complaining of stomach pain. I asked if she had eaten anything along the way, and she says no. She has suffered often of stomach aches when she eats too many berries. The pain seems worse on her right side. I have bedded her down in the wagon where it is less dusty and am sitting with her until the fever lets up. Reese Murphy is looking in on her again in a little while. I am so afraid, and I do not know what I fear most. In the beginning, I thought it was just anger plaguing me. I was wrong. It was fear underneath. I knew what I had back home. I knew the face of my enemy. Out here, I do not know from one day to the next where the danger lies. It could be a fall from a wagon seat or a snake. It could be Indians or sickness. Or being tired unto death. As tired as I am, I know the men have the worst of it. They are the ones hauling the wagons across the rivers. They were the ones lowering the wagons down that dreadful hill. They are the ones digging the graves. But it is the men, too, who dream of Oregon. It is as though heaven itself beckons them, and we must all cross hell to get to it. Afy Mackenzie. Harlan Doan.
Paul Colvine. 3 gone already.
I think of the hard trail and how many wagons will pass over these fine people and never know of their existence. How many more will we bury before we reach our destination? I am afraid for my baby. I dreamed of Aunt Martha last night. She seemed so close. We talked as we used to do. I wept when I awakened. Has she died? Is that why I dreamed about her? Is that why she seemed so near to me? Oh, that she were here with me now. The thought of never seeing her again makes my heart ache and my throat close up. When my father turned me out, she took me in and loved me. When I jilted Thomas, she loved me still. Even when I said I did not believe in God anymore, she did not forsake me. She cried, but she did not turn me out. She said she loved me no matter what. I have never known anyone so good and kind and constant. She said she would pray for me every day. I know she is a woman of her word. I think of her every day and feel perhaps in thoughts at least we are still connected. I wish I could ask her right now to send up prayers to heaven on behalf of my little Deborah. God would listen to her. Our precious little Deborah is gone from this life. Doc Murphy did no good at all. Neither could Kavanaugh with his Indian medicines. I hope the next life is better. She passed away last night as the sun was setting on the bluffs above us. They look like the ancient ruins of a once wondrous city. I will think of her playing up there with the angels. I cannot cry. I cannot let myself. If I do, I will never stop. Chapter 16. The telephone rang on Sierra's desk. Flipping over the page on her notebook, she picked it up. "Good afternoon, Los Angeles Outreach," she said pleasantly, hoping Arlene would return from her dentist appointment soon. The telephone hadn't stopped ringing since she left, and Ron was champing at the bit to get some dictation done. "Sierra?" "It's Audra." Startled, she stammered an innocuous hello, irritation quickly following. What did she want? "How are you?"
How was she?
"About as well as can be expected." "Can we have lunch?" "I don't think so," Sierra said stiffly, surprised that the woman would even ask. What were they going to talk about?
Shopping?
Audra's charities or the place she'd seen? Beyond Tomorrow? Alex and Elizabeth Longford? "Are you really going to throw in the towel?" Audra said. Sierra's body went hot. "I beg your pardon? Of all the nerve. Your marriage. Are you just going to quit?" "I don't think it's any of your business. Steve asked me to call you. Should I care? So much for having any kind of reasonable conversation with you." There was enough anger in Audra's tone to keep Sierra from hanging up. "Do you think any of us are happy with this situation? It makes me sick. It makes Steve and Matt sick. It's the worst thing that can happen in an office." So that was it. "What's the matter? Is the work suffering?" "You could say that. Everyone's suffering. Maybe you should talk to Elizabeth about that." "Elizabeth isn't the problem. Goodbye." Sierra slammed the telephone down, shaking with fury. It rang again in less than 10 seconds. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to be calm and businesslike. "Good afternoon. Los Angeles Outreach." "Well, that was childish," Audra said. "But then, that's where you excel. Isn't it, Sierra?" Sierra's heart pounded like a war drum. She wanted to hang up on her again, but that was what Audra was expecting. The last thing Sierra intended to do was what Audra expected or wanted. Picking up her pencil, she tapped it on the notepad, trying to calm down, determined to wait her out. Audra let out her breath. "I should have known you wouldn't listen. I told Steve there was no use in trying to talk to you. You've been hostile from the first second I met you. Every overture I ever made to be your friend was met with a cold shoulder. You always acted as though I was beneath contempt. You've done nothing but criticize me and everyone else at Beyond Tomorrow from the day you arrived.
And why?
Because you were so determined to stay in your narrow, little comfort zone. 3 years I've watched you wallow in self-pity and keep up your temper tantrum. And it's been something to watch.
Sierra.
A real show. I can't even count the number of times I've wanted to shake you until your teeth rattled. You've made Alex feel guilty over everything, especially the crime of using his talents. God forbid that he should be happy in his work. Not once did you ever think to congratulate him for what he's accomplished. He buys you a house. He buys you a car. Were you ever grateful for anything he did? Did you ever once notice how desperate he was to make you happy? You resented anything he did that didn't put you in the center spotlight. You even resent who he is. And you're surprised the man turns to another woman. Sierra felt cold with shock over Audra's diatribe. She couldn't even think of one word to say in her own defense. Audra let out a deep breath. I swore I wasn't going to lose my temper, and now I have. Well, so be it. I called to give you some advice, Sierra. Here's a piece of it. Grow up. Sierra heard the click as Audra hung up. Stunned, she put the receiver quietly back in the cradle. Ron was standing in the doorway. He looked as upset as she felt. Why do you keep holding on? He said softly. She started to tell him the call wasn't from Alex. But he came over to the desk. You're not in love with him anymore.
Sierra.
Wasn't she? Had she stopped loving Alex? She couldn't fathom the idea. She'd loved him for as long as she could remember. Ron leaned down and put one hand firmly over hers. Give him a divorce.
Sierra.
You don't need him. His eyes were intense. His feelings raw and clear. So clear she couldn't misunderstand what he was telling her. I'm back, Arlene said from the doorway to the corridor. Her bright smile died when she saw Ron's hand over Sierra's. Arlene's expression registered shock and embarrassment as she looked between the two of them. Excuse me, she said, the disturbing question clear in her eyes. I didn't mean to interrupt. You didn't, Sierra said, snatching her hand from beneath Ron's. She fumbled, banging the file drawer open. I just had a disturbing call, she said, grabbing her purse. Sierra, Ron said, a wealth of feeling in his tone. Wait a minute. Let's talk. I've got to go, she said, stepping around him. She couldn't look into his eyes. Arlene stepped back so she could go into the hallway. Can I do anything to help? Arlene said, following her. I don't think you should drive when you're this upset. I'll be fine. Really. She pushed open the front glass door with the words Los Angeles Outreach printed in bold black letters. Fumbling for her keys, she ran across the parking lot to her car. Alex's birthday present to her. Audra's words still rang in her ears as she opened the car door. Sliding in, she slammed it, turned the ignition, threw the car into reverse, and then back into drive. She gulped for air, not even bothering to stop to look before she pulled out of the parking lot. Someone blasted their horn just behind her. Running the yellow light, she turned onto the main thoroughfare and headed for the freeway entrance. The BMW revved loudly as she sailed up the ramp. Another horn blasted, but she was crying too hard by then to notice. She darted between two cars into the second lane, then moved into the third and pressed down even harder on the gas, shooting into the fast lane.
Oh, God, she said,
gripping the wheel.
Oh,
God.
God.
I didn't mean to make such a mess of things.
Choque ao açougue.
She slammed on her brakes, so she wouldn't plow into the Mercedes in front of her. She whipped around to the right, past it, and shot back into the fast lane. Where was she going? What did it matter? She felt like driving straight off a cliff. Where was the closest one? Mulholland Drive? Maybe the canyons on the road to Malibu would be better. She wanted her mother. But then she remembered with a sharp pain that her mother was dead. She needed Alex.
No.
Not Alex. He was gone.
2. Jesus. Oh.
Jesus, she cried, dashing tears out of her eyes. She wanted to dump everything at his feet and give up the fight. But how could she do that? What right did she have to ask God's help now?
Oh.
Jesus. What can I do? She could hear a siren but paid no attention. Not until a black and white highway patrol car pulled up alongside her. Lights flashing. Her heart stopped when the officer jerked his thumb for her to pull over. Great. Just what I need. He slowed, moving in behind her. Traffic gave way as she moved over, lane by lane, until she was driving slowly along the shoulder. She rolled to a stop, put the car in park, and shut off her engine. Then, gripping the steering wheel, she rested her forehead against it and sobbed. The officer tapped at her window. She had to turn the key before she could lower it. The roar of freeway traffic was deafening. Only the lane closest to them had slowed at all. Just enough so everybody could get a good look at her as they drove by. Could a person die of humiliation? Leaning down slightly, the officer looked at her face. I'm sorry I was speeding, she said, tears running down her face. She hiccuped, making matters worse. He probably thought she was a drunk on a crying jag. Your driver's license and registration, please. Fumbling through her purse, she found her license. The registration was in her glove compartment. As soon as she handed them over, he stepped back, his hand resting almost casually over the handle of his gun. Did he think she was dangerous? Get out of the car, please, Mrs.
Madrid.
I haven't been drinking.
I swear.
I'm not smuggling drugs or firearms. Get out of the car, Mrs.
Madrid.
She obeyed, trying to get hold of herself as she did so. She couldn't stop crying. When the officer put his hand firmly beneath her elbow as he closed her car door, she wondered what he thought she was going to do. Try to run away? Where could she go? Into the ice plant? Or was it ivy growing alongside the freeway? She couldn't tell through her tears. It was green, whatever it was. Sierra could just see the headlines. Woman has nervous breakdown on Hollywood freeway. She could see herself being hauled away in cuffs. She cried harder. Opening the back door of the squad car, the patrolman told her to get in. She had thought things couldn't get worse, but now, on top of everything, she was getting arrested and hauled off to jail for reckless driving. She did think of running into traffic then and putting an end to everything. The officer's fingers tightened slightly as though he read her thoughts and had no intention of letting her get off that easily. Get in the car, ma'am. Her thoughts went ballistic as soon as she was in the back seat. Who'd bail her out? She couldn't call Ron. Who'd take care of the children while she was moldering in jail? Alex?
Oh.
Not Elizabeth Longford. Hunching over, she covered her face and hiccuped more sobs as the officer got into the front seat and reached for his radio. He said her name and several numbers and then put the speaker back. While he waited for a response, he had her take an alcohol breath test. I clocked you at 95, he said, making a note of the test results on his clipboard. I'm sorry, she whimpered. I've had a very bad day. The officer pushed his sunglasses down and looked at her over the rims. I know, she moaned. You've probably heard that excuse a million times, but it's true. She let everything pour out. She told him about nursing her mother through her last weeks of cancer and how much she missed her. She told him about Alex, leaving her for another woman the day she got back from Northern California. She told him about Clanton getting into fights at school and Carolyn turning into a basket case over her grades. She told him about Audra calling to say it was all her fault. Ron was the last straw, she said, sniffling. He didn't ask who Ron was. In fact, he didn't say anything at all. He just looked at her and listened with that frown on his face. What was the use? The highway patrolman knew she wasn't drunk, but she'd convinced him she was crazy. Would he call an ambulance and have her taken away in a straitjacket? Where would they take her?
Bellevue?
Where was Bellevue? His radio crackled. He picked up the speaker. She felt some relief hearing the information given. At least he knew now she had no prior tickets or outstanding warrants for her arrest. She wasn't armed or dangerous, unless flooding his patrol car could be held against her. Rummaging through her purse, she tried to find a Kleenex, muttering under her breath when she couldn't find one. Her nose was running. Her eyes were running. Her face was a watery mess. Desperate, she took her notepad out, tore out a page, and blew her nose into it. Grimacing, the patrolman pulled a clean handkerchief out of his pocket and handed it over the seat to her. Thanks, she muttered, dabbed her eyes, and blew her nose. She started to hand the handkerchief back. His mouth tipped up on one side. You can keep it.
She blushed.
I'll wash it and return it to you. Maybe she'd be working in the laundry section of the jail. Or would she be making license plates? She felt better for having purged herself of everything that had happened over the past few months, but she doubted that was going to change the consequences of barreling down the highway like a bat out of Hades. She could have killed somebody, not to mention herself. You can take me in now. He tipped his sunglasses down again. Take you in? To the slammer. His mouth twitched. I'm not taking you into the slammer. Mrs.
Madrid.
I just thought it'd be wise to calm you down before turning you loose on the freeway again. But you're giving me a ticket. Yes.
Ma'am.
I am giving you a ticket. He handed the pad to her and gave her a pen. Sighing heavily, she signed her name at the bottom and handed it back. He tore off the yellow copy and gave it to her. Sorry to add to your grief.
She sighed.
My first ticket, she said, looking at it dismally. And it was going to cost her plenty. Folding it, she tucked it into her purse. Feeling any better? She gave a shuddering sigh and smiled. Yes. But that's not saying much. I'll keep it under the speed limit. I promise. Good. He studied her for a moment longer and then got out of the patrol car. Opening the back door for her, he offered his hand to help her out. Shouldering her purse, she looked up at him. He was young, probably no more than 30 or 35. He had kind eyes. You know what I was doing when you pulled up beside me, officer? Praying. So much for divine intervention. Shaking her head, she started back toward her car. She had just put the key into her ignition when the patrolman walked up to her car window again. He handed her a small slip of white paper folded in half. My wife and I'll meet you on the front steps at 9:45. Bring your kids. Oh, and pull into traffic easy, Mrs. Madrid. I'll put my lights on and clear the way for you. Thanks, she said, confused. She watched him in the side mirror as he walked back to his patrol car. Opening the slip of paper, she read the name and address of a church. The trail is clearly marked ahead by the Great Rock formations. We passed one a day back that looked like a courthouse with a jail beside it. The one ahead is like a giant funnel set upside down on the prairie. We ate dust all day. It was our turn to be at the back. Tomorrow, we will be at the head. Water and grass are plentiful. So are the mosquitoes. I had words with Orrin Mackenzie today. He was talking about Aphie again and crying with every word he uttered. I lost patience with him and told him he was not the only one who had lost a loved one. I said Aphie would be ashamed of him for his endless carrying on. She was a good and sensible girl and would not think kindly of him if she knew he had not even bothered to give her son a name. He said I do not understand how bad he feels, and I said understanding was not what he needed. What he needs is a good hard kick in the backside. When Orrin left our fire, James looked at me and said, "It is amazing, Mary Catherine, how you can see the sins of others so well, and your own not at all." I asked him what he meant. He said Orrin has been grieving over the loss of a wife, and has only been crying a few weeks, while I have been grieving over not having my own way for months. He said you only know in part, not the whole of his pain. He said I close my ears to anything that does not suit me. I said he was wrong. He said, "You closed your ears to me before the first word was out of my mouth about Oregon and why we had to go." He said, "It never even occurred to you that this journey is for your own good." I said what good was there in Deborah dying? I said we should have stayed in Illinois. He said he wished he had left me there. He said he would sooner listen to Orrin's weeping than my endless carping. David Alexander Mackenzie was christened by his father last evening, and I am sore ashamed. James is right. I told Orrin I had no right to speak to him as I did. He said he was glad of it. He had never held his son before today, and doing so eased the pain of losing Aphie. He said David looks like her. It never occurred to me that I could lose James as easy as I lost my daughter or Orrin lost his sweet wife. Life is so uncertain. I do not know where James went to spend the night. When he came back this morning, I told him I was sorry. It has done no good. The wall I built up still stands between us. Kavanaugh sighted buffalo across the Platte to the north. Joshua insisted on going hunting with the men. He would give no ear at all to my fears. He came back a short while ago. Without so much as a word, he slid off his horse, took a couple of steps and fell face down on his bedding. He was covered with so much blood, I thought he had been shot and stripped him like a baby to see if he was wounded. He will not thank me when he finds out. Kavanaugh rode up as I was doing it and laughed. I did not think it funny and told him so. He said Joshua is unharmed. I asked him what he had done to my son, that he would have so much blood on him. He said he made Joshua dress what he killed. He said the boy needed to learn hunting is not all glory. It is hard work. I could soak his clothes for a month of Sundays and not get all the stains out. We are nooning longer today than usual because of the terrible heat. The land we are passing through is fertile for rocks and sagebrush, and not much else. Some of the animals are sick from the heat. McLeod said we will move on in another hour and keep going until dusk. We will be lucky to make 15 miles today. Joshua shot 2 rabbits. I will stew them for supper. Kaiser Vandervert gave whiskey to his oxen. It seems to perk them up. Had we whiskey left, I would try some myself. We crossed the Laramie River this morning and made camp at the fort. There are Indians camped nearby. Kavanaugh said they are Cheyenne. They are a fine-looking people dressed in buckskins like Kavanaugh and wearing bear claw necklaces and eagle feathers. The chief is a handsome fellow. Joshua is impressed with them. Kavanaugh knows them well and speaks their language. He took Joshua with him when he spoke with them. When he came back, he said they are at the fort to trade buffalo hides and furs for tobacco, sugar, and blankets. We have no sugar or blankets to spare. The soldiers have invited us to a dance in the fort this evening. The men drew lots to see who would stay behind with the wagons and keep watch. Ruckel Buckeye, Wells Doan, Orrin Mackenzie, Ernest Holtz, and Werner Hoffman lost. Artemisia is feeling poorly and is remaining behind as well. Nellie said nothing will keep her away. James said he will not go. He knows how much I love to dance. This is just his way of punishing me. James is speaking to me again. I did not expect him to forgive me for another 500 miles considering how many it took me to come to my senses. When he said he did not want to go to the dance last night, I knew what he meant was he did not want to go to the dance with me. I said that was fine by me and went anyway. There is little enough fun on the trail without giving up what opportunity comes along because a man is pouting. James came later. Of course, he did not dance with me because he was still mad. I had partners aplenty with soldiers and McLeod and some of the other men traveling with us. I even danced with Orrin Mackenzie. I have not had so much fun since I was engaged to Thomas Atwood Houghton and considered acceptable company in Galena. James cut in when Lieutenant Haywood danced with me a third time. He said it was not proper for me to dance with that soldier again. I said it was as proper as him dancing 4 times with Nellie. He said Nellie is good and married. I said I am good and married, too, though my husband appears not to notice. He hauled me outside. I said, "What do you think you are doing?" James Farr? I don't want to leave. I was having fun. He said to shut up and kiss me the way he used to do. We went down to the trees along the river. I am glad the fire has not died in him or me. I was feeling soft inside and said, I am glad you have forgiven me. James Farr. On the walk back, James said, You do not long for home anymore, do you, Mary Catherine? I said I would be lying if I said I did not miss Aunt Martha and all the rest. I would be lying too if I said I was pleased with the way things turned out at the homestead. I told him I accept his decision and will not carp anymore. We will wait and see what there is in store for us in Oregon. James said Oregon will speak for itself when we get there. And then he said in a quiet voice, or maybe California. I said, what do you mean about California? He said he had been thinking Oregon might be too crowded in a few years with the numbers going, and we ought to think about California instead. I could not get air to say anything, but he went on real fast telling me that others are talking about it. I said, like who? He said Ernst Holtz, Wells Doan, Binger Siddons, and Stern Jansen have been mulling it over. I wonder if Nellie knows what is on Wells' mind. James said Kavanaugh has never seen the Pacific Ocean and has a desire to do so. Oh, grand, I said. That is good reason for going someplace. Just because you have never been. Just to keep on to the ends of the earth until you have seen it all. Next you will want to see China. James said, Stop talking, Mary Catherine, but I had a lot more to say. So he kissed me again. He kissed me hard, and for so long I forgot what my upset was about until now that I am writing my thoughts into this journal. When we all went back to the wagons after the dance, we bedded the children down in the tent so James and I could sleep under the wagon together. We slept last night like 2 spoons in a drawer the way we used to. I don't have a house or land. But I have my James back and my children. They are home enough. We all went down to the chalk cliffs. James does not know how to write. So I carved his name next to my own, and then carved Henry, Beth, and Matthew underneath. I carved Deborah last and a cross next to it. She will not be forgotten. Joshua ignored my call and climbed up high to carve his name. I was sure he would fall, but he would not listen and come down. Kavanaugh said the boy is sure-footed as a mountain goat. Joshua has become so difficult of late. I feel him pulling away from me and James and drawn to Kavanaugh. Kavanaugh encourages him. He told me just the other day that he was not much older than Joshua when he left home and headed west for the first time. I asked him why he left so young. All he said was he had reasons. I am not ready to let my son go. James did not leave my side all day today. We walked together while Joshua drove the wagon. I have missed talking with James. He is so full of dreams. I never thought any of them would come to anything, but this one of going west has. We will see about the others. As long as I have James the first, am safe and happy. It is so terrible hot. The dust coats all of us. The ground is sandy and makes hard pulling for the oxen. Beth is sick. We made a bed for her in the wagon and she is sleeping. I asked Nellie to pray for her. Dunham Banks was bad hurt today. A rattlesnake frightened the horses. His own pitched him off and he hit his head on a rock. Doc Reese said his chances are not good. Celia rigged a cradle and had 2 men help her rig a big sling inside her wagon. Baby Hortense and Dunham both rocked all day while she drove. Celia is a fine, strong girl with good sense. She will need both for the long haul ahead. We are plagued with tragedy. Little Patricia Sinnott wandered off this evening and cannot be found. Paralee is crazy with fear that the Indians have stolen her. Frank Sinnott, James, and 4 other men have gone out looking for little Patty. I have my children near the fire where I can see them. Joshua is not pleased with staying here to watch out for us. He said he could ride after Kavanaugh. The scout would know what to do. I told him Kavanaugh and Rookle Buckeye are hunting game, and there is no telling in which direction they went. Kavanaugh and Rookle came back and went out with the men again. They looked for little Patty all day and found no trace of her. McLeod said we cannot stay another day. Paralee says she will not go on without her little girl. Franklin said it was her fault the child is lost. It was a harsh, cruel thing to say, and not much different from what I said to James not long ago. I cringe thinking of it. Sinnott's son is from his first wife who died. Paralee is the second wife. She told me a few nights back Franklin has poured all the money she inherited into what he is carrying in those 2 wagons. 2 of his oxen have died already from pulling the load. It appears to me Franklin Sinnott is more worried about getting his goods to Oregon than he is about little Patty lost in the wilderness. We made 20 miles today. Paralee did not come out of her wagon even for the nooning. Everyone thought she was grieving and quiet. They did not know until we camped that Franklin had her tied, so she could not get free, and gagged her, so she could not cry out. McLeod is fit to be tied himself now that he knows what the man did to his wife. Franklin insists he did it for her own good. He said she would have run off looking for little Patty otherwise. Kavanaugh told Franklin and Paralee yesterday the Cheyenne do not have their little girl. I sat inside our wagon and cried. It was what he did not say that grieved me so. Little Patricia Sinnott is dead. Everyone but Paralee knows. The nights are bitter cold and the days hot and dry. The child had no blanket or water. And there are coyotes and mountain lions and grizzlies and wolves. No 3-year-old child could have survived one night out there. Nellie asked me to pray with her that little Patty was taken home to heaven quickly and did not suffer long. I said I cannot remember a time when God heard anything I said to him. The last time I tried was for Deborah, and look what came of that. Nellie was shocked and said, God loves you, Mary Catherine Farr, and you have got to believe that. I told her that God loves those he wants to love, and I am not one of his chosen people. I told her that it was all right because I have no love for him either. I did not mean to make her cry. We are camped near a great rock that looks like a giant turtle. Almost everyone has carved their names upon it. Even me. Joshua, and some of the others have climbed to the top. Devil's Gate is not far from here. Joshua is riding over for a closer look. I can see it fine from where I sit writing in my journal. It looks like a giant axe cut through the stone mountain to let the Sweetwater River run through. And sweet water it is after the muddy Platte. It tastes so good. We will follow the river west. James had to shoot one of our oxen yesterday. It was suffering so. Beth is grieving over it. She asked why everything has to die. I had no good answer for her. Nellie was sitting with us and said death is just a door believers walk through to be with Jesus. Her words did not cheer Beth, nor I. Why does she have to keep on talking about Jesus? Her words just raise a jumble of questions and heartache. Beth said old Tom was just an ox, and how could he know what to believe? Nellie knew she had raised trouble. Beth said it was not fair that people go to heaven and animals do not because animals are nicer than a lot of people. She is right about that, but I could not let her go on with such thinking. A child needs a little hope in this world. I told Beth Aunt Martha read to me about heaven once, and I remember it said the lion would lie down with the calf. Nellie said that was right. She looked it up in her Bible right there on the spot. And I said I remember Aunt Martha reading that Jesus would ride down to earth on horseback. Nellie found that too. I told Beth there had to be animals in heaven for any of that to happen. Lions and lambs and horses, maybe Beth said. She wanted to know if Werner Hoffman would see his dog again in heaven. I said likely so if Werner could get himself there. We buried Dunham Banks today. Celia would not let him be buried in the road. The men dug as deep as they could, but we are going over hard rocky ground. McLeod said words over him. Celia gave baby Hortense to Beth to hold and started gathering rocks to stack on top of poor Dunham's grave. I helped her until the job was done. So did Nellie. It is dark now, and Celia is still sitting by the mound. Chapter 17. Sierra recognized the highway patrolman, even though he was dressed in a Sunday suit instead of a black uniform. He was waiting at the front steps just as he said he would be. And beside him was a young woman holding a baby. He grinned when he saw her. Be polite, Sierra said to her own children who stood glumly beside her. Annoyed at being dragged off to church. Their father hadn't taken them to Mass more than 3 times in 3 years. In fact, the last time they had been inside a church was for their grandmother's memorial service. Welcome, Mrs. Madrid, the officer said, extending his hand. I neglected to tell you my name. I'm Dennis O'Malley. And this is my wife, Noreen. The bundle she's holding is our son, Sean. As people moved around them to enter the church, Sierra introduced herself and her children. Rather than be annoyed at them for blocking a portion of the steps, people smiled warmly. Over the last several days, since her experience on the freeway, she'd had a growing sense of something. All the pain, all the crying out, had left her feeling empty.
Drained.
She had reached the end of her endurance, the end of her abilities to deal with the mess her life had become. And yet, much to her surprise, she wasn't depressed or hopeless or any of the things she'd expected to be. Instead, she felt directed, as though a gentle hand rested on her shoulder and guided her. With love. She knew whose touch she felt. She'd heard her mother talk about the presence of God more times than she'd cared to listen. But now she understood better. She didn't know exactly what it all meant, but she was ready. She'd spent enough time trying to figure things out for herself, and look where that had gotten her. Now she wanted answers. Real answers. And for some reason, she felt a certainty that this was the place where she'd find them. The O'Malleys ushered them into the church and selected a pew near the back. Clanton sat on one side of Sierra, muttering, "What a bore," under his breath. Carolyn sat on her other side. Dennis sat nearest the aisle, while Noreen sat at the far end of the pew beside Carolyn and near the outside aisle. "Just in case I have to leave," she said with a smile. Sometimes Sean wakes up hungry. He's small, but he makes a big noise. Her blue eyes were full of warmth. Seeing Carolyn's look, she smiled. Would you like to hold him?
Could I?
People turned around from the pew in front. Dennis made more introductions. Everyone was so friendly. They looked happy to see Sierra and her children, and she felt the oddest sense of connection, as though she'd finally come home. The feeling was even more poignant when the service began. Everything was so familiar, yet different. It wasn't that the pastor said anything she had never heard before. She had heard the gospel from her mother since she was old enough to remember. Yet now, inexplicably, it all made sense. It filled in the gaps of her life.
Oh.
Her soul sighed.
Oh.
The pastor spoke, and the words pierced her. Her throat closed even as her heart opened wide. Parched from wandering in the wilderness, she drank in the living water of the word. Why were you crying? Clanton whispered, embarrassed and worried. She shrugged, smiling at him. There was no time now to explain how she felt. Connected. A part of something tremendous and exhilarating.
Whole.
She tried to stop the tears, but they flowed like cleansing balm. Sorrow poured over and through her, filling her and bringing with it a deep hunger for the Lord. In its wake came hope and reassurance that everything would work out. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned mightily against thee. Mea culpa. Mea culpa.
Oh. God. Oh. God.
How is it possible to feel so alive today, when only 2 days ago she had longed for death? The congregation rose to sing, and she rose with them, fumbling through the hymnal and mouthing the words when emotion kept her silent. She couldn't read the words or even utter a sound, but it didn't matter. Her heart sang. Carolyn stood beside her, oblivious and enthralled with baby Sean in his mother's arms, while Clanton, on her other side, fretted, convinced she was going nuts. She uttered a soft laugh and put her arm around him. I love you, she whispered. Let's leave, he hissed back.
No.
We're staying. Forever. It was Dennis who served her communion. She smiled up at him, remembering what she'd said to him as the traffic had streamed past them on the Hollywood freeway. You know what I was doing when you pulled up beside me, officer? Praying. So much for divine intervention. God had been intervening. All right. Mightily. He had brought her to a screeching halt on the dusty shoulder of a Los Angeles freeway rather than allow her to hurtle herself off the nearest cliff. And he did it because he loved her and would not let her go. She almost laughed as realization came, bringing joy with it. She had been standing on sacred ground and hadn't even known it. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me. Bless his holy name. The congregation sang, and she sang with them, unable to remember a time when she had felt so happy.
Boy.
Am I glad that's over, Clanton said on the way home. You'd better set your mind to get used to it. We're going back.
Oh.
Good, Carolyn said. She earned a glare from her brother. You want Mom blubbering again? Sierra smiled at him. I'll try to contain myself. Lying in bed that night, Sierra knew she needed to make some changes in her life. Immediate changes. For one thing, she couldn't work for Ron anymore, not knowing how he felt about her. She realized her own feelings for him were confusing. She had always found him profoundly attractive. Several times, she thought how much better her life would be had she been married to Ron rather than Alex. That stopped her. She was too vulnerable right now to think rationally. With Alex gone, she was needy. She was afraid of so many things. Ron was strong and confident. It would be too easy to turn to him for solace. Seeking solace could lead her into an affair. She was still married. She needed to remember that, despite the present circumstances, for better or worse, Alex was her husband. Until death. Right now, she imagined Alex was wishing for hers. Not that she was feeling particularly fond of him, either. But feelings didn't make any difference.
She didn't want to think about Alex now.
She couldn't and continued to feel the sense of comfort and rightness she had experienced this morning. Do not be anxious for tomorrow, the pastor had read this morning, and here she was obsessing again. She couldn't do anything about Alex or her marriage. But she could do something about herself and her circumstances. Ron looked sick when he came in Monday morning. His eyes were shadowed. "Can we talk?" she said before he went into his office. He paused and looked back at her bleakly. She didn't have to say a word. He knew. "You've decided to quit." She blushed. "I'm sorry. I'll stay until you can find a replacement." "And feel uncomfortable every minute," he said, expression grim. How odd that this man, after only a few months, could know her better than Alex seemed to know her after 13 years of marriage. Ron knew her better than anyone, except her mother. "I knew when you left Friday this would happen. I talked with Judy. She can stand in for you until I find a permanent replacement." "What are you going to do?" "I'm not sure yet. I think I'm going to sell the house." It hadn't even occurred to her until that instant. "Are you going home to Healdsburg?" "No," she said, surprising herself again. "I'm not sure what I'll do. I hadn't even thought about it until now. You never even guessed how I felt about you. Did you?" "Briefly. But I thought I was being foolish. I should have waited a little longer." She met his gaze. Her eyes compassionate. "It wouldn't have made any difference, Ron. It would have made all the difference in the world." Looking into the blue depths of his eyes, she knew he was right. "Thank you, God," her heart breathed. "Thank you that Ron waited as long as he did. Thank you for sparing me and Ron from what could have been a terrible mistake. And forgive me. All the while I was casting stones at Alex, I was tumbling into the abyss myself. I'm married, Ron. Until Alex can find a way out." His words hurt, for she knew Alex was doing everything he could to gain that end. Every time he spoke with her, he felt the need to drive home two facts. He wasn't coming back, and he didn't love her anymore. Regret washed over Ron's face. "I didn't say that to hurt you, Sierra. I know, but it does. I'll call you when it's over." He went into his office and closed the door. Gathering her things, Sierra left. On her way out, she gave Arlene her ivy plant and a hug. Instead of going home, she went to the mall. She bought a cappuccino, sat on a bench next to a big fern, and watched the hustle-bustle of people shopping. She supposed she had the qualifications to be a clerk, but was that what she wanted to do? Alex was sending a check once a month to cover expenses, and every time she opened the envelope, she wilted at the sight of his bold signature. Somehow, gut level, she knew that check wrote her off. Not once in her life had she supported herself. "Father, can I do this?" she prayed, feeling overwhelmed. "Ask and you shall receive, daughter." The assurance washed over her, and she settled back, sipping her cappuccino. She'd told Ron she was putting the house up for sale. She didn't know why she'd said that at the time, but it seemed a good idea now that she thought about it. If she remained where she was, it was certain she'd never be able to handle the finances herself. House payments were bad enough, but add to that the BMW payments and private school for the children, and the sum was far beyond any expectations of earnings she might have. Sierra could see herself living out her life at the mailbox, waiting for whatever money Alex doled out to her. She could imagine his resentment. He adored his children and wouldn't begrudge a dime to them. But every penny he sent for her support would be another matter. She spent the day wandering in the mall, thinking. When she picked up the children, she took them to their favorite fast food restaurant. "I've decided to sell the house," she told them, knowing her announcement was abrupt, but unable to think of any other way to break the news of her decision to them. "Are we going home to Windsor?"
Clanton said. "No.
"We're going to look around San Fernando Valley and see what we can find near the church. We might even look at condominiums. There's a complex just down the street. I saw a swimming pool and tennis courts. We'll have to see what we can afford. Can we still go to the same school?" Carolyn said.
"No. Honey.
It's too expensive." She didn't want to ask Alex for any more money than she had to. "It makes more sense to go to a school in your own neighborhood." "So, I won't get to see Pamela?" "You can see Pamela as often as we can arrange it, and you can call her whenever you want." Sierra prayed that night, frightened by the speed with which her life was changing. But in the morning, she stepped out in faith and called Roberta false. She explained Alex had signed the house over to her before leaving her. Roberta was sympathetic, but warned her not to expect a profit. "You haven't been in the house long enough to build much equity, Sierra. We decorated. Maybe that'll help. You'll be lucky to break even. And then you're going to have to pay capital gains out of whatever you do get if you don't reinvest in something of equivalent or higher value in 18 months. Is there any chance Alex will come back?"
"No.
"If he's keeping up the payments, you might do better staying where you are." "I'd love a commission,
Sierra.
but not at the expense of your well-being. Why don't you take a few more days to think things over and give me a call in another week or two?" Sierra did take a few more days. She prayed over it. She talked to Dennis and Noreen and got their opinion. The answer seemed clear. She needed to stand on her own 2 feet, trust the Lord, and stop depending on Alex. She called Roberta again. Roberta came over the following afternoon.
"Oh.
My word," she said upon entering the house. "You didn't tell me Bruce Davies decorated your living room." Roberta's remark absolved any doubts Sierra had ever had about Bruce Davies leaving his own stamp on everything he did. Not just the living room. Roberta. The entire house. The entire house? Yes. That must have cost you a bundle. Roberta sat down on the dark brown leather couch and put her briefcase carefully on the thick glass-topped table. Sierra grimaced, seeing how Roberta stared at the muraled wall with a perplexed expression. It was one of the reasons she usually avoided the living room. "It's one of Alex's video games," she said. "I'd swear there's someone watching me." "There is. Actually, if you look at it long enough, you'll see 6 men and 1 woman hiding in that jungle. It's called camouflage. If I turn out the lights, their eyes glow red." "How much did you put into decorating the house?" Sierra told her. "We'll add 10,000 to that and see what happens." Roberta called Saturday morning. "Be sure you take a look at the Los Angeles Times tomorrow morning." Sierra forgot all about it until Carolyn came in the next morning while she was blow-drying her hair. "Daddy's on the phone," she said and held it out. Surprised, Sierra shut off the dryer and took the phone, wondering why he was calling her so early on a Sunday. Yes. Is that our house on the cover of the real estate section? She could feel the heat of his anger through the receiver. It all but melted the telephone in her hand. Her defenses rose. She almost reminded him he'd signed the house over to her. So it wasn't their house anymore. It was her house. Instead, she managed a mild, "Yes, it is. What do you think you're doing? I can't stay here, Alex. It's 2. You're not selling that house. I have to move, Alex. I've thought it all over, and you have to move where?" he sneered. "To Healdsburg, so I'll never see my children again. Over my dead body."
Sierra.
"You hear me?" He swore at her in Spanish. He used a word so foul her face heated. "I hear you, Alex. But I'm not." He didn't give her the chance to get further than that. Cursing again, he blistered her with the same accusations Audra had leveled at her a few weeks earlier, only adding personal and private faults on top. If Audra's words had shocked, Alex is battered and bruised. He meant to annihilate her, and he was doing a good job of it. He spoke in Spanish, which made it all the worse. He never spoke Spanish unless his emotions were out of control. Unfortunately, she understood every single word he said. "I've called my attorney," he said, falling back into crisp English again. "I'm going to fight you, Sierra. No matter what it takes, I'm not letting you walk away with my children. I'm sick of this situation. I'm sick of you." He told her she could hold her breath until Hades froze over before he'd send her another dime. "It's bad enough Clanton won't talk to me. Now you think you can put 400 miles between me and my daughter?" He took a breath. And into that brief space of time, Sierra said with miraculous calm, "We aren't moving north, Alex. Where then? East? New York? Maybe? That's 3,000 miles instead of 400. Or Hawaii." "Right. Hawaii. That's it." That'd put an ocean between us. The storm of his anger blew about her like a tornado around a bruised reed. "I'm hoping to buy a condo in Northridge." Silence. She looked in the mirror and wondered how much makeup it would take to put color back in that stranger's face. Looking away, she swallowed hard before she tried to say anything else. "I have to go," she said quietly, trying to keep her voice steady. "Church starts in less than an hour." She took a slow breath, squelching the desire to cry. She had cried enough over the past few years. Buckets of tears. Mostly for herself. "Alex, I promise you'll know everything as we do it. Clanton and Carolyn will never be out of your reach. I promise." Pressing the button, she set the telephone on the bathroom counter. Nauseated, she thought about going back to bed and pulling the covers up over her head. But what good would that do? 3 years I've watched you wallow in self-pity and keep up your temper tantrum. And it's been something to watch.
Sierra.
A real show. Shuddering, she turned her thoughts to Dennis and Noreen and a dozen others who welcomed her and the children every Sunday. She had a choice. She could stay home and do exactly what Audra and Alex would expect her to do, or she could finish getting ready and go to church. She could learn something and, with God's help, start putting her own life back in order. The house sold the first week. Full price. When escrow closed 30 days later, the check Sierra received looked like an obscene amount of money. It dwindled fast when she sent half of it to Alex, made a 20% down payment on a modest 3-bedroom condominium in Northridge, and paid her capital gains taxes out of what remained. If it weren't for her inheritance, she wouldn't have qualified for a loan in the first place. As it was, most of her assets were tied up in the Matheson Street house in Healdsburg. The telephone rang while Sierra was in the kitchen packing boxes. She avoided answering the telephone whenever possible. Alex had called several times during the past month. Luckily, Carolyn always flew to the phone when it rang, hoping it was her father. Clanton never picked it up, for the same reason. Carolyn spent 2 Saturdays a month with Alex, but she never said much about their day together. And Sierra didn't ask any questions. "It's Daddy," Carolyn said now, holding the phone out to her. "He wants to talk to you." The hope in her eyes made Sierra want to weep. "Thanks, honey." She took the phone, knowing exactly why he had called. She hadn't spoken with him since he'd read her the riot act over putting the house up for sale in the first place. And this conversation was destined to be no more pleasant. "Why'd you send this check to me?" Alex said hotly. Her heart gave a flip at the sound of his voice. "It's your half of the proceeds from the house. I signed the house over to you. Remember?"
He sounded bitter about it.
"I remember. But I didn't feel right about keeping all the money. That's a big surprise. It never bothered you to keep my money before. Why change now? And while we're on the subject, why'd you send my check back last week?" "Because you said you'd never send me another dime. And I thought I'd hold you to your word." He spat a short, foul expletive. "So, what are you going to do?"
"Sierra?"
"Make the kids eat at the local mission. I have a job."
"Yeah. Right."
"Working for Ron Pyroso at Los Angeles Outreach. I don't imagine it pays much. I don't work there anymore. Got fired."
"Huh? Well."
6 months is something, I guess. That's longer than any other job you've held in your life." Pushed to the limit by his scathing sarcasm and condescension, she almost blurted out the truth. "I left because Ron is in love with me and wants me to forget about you, to leave you in the dust like you've left me. He wants to be with me. He wants to marry me, Alex. He's a millionaire, and he wants me. I left because it was the right thing to do. Not that you care." But she didn't. He wouldn't believe her anyway. As much as he hated her, he'd find it impossible to think any other man would find her attractive or intriguing. And she wasn't about to humiliate herself by trying to convince him. "What does the Lord require of you?" She could hear the verse as clearly now as she'd heard it on Sunday, when the pastor had read it, and it brought her thoughts to an abrupt halt. What did the Lord require? Justice, kindness, humility. Yet here she was, wandering down the familiar path of bitterness and self-pity again. She drew a steadying breath. "Lord, I hurt him.
"I know I did.
Please forgive me. I can't tell him I'm sorry right now because he won't listen. But you know how I feel. You know what I did to start this war. I don't want to be part of it anymore. So, what are you going to do?" Alex demanded when she made no response to his last insult. "I'm going to be a secretary in an insurance agency. You'll last 2 weeks. Tops." "Is that an estimation of my abilities or of how boring the industry is?" she said, trying to instill some lightness into her tone. "Take a wild guess." His meaning couldn't be more clear. "I'll send you another check."
"Sierra."
"You'd better hang on to this one. You'll need it." Hot, bitter anger swept over her, surpassing hurt and obliterating wisdom. "I have a better idea, Alex. Don't send the check. Eat it." The words were out before she even knew they were coming. They passed her lips, flying up from her heart and roosting like vultures in the charged air, pecking at her head. She slammed the phone down, more angry with her own lack of control than with Alex's contemptuous laugh. When a check did arrive in the mail 2 days later, it came in an envelope with an embossed return address that read Madrid/Longford. She tore up the envelope and check and flushed both down the toilet. She'd stand out on a street corner holding a sign that said homeless and hungry before she'd take another nickel from Alejandro Luis Madrid. Pride did have its place, didn't it? What had she just heard at the last Bible study? Those who won't work won't eat.
Well,
she'd work and eat. And so would her children. Whatever money Alex sent for the children would go in their college funds. Dennis and several other men from the church helped her move into the condominium. The complex was within walking distance of the church, and Dennis invited Clanton to play baseball when they finished unloading the pickup trucks. "We've got a team, but we're short some outfielders. Do you think you could help us out?"
sure.
Easy. Clanton looked more eager than Sierra had seen him in a long time. "As soon as we get all this stuff lugged inside, we'll head on down to the field." "Can you stay out until 9? Mom?" Dennis said, winking at her over one end of a couch he was carrying. "I'll have to fix him some dinner first. We can get McDonald's." "Great," Clanton said, before she could respond. He dumped the box he was carrying onto the top of a coffee table and ran back for another. "Mom," Carolyn said, running up, her face flushed with excitement. "Susan lives here." "Susan from church?" "She lives in the condo just down from us."
See.
Right over there." "Can you believe it? Can I go play with her?" "Please." Susan's mother, Frances, came over an hour later. Clanton and the men had gone, leaving Sierra surrounded by boxes. Frances surveyed the chaos. "Why don't you join us for dinner?" Removing the newspaper wrapping, Sierra set another plate into the dishwasher. She brushed damp tendrils back from her face and glanced around at the unpacked boxes, Mary Catherine's trunk, the furniture dumped anywhere and nowhere in particular. It would take her all night to get half the unpacking done. "Believe me," Frances laughed. "It'll still be here when you come back. Susan and I can help." By the time Sierra had finished her spaghetti, Frances had talked her into joining the choir. "It only makes sense," Frances said. "We meet on the same night as the youth group. We can walk down with the children, stay for practice, and walk back with them at 9. "What if I can't carry a tune?" Sierra laughed. "Then you'll just have to make a joyful noise." The telephone was ringing when she unlocked the front door and switched on the lights later that evening. Carolyn ran to the kitchen and answered it. Sierra could tell by the look on her daughter's face that it was Alex. She watched Carolyn hop up on a stool as she began telling her father everything that had happened that day. She sounded so happy and excited. "Oh, and Mom's joined the choir. She's going to be practicing the same night Susan and I go to youth group." "Susan? She's a friend from the church. She lives in a condo right down the path from us." She listened for a moment, her excitement dimming slightly. "He's not here, Daddy. He's playing baseball with Mr. O'Malley. Dennis is so neat. He leads the youth group, and he's a highway patrolman. He met Mom when he pulled her over on the freeway for speeding. You should see his baby. Sean is so cute, and Noreen lets me hold him in church." Sierra went into Carolyn's bedroom. So much for keeping a few secrets, she thought, taking the sheets from a box. She made up Carolyn's bed, then went into Clanton's room and made up his bed. Carolyn was still talking when Sierra went into her own bedroom and began making up her own bed, the one she'd slept in all through her growing-up years in Healdsburg. She smoothed the comforter and plumped the pillows. Leaning against the bedpost, she looked around the room. She'd had to get rid of the king-size bed she'd shared with Alex. After measuring the master bedroom, she'd realized it would fit but leave little room for anything else. Giving it up had been difficult. She'd mentioned it to Melissa during their last telephone conversation, and 2 days later her brother had called and said he was shipping her canopy bed from home. She touched the lace covering that her mother had crocheted for her. It had taken her a year to complete it. Sierra remembered the joy she'd felt when she opened the big box on Christmas morning and found the lace folded in among sheets of lavender tissue paper. She'd been 16 and madly in love with Alex. Her eyes welled with tears. How many nights had she lain in this bed dreaming of what it would be like to be married to Alejandro Luis Madrid? He had been her Prince Charming. 10 years she'd known what it was like to be loved and fulfilled by a man of passion. 10 years of heaven, followed by 3 years of descending into hell. God forgive her. She'd been the one to take the first step down.
The front doorbell rang. Mom?
Can you get it? Carolyn called, unwilling to relinquish the phone. When she opened the door, Sierra found Clanton covered with grass stains and dirt from head to foot and grinning from ear to ear. I hit a home run.
Mom.
Man, you should have seen that ball fly. Dennis was behind him, looking pleased. It wouldn't have been a home run if I hadn't tripped over my feet, he said in mock annoyance. And you hadn't run like a rabbit. We're playing against the Baptist church on Saturday, Clanton said, entering the living room and tossing his dirty glove onto a pile of clean clothes that had yet to be put away. I'm playing shortstop. You were supposed to ask your mother's permission, Dennis said, snatching Clanton's hat off. Remember? Mother, may I? Clanton grinned. She laughed. Yes. You may. Carolyn slid off the kitchen stool. Daddy wants to talk to you, she said, holding the telephone receiver out to Clanton. Clanton's expression changed immediately. He stared at the telephone as though it were a cockroach he wanted to squash. Tell him I'm taking a shower, he said loud enough for Alex to hear, and stalked down the hall. He went into the bathroom and slammed the door. Sierra heard the click as he locked it. Dennis gave her a grim look as Carolyn relayed the message. I can see we have some work to do, he said softly. He tossed Clanton's hat onto a stool. A lot of work. I'd better get home before Noreen sends out a search party. Sierra walked with him to the door and thanked him for including Clanton in the adults' baseball practice. He's a great kid, Sierra, Dennis said. He's an angry kid. He's got reason. A lot of times it's not in our power to forgive someone who has hurt us. We have to ask God's help. Words for her to think about as well, she thought as she closed the door. She tried to talk to Clanton when he got into his bed. Would you please talk to your father the next time he calls? Why should I? Because it'd make things easier on me, she said, hoping that would make some difference. He thinks I've turned you against him. I'll talk to him, Clanton said, eyes blazing with the same fierce anger she'd seen in Alex's the last time he'd spoken to her face-to-face before walking out. I'll tell him he's full of. She put her hand lightly over his lips to stop the flow of angry words. Clanton clearly had some of her faults as well as Alex's. Please, she whispered. I'm not without fault in all this, Clanton. Try to understand. She bit her lip, trying to find words to explain. If she cried, that would only make matters worse. She stroked his cheek tenderly. Your father loves you very much. His mouth worked. If he loved me, he wouldn't have left, he said and turned over on his side, so she couldn't see his face. She didn't have to. Her heart felt like a hot ball of pain inside her. His leaving had nothing to do with you. Honey. I was angry for so long about having to move, and I took it out on Daddy. He got tired of it. Clanton turned his head slightly and looked at her. Do you still love him? Tears did come then. But she smiled, combing his hair back from his forehead. Dark hair just like Alex's. He's your father.
Honey.
How could I not? She took his hand. What he's done isn't right, Clanton. But I wasn't right either. Looking back, I can see so many things I did wrong. You never did anything wrong. Yes, I did. I wanted things to be my way. She stroked his cheek, aching for the pain she saw in his eyes. Hate and love were so closely linked. If you can't forgive him for your sake, honey, will you forgive him for mine? Clanton rolled over again. He had always been stubborn. Just like her. Just like Alex. Heart aching. She stood and straightened the covers over his shoulders. I love you, Clanton. Leaning down, she kissed his temple. So does your father. We are at the top of the Rocky Mountains. We did not even know it until we saw the water was running west. The climb was so slow and gradual, and then this great expanse before you, so you know you are on top of a great range. It is cool and dry and windy right now. But it was a long, hard day of travel. Kavanaugh and Joshua shot 3 antelope. They are good eating. I am so proud of him. We crossed the Big Sandy and laid by to rest our oxen. I did wash. Artemisia joined me at the riverbank. She was a robust woman when we started, and is now so thin a breeze could blow her over. She says she feels much better. She does not look it. The last week has been hard, going through dark hills and deep ravines and narrow passes. We have crossed creeks and fixed broken wagons. One of the oxen died last night, and the wolves kept up a constant howling. I did not sleep much. Tonight is not much better, with the mosquitoes buzzing and Henry and Matthew fighting with each other. I have to sit a while and write something, or I will crack their heads together. Beth was feeling poorly again today. The fever comes and goes. I gave her some quinine and bedded her down for the night. I am wearing new moccasins and pleased with the feel of them. My shoes were worn through, and Henry is wearing my boots. Kavanaugh traded with a Cheyenne squaw and gave them to James to give to me. James offered him $1 for them, but he would not take it. He said it was payment for the suppers he has shared with us. James has sent the boys to bed. The quiet is nice, with the crickets chirping and the sky so starry. James is on first watch tonight. Cal Chaffee is playing his mouth organ again. It is a mournful tune tonight. The wolves like it. They are joining in. Paralee Sinnott has torn the sheets. She was feeling poorly this morning, but Franklin made her drive the wagon just the same. She pulled out of line twice. By the end of the day, she was at the back, eating dust. We had made camp by the time she drove in. When she came in, Franklin asked her where his son was, and she said she shot him back in the road and left him for dead. Franklin Sinnott rode off fast as he could to go looking for him. As soon as he was out of sight, Paralee got down off her wagon, calm as you please, and set fire to his wagon full of goods to sell. It took flames so fast, all we could do was pull the 2 wagons nearest out of the circle, so they would not catch fire as well. Paralee just stood there with her arms crossed, watching everything go up in smoke. Franklin came back quick when he saw the smoke. When he saw what she had done, he come down off his horse like a wild man and hit her twice before McLeod laid him out good and proper. Franklin lay there crying over his broken nose and dead son, and calling her a crazy woman. And right then young Frank rode in with a string of trout hanging off his saddle. he said Paralee sent him fishing. We are laid by at Soda Springs and will stay over Sunday. Everyone has drunk from the springs. Some like it fine as it is. I did not like it much until I added sugar. Then it was tolerable good. We are all in sore need of rest. It was hard pulling through mountains and crossing creeks. We have plenty of grass and wood here. Kavanaugh took Joshua hunting. James is annoyed. He needed Joshua to help him make repairs on the wagon, but Joshua was off before we knew he was going. Joshua would rather ride point and hunt with Kavanaugh than drive our wagon or repair it. So Hank and Matthew are helping. It is pretty here. I would be content to stop and sink in roots. James said I will like California better. I am filled with sadness. When we pull out day after tomorrow, we will be taking the road to California. Most will be heading on to Oregon. I am thankful Wells and Nellie are going with us. Nellie is the closest thing I have to a sister and reminds me of Aunt Martha. Orrin Mackenzie and Celia Banks have teamed up. Celia put the idea in Orrin's head, and he was agreeable. She has milk enough for baby David and her own little hortense, and she needs a man to help her work the land she is going to claim in Oregon. They will not marry until they have their allotments. Once they claim their 160 acres, they will tie the knot and have 320 acres together. She is a smart girl. Winifred Holtz is grieving something awful. She loves little David as though he were her own. Celia wept with her and said she will not take him from her until all is settled in Oregon. McLeod led the wagons north toward the Snake River this morning. We and the Doanes, Stern Jansen, Ernst Holtz, and Binger Siddons pulled out at the same time heading south. Nellie has cried the whole day. She is crying still as I sit and write in my journal. Wells keeps telling her the going will be easier to California, but I can tell by Kavanaugh it will not. Robert and Leroy are glad to not be separated from Henry and Matthew. Beth is mourning over not seeing baby Hortense again. I almost told her I would be having a baby in the spring, but I thought it better not to. I am feeling poorly and may lose it. And I should tell James before anybody else. Kavanaugh is going with us to California. I am glad of his company. He said he has not been over this land before, but has heard much about it. He said the next 800 miles will be harder than anything we have traveled over before. James says that means fewer people will come. We crossed Raft River and have come as far as a city of rocks. We will rest here a day before going on. Beth and I have made a game of seeing things in the rock formations. Some are hundreds of feet high. We have made out the shapes of turtles and rabbits. Henry pointed out a group of rocks that look like an eagle. Joshua said he has no interest in childish games and rode off. Now I see he has climbed up on one section and is painting his name in axle grease high up for all to see. It has been hard pulling since we left the City of Rocks. Kavanaugh said Humboldt Wells is still a day away. I wish we had gone on to Oregon. We are nooning 3 hours during the hottest time of day and then traveling on until the sunset. The dust has been bad. We fan out, but the winds keep us from escaping it. Nellie is sick from the alkali dust. I am so sunburned I look like an Indian. The children keep asking how long it will take to get to California. James lost his temper and said we will get there when we get there, and if they ask again, he will take his belt to them. He has no patience with this heat and the hard labor. The roads are heavy. I think he is wishing we had gone on to Oregon. We came over mountainous roads today and reached Thousand Spring Valley. We are camped by good water. Joshua has taken the horses to good grass. Henry has gone with him to cut and bundle grass to take with us. I am too tired to write more. We are laid by at Humboldt Wells. We will stay an extra day here. The animals need rest.
So do we all.
Grass and water are plentiful. It is pretty and there is shade. Kavanaugh does not say much about what is ahead. His silence fills me with disquiet. If the going was easy, he would tell us so. Summer has its heavy hand upon us. Joshua asked me who his father is. I said James, but he said he means his real father. I asked him why he wanted to know, and he said he had wondered about it for a long time. He said Clovis told him I had him with me when I came to live with Aunt Martha. I told him James was the only father he ever had. He was not satisfied. He said a man has to know where he comes from. So I told him my brother Matthew McMurray married Sally Mae Grayson, and he is her child. He wanted to know what happened to her, and I told him she died giving birth to him. Then he wanted to know what happened to his father. I said he died too. He wanted to know how, and I said, what difference does it make?
He is dead.
Joshua got mad and wanted to know why it was so hard for me to tell the truth. I said I had never lied to him or anyone. I said it was hard talking about people I loved who were gone. I said the past did not matter anyway because he is as much my son as Henry and Matthew. He said he is not. I did not think words could hurt so much. I told him I have loved him from the moment I helped bring him into the world. He did not ask more after that. He just looked at me like he knew there was more than what I was telling him. Joshua rode on ahead. I am afraid for him. James said he has common sense and Kavanaugh will watch out for him. I am afraid for other reasons. Stern Jansen lost a wheel today. The wood had gotten so dry the spokes fell out. James is helping him fix it. They have taken the wheels off and are soaking them overnight in the Humboldt. Joshua is not back. Kavanaugh said he saw him and he is well, but not ready to come back. We have fallen into the practice of gathering and supping together. Nellie has been feeling poorly, and I have been cooking. The men give me what I need of their supplies to stretch the meal for all of us. While I cook, Nellie reads from her Bible, and the men make what repairs need doing on the wagons. The children are too tired and cranky to get into much trouble. Joshua killed 2 rattlesnakes before the oxen were even unyoked. Kavanaugh said they are good eating. I told him he could fry and eat them both with my good wishes. He did just that, and Joshua joined him. The oxen were too tired to be frightened by the snakes, but Beth is in the wagon and will probably stay there until California. I may join her. The boys are bedded down under the wagon with James. We had trout for supper. Binger caught enough for all of us. Joshua is on guard tonight with Wells. We passed more dead cattle today. We are using sage for fuel. Kavanaugh said there is another company of wagons 12 or so miles ahead of us. I am glad to know there are others ahead and surviving. Passed 2 dead oxen today. The sand is deep and very heavy on our teams. Wells got stuck and we had to use our oxen to pull him free. The grass is very poor, but the water is plentiful. The skies are clouding up. I can hear the rumble of thunder in the distance. It would be nice to have a break in the awful heat. Our oxen scented water and went wild trying to get to it. We turned all but one, and it drank from alkaline water. James and I doctored it. James held the animal while I poured grease down its throat. Beth is watching over it now and praying it will survive.
The milk cow has gone dry.
We may have to use her to pull if we lose another ox. I expect we will because we have passed a dozen carcasses in the last 4 days. We passed a grave today. Tobias Wentworth. Binger lost another ox. Nellie said we are wandering like the Israelites in the desert. The land is cruel and the heat unrelenting. We are pulling out with first light and stopping when the sun is high. We wait a couple of hours in whatever shade we can find and then go on until sunset. But even then the going is so hard, I sometimes want to lay down and die and have done with it. Maybe we are like the Israelites. God watched them die on the edge of the promised land. The Humboldt has drained away into nothing. Kavanaugh just told us we got 40 miles of desert ahead of us. I do not think I can make it. Stern Jansen's wagon was so deep mired in sand, he had to unharness the oxen and leave it. We pulled 3 oxen out, but the other just laid down and died. Nellie is so sick from the heat, she is riding inside their wagon. Wells is afraid she is going to die. If this desert does not kill us all, the mountains I see ahead surely will.
Chapter 18.
Sierra swung the bat and felt the hard impact of the ball. Dropping the bat, she ran for first base. Go. Go, the base coach said, urging her on. Run.
Sierra.
Run. Others shouted from the stands as she crossed second. Come on.
Mom.
Clanton hollered, jumping up and down near third and waving her on. Go for it. Go for it. She rounded third and headed for home. The second baseman caught the ball from the center fielder and was turning to zing it toward home plate. She knew she'd never make it before the ball did. Oh, Lord, help, she said. Clanton would never forgive her if she made the last out. Giving it everything she had, she charged ahead, dropping at the last second just as the catcher caught the ball. She plowed right into him, knocking him off his feet. The ball bounced off her helmet as he came down in a heap on top of her. Safe, the umpire shouted amid exuberant laughter. That's the way to do it. Dennis was laughing as he ran over from his position as coach. She and the catcher untangled themselves. What do you think this is?
Madrid?
The World Series? Or professional wrestling? Maybe. Rolling over. She made it to her hands and knees. Sorry.
Harry.
You okay? I will be in a minute, he said, flopping over onto his back. Arms and legs splayed. Don't worry about Harry. Dennis grinned, giving her a hand up. He's tougher than he looks. He just likes playing for sympathy. Harry raised his head off the ground and scowled. You taught her to slide, didn't you, O'Malley? My father taught me, Sierra informed him, laughing. She brushed herself off as her team surrounded her and began beating the dust off with their hats and pounding her back with congratulations. Harry got up and pulled off his catcher's mask. I tell you, there ought to be a regulation against plowing your elders down like bowling pins. Batter up, the umpire shouted, as Sierra headed for the bench with her teammates. She heard Carolyn calling her.
Mom.
Mom, turning. She walked backward and waved. Her heart leaped as she saw Alex sitting in the grandstand next to Carolyn. Where had he come from? The last inning of the game passed in a blur. She couldn't pay attention. She hadn't seen Alex in 6 months or talked to him in 2. Her heart was hammering. Her palms were sweating. Shame filled her. He couldn't stop by the condominium, could he?
No.
Of course not. He had to come to a baseball game looking as if he'd stepped out of GQ and see her wearing faded Levi's and covered in dirt and grass stains. No makeup. Her hair tumbling down. Dirt under her fingernails and in her teeth after sliding home. Perfect timing. She blew a strand of hair out of her eyes. You okay? Dennis said, putting his hand over hers. Alex is here. I wondered who that guy was sitting beside Carolyn. Did you happen to notice when he arrived? About 2 minutes before you went up to bat. Great, she muttered, thinking of how she must have looked plowing poor old Harry down at home plate. Dennis glanced over at the stands. Did Clanton know he was coming? I didn't know he was coming. She took a deep breath, blowing it out through pursed lips, trying to slow her ricocheting pulse. Kick me if I cry. Dennis. Kick me hard. You cry and I'll haul you off to the slammer. She laughed. The team gathered in a circle and gave a cheer for the Lutherans they'd been playing. We only lost by 2 runs, Clanton said as Sierra put her arm around his shoulders. We'll get them, she knew the instant he spotted his father. His whole body went rigid. It's okay, she said softly. Alex was holding Carolyn's hand as he walked toward them. He was looking straight at his son. He didn't even spare a glance at her. Sierra noticed he'd lost weight. But then, so had she over the past 6 months. 15 pounds. To be exact. Thankfully in all the right places. I'm going to help Dennis put the gear away, Clanton said, and started to turn away. She gripped his shirt sleeve. You will not. I don't have anything to say to him. Then you'll listen. Alex looked between them as he came closer. It was hard to miss the fact that she and her son were having a slight difference of opinion. He did look at her then, his eyes narrowed and suspicious. What did he think she was doing? When he stopped in front of them, his eyes flicked over her mussed hair, dusty t-shirt and pants, right down to her scuffed tennis shoes. Her face filled with heat. One side of his mouth tipped. Good hit. Thanks, she managed, feeling dismissed. Courtesy dispensed with. He looked at his son. You played well out there, son. When Clanton didn't say anything, she saw a muscle tighten in Alex's cheek. But it wasn't anger. It was hurt. He looked more vulnerable than she'd ever seen him. God. Please. Don't let Clanton say anything cruel. Please. Clanton didn't say anything. He just stood beside her, rigid and silent. Her champion. What do you say I take you out for a hamburger? Alex said. Clanton uttered a soft laugh, glaring up at his father. The team's going out for pizza, he said coldly and looked away. Why don't you join us? Sierra said impulsively. Clanton shot a look at her that would have withered an oak. He doesn't play baseball, Clanton said. He looked at Alex again. He plays around with other women. Alex's face went dark red. Sierra didn't know if he was embarrassed or ready to explode with rage. You're such a jerk, Clanton, Carolyn said, her mouth trembling. Shut up. What do you know? I know more than you do, she said, her blue eyes filling with tears. Elizabeth said. She broke off, paling at the look on Clanton's face. You little Judas. Sierra could feel the blood draining out of her face. Was that where Alex took their daughter on Saturdays? On excursions with his mistress? Clanton took a step toward his sister. Why don't you move in with them? You little. That's enough. Clanton, Alex said, steel in his voice. He barely spared a glance at Sierra. And she was glad of that. The last thing she wanted was for him to see how much it hurt to know Carolyn had been spending time with Elizabeth Longford. You'd better learn to accept things as they are, I don't have to accept anything. Least of all you. You're a cheat and a liar. And I wish you and your girlfriend were dead. He took off across the baseball field toward Dennis and the other members of the team. Mom, Carolyn said, tears running down her cheeks. I'll go after him, she said quietly, eager to escape before she made a fool of herself or said something she'd regret. She headed toward her teammates, swallowing the hot tears that were choking her. Mom, Carolyn cried out. She made to follow Sierra. But Alex was holding her hand. Let go, she said, sobbing, and pulled free of her father to run to Sierra. Are you mad at me? Mom, tears ran down her cheeks. Do you hate me? No, Sierra said, kneeling and pulling her close. She stroked her hair and kissed the top of her head. I just wish things were different. That's all. I didn't mean to hurt you. I only talked to her the one time.
Sure.
I love you very much. And nothing will ever change that. She tipped her daughter's chin and gave her a shaky smile. You go have fun with your father while I talk to Clanton. I'll see you later at home. She kissed her. Clanton's so mean.
No. Honey.
He's hurt. People say awful things when they're hurt. Just as she had. Just as Alex had.
Poor Clanton.
What chance did he have of being any better than they'd been? You tell your father how much you love him.
He needs to hear that. Now.
Go on. Sierra, Alex called. Wait a minute. She recognized that tone and wished she could just keep walking. If not for what she'd just said to Carolyn, she'd run. She was reeling inside, her stomach quivering, her eyes hot with tears. She didn't need a lecture from Alex about what a lousy mother she was or what a lousy wife she'd been. He looked at her, and she saw something flicker in his eyes. Where's the team going?
We'll meet you there.
No respite for the wicked. Not even privacy to have a good, long cry. 3 blocks down in the shopping center, she said, forcing herself to speak evenly. I'll do what I can, Alex, but I can't promise. She shook her head and turned away, resigning herself to a painful evening. Dennis did some long, hard talking to Clanton before they reached the pizza parlor. He knew how Clanton felt. His own father had left his family when he was in his teens. I saw him once after he left and told him I hated him. I never saw him again. He died when I was 23. Sierra saw how much that confession cost Dennis, as well as the impact it had on Clanton. He hurt my mother, Clanton said. Every time he calls, he hurts her. Sierra blinked back tears. I hurt him, too. Clanton. Not like he did. Clanton struggled to contain his emotions, torn between love and loyalty to her and love for his father. Dennis put his hand on Clanton's shoulder. Your father's hurting himself most of all. He's cut off from you and your sister. Do you remember what we were talking about the other night at youth group? Everyone sins. No one is perfect, and no sin is greater than any other. When you believe in Jesus, you confess and repent,
and He cleanses you.
He puts you on the right track. What happens when you don't have that sustaining faith? You're cut off from love itself. He's not repentant, Clanton said. Are you? Clanton fought to hold his tears back. He's still living with her, and you're still hanging on to your anger against him. You just wished him dead. Clanton hunched over and cried, muttering incoherent words. Dennis cupped the boy's head and pulled him against his chest. Give it to the Lord, Clanton.
Don't make the same mistake I did.
It still haunts me. He looked at Sierra, and she saw the tears in his eyes. She also knew her son needed time alone with this man of God. I'll see you inside, she said, touching her son, and then getting out of the van. She knew Clanton would open up more if she weren't present. She spotted Alex as soon as she entered the pizza parlor. Her instinctive homing device still worked. She could sense his presence anywhere. He was sitting with Carolyn in a booth back in the corner. She wanted to pretend she hadn't seen them and walk over to the others. The last thing she wanted to do was speak to Alex or think about Carolyn building a relationship with a future stepmother. Alex was staring at her, and she knew she'd only gain his further ire if she left him to wonder where Clanton was. Someone called her name. She glanced toward them, forced a smile, and waved. Be there in a minute. First things first. She had to set Alex's mind at rest. She walked over to the table and smiled at Carolyn. Did you order pizza yet? Pepperoni. She grinned and took a sip of her soda. Sierra looked at Alex. Dennis is talking with him. They'll be in soon. His eyes met hers, and she felt his pain. What a tangled mess they'd made of their lives, and dragged their children right into the quagmire with them. If it doesn't happen tonight, Alex, we'll keep trying. All right? Don't give up on him. Please. Again. That look she couldn't decipher. I won't, he said bleakly. Smiling tremulously, she left their table and joined the others. When Clanton came in, Carolyn left the booth so her father could talk to him alone. She came straight to Sierra. Daddy said he'll take us to the movies and then to dinner. She kept up a stream of chatter about her father while Sierra watched Dennis and Clanton sit down in the booth with Alex. Dennis smiled and talked for a few minutes, undoubtedly trying to put his companions more at ease. Alex responded. She saw him smile. Odd how that hurt. When Dennis left them alone, Alex looked across at his son and started talking.
He talked for a long time.
Clanton just sat staring at Carolyn's empty soda glass. After a while, Alex didn't say anything more. He just sat looking at his son, grief and regret etched in the new lines around his eyes. He said a few more words. Clanton got up and left the booth. Alex raked a hand back through his hair and looked away. For the first time since he'd left her, Sierra felt compassion for her husband. Carolyn left with her father. Clanton spent most of the evening talking with Dennis. Noreen came and sat with Sierra. Children see things in black and white, Noreen said. Right and wrong. Good and evil. They're so sensitive to those things. The older we are, the more shades of gray we see. I don't know what to do. So much of this is my fault. He wants a divorce. Noreen put her hand over hers. Are you still in love with him? Sierra gave a mirthless laugh. I've been in love with Alex for as long as I can remember, and I'll probably love him until I die. But that doesn't change anything, does it? He said he's sick of me and in love with someone else. He's done everything possible to get me to agree to a divorce. In the beginning, I think I refused because I wanted to hurt him as much as he was hurting me. Then it was pure cussed stubbornness.
But now?
I don't know anymore. I just don't know. Noreen squeezed her hand. I don't know if this will help you or not. But my parents fought all the time when I was growing up. I used to cry myself to sleep hearing them scream at each other. They said they were staying together for us. My brother and me. I used to wish they'd get a divorce. Did they?
No.
Never. They're still together, and they're still fighting. They have other excuses now. And they still embarrass anyone who comes within 10 feet of them. I don't go home very often. Sierra remembered the fights she'd had with Alex. They hadn't screamed at one another, but the Cold War had gone on for months at a time. At what cost to their children? She'd been so caught up in her own pain. She'd been blind to theirs. And Alex's. Audra's words came back again, haunting her. 3 years I've watched you wallow in self-pity and keep up your temper tantrum. And it's been something to watch.
Sierra.
A real show. Sierra closed her eyes. God. Forgive me. She was right. I behaved so badly.
Lord.
What can I do to make things right again? How can I make amends? And the answer came, bringing with it a wave of pain. Let him go. Clanton said he had a stomachache and they went home early. While he took a long, hot bath, she sat in the living room, praying. She knew what she had to do. When she tucked Clanton into bed, she stroked the black hair back from his forehead. I love you so much, and I'm sorry I've made a mess of things. You didn't.
Oh.
Clanton. There's so much you don't understand. I pushed so hard for so long for what I wanted. I never stopped to consider what your father needed. Please don't do the same thing. You'll end up losing him the same way I did. He needs you, Clanton. He needs to be able to love you. What about you, Mom? I have you and Carolyn. I have Michael and his family. I have the Lord. What does your father have? Clanton? And I share the blame for it. I want to make things easier for all of us. They talked for over an hour. And Clanton agreed he'd talk to his father the next time he called. Relieved, Sierra took a long shower and changed into black leggings and a long forest green tunic. She was brushing her hair when the doorbell rang. Alex stood under the porch light, their daughter sound asleep in his arms. Where's her room? Down the hall, second door on the right, she said and stepped back. She watched him carry Carolyn down the hall. She followed, switching on the light. She pulled the comforter back. Alex lay Carolyn down gently, so she wouldn't awaken. Untying her tennis shoes, he slipped them off her feet. Sierra left the room as he drew the comforter up over his daughter and kissed her goodnight. Her heart was hammering when Alex came into the living room. He looked around. You didn't bring any of the new furniture with you. She could tell nothing from his tone, but it occurred to her then he might have wanted some of the things Bruce Davies had brought into the house they'd shared together. She saw another glaring mistake, another selfish act on her part. Roberta suggested I sell. She shook her head, embarrassed. She couldn't pass the blame on to Roberta. It had been her own decision, another act of defiance. I'm sorry, Alex. I never even considered asking if you wanted the furniture Bruce Davies. I didn't say I did, he said abruptly. He looked away from her and around the living room. Reminds me of the house in Windsor. His words came back to haunt her. There's a right way and a wrong way to decorate. She looked around, trying to see things from his perspective. She'd kept the sofa they'd bought during their first year of marriage, though she'd recovered it last month with green corduroy. She'd found the brightly colored throw pillows on sale in an import shop. She still had the hatch cover table. On it was a lead crystal platter with rocks the children had collected from a recent visit to the beach. The old brass lamps Alex had called ridiculous sat on modern end tables on each end of the sofa. She'd polished them to a golden glow and purchased new shades. In the corner, near the front window, was a tall, healthy fern. It was as far from Bruce Davies's kind of decorating as you could get. Nothing went together, but somehow the mix made everyone who walked in feel comfortable. At least, They said so. Two had even asked her to help decorate their homes. But how did it make Alex feel? "Would you like me to make some coffee?" she said for want of anything else. It's a little late for coffee. It was a little late for everything. Conceding. She nodded sadly. I guess it is. She picked up the long white envelope from the kitchen counter. I had a long talk with Clanton this evening after we got home. I think he understands things a little better now. Understands what? Alex said,
dark-eyed.
That our marriage breaking up wasn't solely your fault. He'll talk with you the next time you call. Taking a breath. She took a few steps toward him and held out the envelope. Eyes narrowed. He took it. What's this? The divorce papers you gave me. I signed them tonight. You can have your divorce, Alex. I won't fight you anymore. She hadn't realized the cost of those words, nor had she expected to see the look that came into his eyes. He wasn't relieved. As he searched her face intently, she used every ounce of her will to keep the tears back and to appear calm and accepting.
Oh,
God. Be with me. You are my hiding place. You are my shield. My ever-present help in times of trouble. And this hurts more than I ever thought possible. Why now? Alex said roughly. Because it's time. A time for all things. A time to love. A time to let go. A time to move on with her life and allow Alex to move on with his. It would have been easier on everyone if I'd done as you asked in the first place. I was hanging on to my anger and false hopes. I know now it only made things worse. For everyone. He looked at her for a long moment. You've changed. I hope so. He tucked the envelope inside his jacket pocket. She'd never seen him look so grim. He started to say something but shook his head. He walked to the door, opened it, and went out without a word. She closed the door quietly behind him and leaned her forehead against it. I'll trust in you, Lord. No matter how much it hurts. I'll trust you. When next Alex called, Clanton answered. Alex picked him up on Saturday, and they spent the full day together. The first since Alex had left. We are laid by in Ragtown with 20 other wagons. There is water here, and the animals have good grazing. James is letting me handle replenishing the supplies, while he has the wagon refitted. And I am getting my wash done. The place is named for all the clothing hanging on bushes. Even unmentionables. It is a sight to see. The Randolph party is heading out along the Truckee River tomorrow. They are eager to reach Sutter's Fort. They are answering Sutter's call for settlers. Several of the men here are Ohio farmers. The blacksmith with them fixed the rims on our wagon and sold us some spare bolts. I was hoping we would be traveling on with the Randolph party. It seems to me the more people, the less chance of trouble, but James thinks differently. He wants to wait and give the oxen time to fatten for the assault on the Sierras. The others agree. Kavanaugh gives no opinion one way or the other. I think he would speak up if it was a poor idea. So, I am somewhat comforted. Joshua is angry. He is eager to see what is over the mountains. I suppose it is a good thing we are waiting another day or two. Nellie should be stronger by then. Another day in that desert, and we would have been burying her. Nellie asked me to pray for her. All I could do was take her hand and say God help us.
She seemed satisfied with that.
She keeps on reminding me God has helped us this far. And I keep telling her we are not at the end of the trail yet. Our oxen have good grazing here. James is cutting grass and bundling it for fodder. It was good he did that along the Humboldt, or the animals never would have made the last 40 miles. I look up at the mountains and wonder if we can make it before winter hits. The wagon master of the Randolph party told us not to wait longer than a week. He said a party went through 2 years ago and got trapped in the winter snows. Most of them died, and those that did not were reduced to eating their kin. After hearing that story, I was ready to pack up our gear and set out right then. Kavanaugh rode ahead to find an easier route over the mountains. Joshua went with him. They have been gone 4 days. I am afraid something has happened to them. James said we will follow the trail left by the Randolph party until we hear otherwise. It is hard going. We crossed the Truckee 4 times and now have to dismantle the wagon and haul it up the mountain. Binger cracked 2 ribs when the windlass came loose, but we did not lose his wagon. Plenty of wood for fire. The air is cold at night, and the days are getting shorter. Joshua is keeping us in fresh food. He shot a deer. I have strips of meat drying on the wagon as we travel. I heard the most fearsome noise last night. Kavanaugh said it was a puma. I asked him what a puma was, and he said it is a mountain lion. James spotted a bear crossing the meadow this morning. I knew something was in the wind, because the oxen were nervous. Kavanaugh put himself between the wagons and the bear and had his sharps ready. That huge beast reared up on its back legs and scented the wind. I am thankful he knew better than to come closer. Kavanaugh just told me to pack the drying meat away, or the bear will come in for it. I have done so. James is standing guard. Stern will take the watch in another 2 hours. The children are settled under the wagon and sound asleep. I cannot sleep a wink for fear of that bear. It has been so long since I have felt safe. The last time I can remember was when I was a child, and my mama was still alive and well. I never knew the dangers that were around me while she lived. She was not even much afraid when the Sioux and Fox Indians were warring. She always said God was with us. I can remember hearing people talk about Black Hawk, but I was never afraid. I knew Mama and Papa would take care of me. And I knew God would too. I remember thinking Papa was the strongest man alive. All that changed so fast when Mama died. The McMurray family unraveled. Sometimes I find myself wondering how Mama felt about being so far from Galena and her dear sister. She lost 3 children on that homestead. I was too young to remember how they died, or when. But I remember the markers. Mama never talked about them other than to say I would meet 2 sisters and a brother in heaven someday. I remember Mama talking about Aunt Martha, too, but I cannot remember a single time when she talked about the life she led in Galena. And it must have been a charmed life with church socials and quilting parties and afternoon teas. She never talked much about my grandmother and grandfather either, except to tell me they both believed in Jesus and were in heaven, and I would meet them someday, too. Aunt Martha told me my grandfather made his money as a smelter, and Grandma was a good Christian woman. She died of consumption just like Mama did, and my grandfather died of brain fever. I never thought to ask more. I was so young, and it never seemed to matter. Now I have 100 questions, and will never know the answers to the least of them. The weather is turning cold. Beth is down with fever again. I wish Doc was here to tell me what to do. I don't want to lose her like I lost my little Deborah. Beth seems better. It snowed today. It did not stay on the ground around us but was still worrisome. We can see the mountains white above us. I have never seen anything so majestic and beautiful or terrifying. Kavanaugh said we have to push harder and make the foothills before the snows move down. James is sick with mountain fever. Matthew and I are driving the wagon while Hank tends what few stock we have left, and Beth sees after her father. Nellie is weak with dysentery. Kavanaugh has sent Joshua ahead with Binger Siddons and Ernst Holtz. They can move faster without us and bring us help. I could not help but cry when Joshua rode out of sight. He is slipping away from me a little more every day, and I do not know how to hold him. James says I have to let go of the boy. My head knows it, but my heart says different. I was his age when Sally Mae pushed him into the world. She died without ever looking at him. All his life, I have loved him. In a strange way, he is more part of me than my own babies. Maybe I love him so much because I had to fight so hard to keep him alive. I dream sometimes of him laying in his mother's blood, crying. I took him to my heart then, and will bear him there until my day's end. He clung to life when his mama did not care and his father wanted him dead. Now he is hungry for more of life, and I am afraid to let him go and find it. What I fear most is he will ride away and never come back.
Just like Matthew did.
Kavanaugh touched me last night. It was just a brush of his hand over my hair as I was sitting near the fire worrying about James. I know he did not mean for me to know he touched me, but I felt it just the same. Feelings came up inside me I can't describe. I did not look up at him afraid of what I would see in his eyes or he would see in mine. I have wondered on occasion why he agreed to be scout for us, and then why he said he decided to come along to California. Now I know. Maybe I knew the moment he looked at me in that mercantile back in Independence, and I have just been fooling myself. And James knows too, or he would not have said, if he dies I will be safe with Kavanaugh. James is sleeping better since his fever broke, and I am much relieved though still worried about him. He is slow in getting his strength back. Beth is doing better than her father. The mountain air seems to agree with her. She gathered flowers today and made a wreath for me. She is a dear, thoughtful child who always wants to please everyone. She watched over Deborah. Now she seems to watch over me. Matthew likes to tell stories. He is good at it. He will be happy when we get our land and I can dig through the trunk Aunt Martha bought me. His books are in it. Nellie lets me read from her Bible in the evening. It is noisy getting started because everyone wants to hear their favorite. Beth likes the story of Ruth best. Nellie's favorite is Esther. The boys would rather hear the battles of King David. Wells likes the story of Gideon. He says it shows how God can take a cowardly farmer and turn him into a mighty warrior able to save an entire nation from destruction. James says he just likes hearing me read. A great valley stretches out before us, and the land looks rich and green from fall rain. Joshua has come back to us and says we are 3 days from Sutter's Fort. We are all thankful the journey is almost over. We had happy surprises when we arrived at Sutter's Fort. Virgil Boone and Rookle Buckeye are here. They had a falling out with McLeod and left the train at Fort Hall. They followed the Snake south and followed the Humboldt by the same route we did, but they took the Carson River route over the mountains. They said they passed one of the most beautiful lakes in God's creation. They reached the fort 2 days ahead of us. Wells and Nellie are going to take land north of Sutter's Fort. They take the ferry across the river tomorrow. I am much aggrieved. I thought we would live near the Dones who have become such wonderful friends. But James told me this morning he has decided we will go clear to the Pacific. Sutter bought Fort Ross from the Russians and says the land is rich there for farming. If there is a ship waiting, my husband will want to board and sail until we reach China. And if he does, he will be going on alone. We said goodbye to the Dones this morning. I've been crying all day. James is not saying much. He is wise to keep his silence. Joshua and Kavanaugh have gone ahead to see the lay of the land. We saw Indians today. They are of the same kind we saw working at Sutter's Fort. They were gathering grain and roots in the marshes. The wind and rain is bitter cold. We have crossed a range of hills and come into another valley. Mexicans came upon us and said the land is taken by Mariano Vallejo. They said we are welcome to come and winter at his rancho. James assured them we are only passing through and thanked them for their kind invitation. He told them we are heading north until we find the Russian River. He asked where is a good crossing and they told him. Sutter told us the river will be low enough to cross easily if we reach it before the heavy rainfall. Joshua has gone ahead to see if that is so. The Russian River was wide but not too deep to ford. A day after we crossed, the skies opened up and it has been raining heavy upon us ever since. The river swelled so fast I could scarce believe it. Nellie would say God was with us, and that's why we made it across. Matthew is sick with fever. I have a touch of it myself. Each day gets harder. We are wintering in a valley northwest of the Russian River. The Russian fort is still days away, but I can go no further. I was sick in the wagon the day the decision was made to stay here. The cramps were hard upon me, and I was sure I was going to lose the baby. We stopped midday to let me rest. When we started out in the morning, there was a crack and the wagon dropped. When it did, 2 wheels split. Our axle is broken and 2 bolts are missing. James and the children have looked all day for them and cannot find them, and we have no spares. I have not said so, but I am relieved we can go no further. If the axle had not broken, we would still be westering. It is like a fever in James. He thinks what is over the next mountain will be better than what is here. This is good land with timber for building and plenty of water. What more does he want? Kavanaugh is gone. He and James had a falling out. It almost came to blows. It all started because James wants to go on to Fort Ross. He was all for leaving the wagon and packing the rest of the way, but Kavanaugh would not let him. He said, "Mary Catherine has gone as far as she can go, man. Have you no eyes in your head?" And James got all red in the face and told him I was none of his business. Kavanaugh said that might be so, but it was time to build a shelter and wait out winter. James accused him of tampering with the wagon. Kavanaugh said nothing to that. James ordered him to leave.
So he did.
He got on his horse and rode away without so much as a by your leave. I wonder if he did do what James says. If so, I am grateful to him. This child bears down upon me as the others never did. Another day, and I would have lost it, and maybe died as well. James is talking about building a cabin. It will be hard work, but I am eager to have a roof over my head again. I do not want this baby born in a covered wagon. I am feeling much stronger. Staying in one place does wonders for a body. James still talks of moving on after the baby comes. I hope he will change his mind. I keep telling him this is good rich, dark soil, with plenty of earthworms and few rocks. We will not find better to build our home. James has started breaking the wagon down. He is going to rebuild it into 2 carts like the Mormons use. He said we still have 2 good wheels and not much left to carry. I guess I will be walking again. We ain't going anywhere. Looks like we're just going to die right here. One by one. James is dead. I don't know what to do. I can make no sense of anything. I cannot even think. God, why do you hate me so much? Chapter 19. I'm waiting for someone, Sierra told the waitress. A glass of water will be fine until she arrives, providing Audra came at all. It had taken the better part of 2 days for Sierra to gather enough nerve to call Audra and ask her to lunch. She'd expected Audra to refuse or say something painful. Instead, she had said simply, "Where?" Sierra hadn't been prepared for that. "Wherever you'd like. The club. 1 o'clock on Thursday." "Is that all right? 11:30 would be better for me."
Audra.
"I'll be on my lunch hour." "Fine," she said in a clipped voice. "I'll be there." Sierra arrived early and saw Meredith sitting alone in the lounge. She joined her for a few minutes, reminiscing and catching up on news. "That makes 3 of us," Meredith said when Sierra told her she and Alex were getting a divorce. "Eric dumped me for a younger, richer model. And Lorraine finally divorced Frank. Luckily, she got herself a first cabin attorney. She's on a Caribbean cruise right now. And guess who's paying for it? How's Ashley?" Sierra said. "Sorry to hear so many sad tidings. Bulimic. She collapsed a few weeks ago and is in counseling now. She looks like she's a survivor of the Holocaust." A few minutes before Audra was due to arrive, Sierra wrote out her new address and telephone number.
Please call.
"I'd love to have you come for dinner. Mondays and Fridays are best for me. Pick a date and let me know." Meredith looked at her with a bemused smile. "I might just surprise you and take up your invitation." Sierra bent and kissed her cheek. She was checking on her reservation when Audra arrived. Blushing, she extended her hand. "Hello, Audra." After a brief hesitation, Audra took her hand. "It's good to see you again, Sierra. Your table is ready, Mrs.
Madrid."
"Right this way." They sat in a quiet alcove between some ferns. Sierra had asked for a private table and given the young man a healthy tip to ensure it. Audra didn't say anything after she ordered white wine. Sierra ordered a lemon lime. Maybe it would settle her stomach. Taking a breath, she blew it out slowly and lifted her head. "I've had a lot of time to think things over,
Audra."
You were right about everything. Not the least of which, you were right about the way I treated you. I wanted to apologize to you in person." Audra stared at her for a long moment. "Well," she said slowly, "I came prepared to defend myself. I've gone over my side of our conversation 100 times over the last few days. One word of condemnation, and I could have nailed your ears to the wall. And here you go, taking the wind right out of my sails." She lifted her wineglass. "Congratulations." Sierra didn't know what to make of her words. She'd known this meeting would be difficult. Clenching her hands together, she prepared herself for whatever Audra had to say. She'd keep silent and listen if it killed her. Audra gave a soft, mirthless laugh. "I am a snob, Sierra. I am a social climber. The one thing I've always wanted and found absolutely impossible is to fit in. The only person in this world who really loves me is Stephen.
God knows why.
From the time I was a child, I've had one great talent: alienating people." She fumbled with her silverware and then, as though catching herself in a terrible faux pas, put her hands in her lap. She looked across the table, directly into Sierra's eyes, and tipped her chin. "Sometimes, I'd see a look on your face that made me cringe inside. That time on Rodeo Drive, for example, when I bought that ridiculously expensive dress and asked you why you didn't buy something, too. I don't even know why I did it. To put you in your place, I suppose. But you looked at me, and for just an instant I saw myself through your eyes. It wasn't pretty." Her hand shook slightly as she lifted the glass of white wine again. "So, for whatever it's worth to you, Sierra, I apologize too. Truce." Sierra felt a sudden rush of warmth toward this woman she'd always seen as her enemy. She caught a glimpse of Audra's insecurities and loneliness and ached for her. Lifting her glass of lemon lime, she smiled. "I think we can do better than that,
Audra."
We can be friends." When Audra said Alex and Elizabeth didn't seem to be getting along, Sierra asked that Alex be considered a forbidden subject. It's over.
Audra.
He's with someone else. It hurts to talk about him. It's not over until you're divorced. I signed the papers for him last week. It's only a matter of time. An odd look crossed Audra's face. For a moment, she seemed desperate to offer some advice. Then, showing uncharacteristic sensitivity, she changed the subject. They parted amicably. Audra said lunch would be on her next time. I'll take you to La Sierra. You will not, Sierra said with a laugh. One of the things that used to bother me most was knowing I couldn't reciprocate. So you can treat me next time. If you like. But after that, we're going Dutch and someplace the average Joe can afford, or we don't go anywhere at all.
Oh.
All right, Audra said, pretending to be annoyed. Sierra returned to work feeling elated. She had gone to lunch expecting to face Audra's disdain and condemnation. Instead, she had come away with a new friend. One she might have had 3 years ago if she hadn't been so caught up in herself. When she arrived home, the children were already there. Clanton working on his math at the kitchen table while Carolyn talked on the telephone to Pamela. Marcia says to say hi. Mom. Tell her hello back and remind her we're going shopping this Saturday. Alex was taking Clanton to Magic Mountain again. Friday afternoons. He always picked up Carolyn and spent the evening with her. Dropping her purse on the counter, Sierra slid onto one of the kitchen stools and began opening the mail. In the pile was a course catalog from a local junior college. Scanning it, she saw several business courses that would help her at her job. While practical, they didn't look as interesting as one titled Creative Decorating on a Limited Budget. She chuckled. Now, there was a course that sounded right up her alley. But she'd already done all the decorating she could afford for the time being, and she had several projects that were yet to be completed. The old armoire that had belonged to Alex's parents was stripped and ready for staining, and she had the fabric she wanted to cover the wing chairs. She'd also bought the acrylics to start on the flower and leaf trim she'd drawn for Carolyn's bedroom.
Tossing the catalog aside,
she picked up the bill for her car insurance. Since she had traded in the BMW for a Saturn, her rates had dropped drastically. Carolyn hung up and slid off the stool, opening the refrigerator. I'm hungry. What's for dinner? Sierra grinned. How about hot dogs with macaroni and cheese for a change?
Ah. Mom.
Can't we order Chinese tonight? Not tonight, honey, she said, opening a letter from Alex's parents. She wrote to them once a week, as she'd always done. They were inviting her and the children to spend Thanksgiving with them. Maria tactfully mentioned Alex had plans to go east this year. When she finished the letter, she left it out so the children could read it. It was a long drive to Healdsburg,
but it was time.
She hadn't been home since her mother died. The telephone rang again. It's for you, Mom. She took it. Hello. Marcia said you signed the divorce papers. Her heart jumped at the sound of Ron's voice. News travels fast, she said, keeping her tone light. I heard about it the day Marcia did. I waited this long so you'd have a chance to adjust. Sliding off the stool, she put the kettle on. Audra claimed there was nothing like a cup of herbal tea to settle jumpy nerves. Ron asked about the children and her new home. She didn't have to ask where he'd gotten her telephone number. Marcia would have given it to him 3 weeks ago, along with the news of her divorce. Do you see Alex very often? When he stops by to pick up one or both of the children, she said, sensing his caution with her. He was sensitive enough not to ask if Alex was planning to marry Elizabeth Longford. Ron told her Judy's baby was crawling and Arlene had taken 2 weeks vacation in Baja. She came back tanned and sassy, Sierra laughed. She'd forgotten how easy it was to talk to him. Relaxing, she asked about several of the teenagers she'd worked with while at Outreach. He told her one was back in high school, and another had moved to Kansas to live with her grandmother. He filled her in about several others who had entered the program. They talked for over an hour before Ron said, "I'd like to take you to dinner Friday evening," and obliterated Sierra's sense of security and ease. "I don't know."
Ron.
"I'm not sure I'm ready. I'm asking you to dinner."
Sierra.
"I'm not asking you to marry me. I know, but I have a feeling the one might lead to the other." He gave a soft laugh. "That was frank. Am I that transparent? You were open and honest."
Ron.
"I was blind and stupid. You were trying to keep your life together. I'm still trying." "Welcome to the human race," he said. "Look, what if I promise I won't even try to hold your hand for 6 months? Unless you give me permission to do so." "Of course." She laughed. "It would be such a relief not to have to fight men off," she said dryly. He teased her for the next 5 minutes, making light of her concerns in order to alleviate them. "Give me some time to think about it," she said finally, noticing the way the children were looking at her. They knew it wasn't their father on the telephone. "I'll call you Friday." She had a feeling Ron knew Friday evenings and Saturdays were Alex's time with the children and her time alone to think. Marcia knew, and it seemed whatever she knew, Ron knew.
"Who was that?"
Clanton said when she hung up the phone. "Ron Pyroso." "Hey. Are we going sailing again?" She looked at her 2 children and saw the idea didn't seem to bother them in the slightest. "Maybe. I've been going over it again and again in my mind. I want to figure out what could have happened." James said he was going down to the stream to try to catch some fish for supper. When he did not come back by dusk, I sent Hank to fetch him. Hank came running back screaming Papa was in the creek and would not get up.
"He was dead when I got to him."
It took the 2 of us to pull James up onto the bank. He was white and bloated and had a cut on his forehead. He must have slipped on a rock, fallen, and hit his head. He must have been knocked senseless. How else could he have drowned in less than a foot of water? Events are plaguing me. I cannot think of anything but the horrible thing I did to James. I had to use the horse to drag James's body home. I washed and dressed him in clean clothes to prepare him for burial. I was so tired by the time I finished. I could do no more until morning. Joshua dug the grave, but it took all of us working together to half carry, half drag James to his resting place. I knew it would be a fearsome thing to get him in it, and did not want the children to see. Worst of all, I could not leave the blanket on James. We have none to spare, and winter upon us. So, I told Joshua to take them back to the wagon. I unrolled James out of the blanket, and he went down into the earth with a terrible thud. And then I cursed him. I was so mad at him that I had to do it. I cursed him for dying and leaving us. I cursed and wept and covered him over with dirt. And now I can't stop thinking about him down there in the cold. How could you leave me like this, James? How could you bring me and our babies 2,000 miles and then die at the end of the trail? I should have listened to Aunt Martha and married Thomas Atwood Houghton. I would have been living in a nice warm house with plenty of food. My children would be warm, fed, and safe. You never even thought of building us a cabin, and now we are left here in the wilderness shivering in what is left of our wagon. You never thought about how few supplies we have left and winter on us. You just had to keep looking west, didn't you, James? You just had to keep on wondering what was over the hills. You never had a single thought what would happen to us if anything happened to you, and what will happen to our children if I die having this baby you put in me. I hate you. James Addison Farr. I hope you rot in hell for what you have done to us. I don't mean it. I'm so scared.
James.
What am I going to do without you? Where do I go to find help? How are we going to survive in this wild place? There is this terrible silence without you. This ache inside that gets heavier every day. Better had it been me who died. You would have known what to do to keep the rest alive. I used the last of our salt pork and flour this morning. The rain is heavy upon us. The cold goes into my bones. Joshua says we should go on to the fort. I am too sick to make it. I told him to take the children and go. We ate the last of our beans tonight. Joshua leaves in the morning for Fort Ross. Hank, Matthew, and Beth will not leave me. Joshua said he will ride west as far as the ocean, and then head north. He is riding James's horse and taking his own for packing. I gave him what money we had left for supplies. It was the last of what Aunt Martha gave me. God, please, help him find his way there and back to us. Joshua has been gone 4 days. We have no food and no ammunition. The fish are not biting. God, I won't ask you to help me. But please help my children. You must be watching over us.
God.
I can think of no other reason for the strange occurrence. A grizzly came into our meadow. I called a warning to the children. The boys made it to the wagon, but Beth froze. I told her to run, but she was too scared to move with that she-demon coming straight for her and making a roar from hell itself. I never even stopped to think. I just started running for her and praying. Oh, God, did I pray? Out loud. The words just came pouring out of me in pure terror. I have not prayed so hard since Mama was sick. And you answered. You told me to sing to that beast from hell, and I did. Oh, I did. I thought I must be going crazy with fear, but I did it anyway. I remember Now McLeod told the men guarding the stock once to sing to the animals during a storm. And we were in the midst of a storm, hard rain, thunder and lightning, and that terrible beast coming from the woods. I sang loud enough to wake James. I sang whatever came into my head, mostly hymns Aunt Martha used to play on the piano, and Mama taught me. Hymns I had not sung in years. They come back. The bear was up on 2 hind legs and only 20-some feet from us. I thought we were dead for sure. That grizzly was eager to tear us limb from limb, and there I stood with Beth tucked behind me singing like a crazy woman. But that bear stopped. Oh, Lord, she did. She came down and cocked its head and looked at me. I did not look it in the eyes but up at heaven, singing with all my might. The beast moved its head back and forth. I was afraid my voice would dry up, but it did not. The words kept coming back to me, one hymn after another. The bear stayed right there and listened for so long, I thought my hair was turning white. And then she just lumbered off, calm and quiet as you please, and disappeared into the woods. I sank down on my knees and laughed and wept and held Beth to me. She said, Mama. It was a miracle. And all I could say was, yes. A blessed miracle. I feel changed inside myself. Something gave way or cracked open or something.
Oh.
Jesus. You are there. Mama was right after all. Chapter 20. Sierra had always loved walking along Matheson Street in the fall. The trees were orange and gold. The light breeze crisp. The air clear. She'd taken the children down to the plaza and bought them donuts from the deli while they wandered around, looking in shop windows. Now, going up the steps of the old house, she felt the tug of grief again. When they drove up the drive last night, she'd expected to enter a cold, empty house. Instead, someone had turned on the furnace. A fire was going in the parlor, the screen in place, and wood in the basket. In the kitchen was a Pyrex dish of warm enchiladas and a note from Alex's mother. "We look forward to seeing you and our grandchildren tomorrow. Dinner at 3.
Love.
Maria and Luis." She called them to let them know she and the children had arrived safely and to thank them for their thoughtfulness. "Your brother gave us the key," Maria said. "We left it under the mat on the back porch." She called her brother to let him and Melissa know she'd arrived. "We'll come by tomorrow morning," Mike said. "There's something I need to talk over with you." "It's important." "What time?" 11. "We're supposed to go to Melissa's parents for turkey dinner. We'll have to leave by 1 to get there on time." 11 it is. She and the children had just shrugged out of their coats when Mike unlocked the door and his family poured in. For a few minutes, all Sierra could hear were the excited voices of reuniting cousins. She kissed her niece and nephews and announced she had brought back a bag of donuts from the deli. Mike got right to the point. "A couple wants to buy the house and turn it into a bed and breakfast." Sierra's stomach dropped. "Buy the house." They've been looking for property in the area for over a year. They liked this house. Apparently, they stopped by once. And Mom invited them in for coffee and cookies. She gave them the grand tour, but said she wasn't interested in selling. She told them to check back in a year or 2. They took her at her word and came by a week ago. When they found out Mom had passed away, they traced me through the church pastor. "Did you tell them we don't want to sell?" Sierra said. Mike exchanged a look with Melissa. He sat down and leaned forward, his hands clasped between his knees.
"No.
I didn't. I wanted to talk it over with you first. I thought you loved the house as much as I do." "I do,
sis.
But I've already got a home in Ukiah. My business is there. If I were to sell out and move, I'd want to go farther north to Garberville. Or Oregon. I haven't the money to hang on to this place for sentimental reasons." Sierra got up and walked over to the fireplace. She ran her hand along the dusty mantel and looked at the old Seth Thomas mantel clock. It had run down months ago. Even with the furnace on, the house had a musty smell of disuse. The only other alternative is to rent the place out. And I don't want to do that either. I've heard nothing but horror stories from friends who've rented property and had their places destroyed. The law being what it is. Someone can move in and wreck a place before you get them out. Melissa rose. "I'll make some coffee," she said softly and left the room. Sierra knew her sister-in-law was making it clear to both of them that she had no say in their decision. It was up to them what they did about the house. Her family had lived in Sonoma County for over 100 years. Mary Catherine McMurray had been the first one to put down roots in the fertile soil now covered by tract houses. Ah yes, Mary Catherine McMurray, who had come with all the eagerness and joy that she herself had felt when Alex had moved her to Los Angeles. "Do you want the house?" "Sis."
"Oh.
God. Do I have to give up my home? You know how much I love this old house. What do you want me to do?" Again, the answer was clear. "Let go." "Sierra?" She leaned her head against the edge of the mantel. What choice was there? No matter how much I want it, it's beyond possible. I don't have enough left of my inheritance to buy out your share in it, and then there are the taxes. She lowered her hands and turned. And I just bought my condo. I'd take a loss if I tried to sell it now with the market being what it is. That's why I got it for such a good price in the first place. And then, if it did sell, I'd be out of work up here. "Do you want the house?" he said again. She knew her brother would bend over backward to make things easier on her. even at cost to his own family finances. "I want what's best for all of us," she said quietly. "So, what do you think that means?" She forced a smile for his sake. "What's this couple like?" A look of relief filled her brother's face, so that she knew exactly what he wanted. No more burdens to bear. And could she blame him? She was the one living in Los Angeles, too far away to pitch in and help with maintaining the house. He had been taking care of everything since their mother had died. They're nice people in their mid-40s, financially set. They've been living in San Jose for the past 22 years. They have 2 children, a boy and girl. The boy's off at Bible college, studying to be a pastor. The daughter's married with a baby on the way. Jack's hobby is woodcrafting. And Rika's into gardening. Sierra thought of her mother's backyard going wild. It would be nice having someone pour love back into it and make it bloom again. Had Mom invited these people in for coffee and cookies and given them a grand tour? Hadn't she been the one to say come back in a year or 2?
She'd known she'd be gone by then.
Full realization struck her, tightening her throat with tears. "It's just like Mom to tie up all the loose ends, isn't it?" she said with a smile. "Yeah," Mike said, his voice husky with emotion. "So," she said more lightly, "do you have their number?" He nodded. "Why don't you call and ask if they'd like to come up on Saturday, and we'll talk turkey?" He laughed, his eyes moist.
"Sure."
She debated telling Maria and Luis the next day. They were upset enough over Alex's broken marriage, without adding to their worries of never seeing their grandchildren. One word about selling the Matheson Street house and Thanksgiving would be ruined for Maria, who lived for her children and grandchildren. There were a dozen running around when Sierra arrived. Clanton and Carolyn piled out of the Saturn and joined in the games. They remembered their Spanish, picking it up as though they'd been jabbering it nonstop at home. Luis hugged her tightly when she came into the house and then kissed her on both cheeks. She hadn't seen him since Alex had left her, and his greeting brought a lump to her throat. Maria was right behind him, crying and talking in rapid-fire Spanish. Alex's brothers and sisters treated her with the warmth they always had. His older brother, Miguel, a vintner for one of the Sonoma wineries, even flirted outrageously with her. His sister, Alma, let it slip that Alex had brought Elizabeth Longford home for a few days to meet the family. Papa wouldn't let them stay here. He said Alex could take her to a motel room, but he wouldn't have them sleeping together under his roof. Alex rented a suite at the DoubleTree. She refused to come back with him the next day. Alex and Papa had words. He's called and talked to Mama, but I don't think he and Papa have talked since. Grandfather. Father. Son. Sierra changed the subject, but Alex's name kept coming up. And then he called. He talked to his mother. Then he talked to Clanton and Carolyn. Papa went outside for a walk. When he came back, Alex had long since hung up. For the rest of the evening, she could feel Luis watching her. Maria,
too.
God, how much we hurt others without even thinking about it. We think we can make a decision without it tearing other people's hearts in two. Sierra took Clanton and Carolyn aside when she found an opportunity. How would you feel about coming and spending a few weeks with your grandparents next summer? From their eager responses, she knew she could approach Luis and Maria about the idea. She found the chance while helping Maria wash and put away dishes. Would you and Luis like to have Clanton and Carolyn spend a few weeks with you next summer? Maria started to cry.
Sí, she said.
As often as possible. What about Christmas? Sierra hugged her. We can't come Christmas,
Mama.
We're in a pageant at the church.
Easter.
We'll come for Easter. If that's all right with you.
Sí.
You come home Easter. Most of the relatives had already headed home to Santa Rosa or Cloverdale or the Bay Area where they lived. Clanton and Carolyn were the last of the younger generation lounging around in the small, neat country house on the edge of the vineyard. The family is scattering, Maria said, teary as each one left. Alex off in Connecticut. Mama, Louise hissed and gave Sierra an apologetic look. It's all right, Papa, Sierra said, trying to ease their discomfort. I know about it. The children reported everything, even when she wished they wouldn't. Luis walked her to the car. When are you and the niños leaving? Sunday morning. Early. It's a long drive. I'm going to 6 o'clock Massachusetts. He looked old and hurt, and she loved him unbearably. She kissed his cheek. We'll meet you there. He cupped her cheek. My son is a fool. Sierra's eyes filled.
No, Papa.
I was the fool. Dear Lord, since that bear I have been thinking. And I have been looking and seeing lots of things different from before.
It is like something changed inside me.
It seems to me everything around me now cries out you are here. You have put your stamp on every created thing. I can hear Mama from so long ago pointing out flowers and trees and birds and animals and saying how they are all gifts from you. She said to me once that you decorated the world from the depths of the sea to the heavens just for us. Maybe I am wrong, but I do not think you did all that purely for our pleasure. I think now you did it so we could see you. I see things differently now, Lord, and spent a good part of my day choked up with grief over the hard things I have said about you. It rained today, and I kept thinking how it washes everything clean and the earth drinks and becomes fertile. Aunt Martha used to talk so much about the word being a double-edged sword revealing to us our sins so that we could confess and ask forgiveness and receive your mercy and grace. That part always eluded me. Now it seems to ring in my ears day and night. And I was thinking too about time. I suppose you do not have need of it, being God and all. But I am glad I have more of it. The fog last night reminded me of how clouded my thinking has been where you are concerned, Jesus. I could feel the oppressing fears that have been my companion for so long closing in again like that misty gray blanket. I was awake most of the night worrying over so many things. And then dawn came pink and orange and took my breath away and the fear with it. How could I think of dying and my children starving before such glory? A good night's sleep is a precious thing.
Lord.
Sometimes I am so tired I ache for rest and sink into a cottony place where even hard ground feels like a feather bed. Maybe tonight will be like that now that I have told you what has been on my mind. I guess if you heard my prayer over that bear, Lord, you can hear me about this. We are hungry, Jesus. We made do with 2 fish Hank caught today, and I am thankful to you for them. But it is not enough to keep us going. So, I am asking you again to save us from death. Please, Lord, help us again, or we will starve just like those poor folks who did not make it through the mountains. Chapter 21. What happened? Sierra said when Clanton unlocked the door and walked in at 3 in the afternoon on Saturday instead of 10 in the evening when Alex usually brought him home. He dropped me off, he said, slinging his backpack onto the wing chair she'd just finished recovering. Did you have a fight? Not with him. The look of defiance on his face and swelling across his left eye made her stomach drop. Had Alex hit him? Did you say something to Elizabeth?
Yeah.
You could say that. But she said something to me first. What? She told me to take out the garbage. He gave a defiant snort. Yeah, right, like I'm the one living there all week. I told her she could take out her own trash. I'm not her personal servant. Then she launched into this lecture on how she had to give up every Saturday with Alex so he could be with his snarly, snot-nosed son. She could feel the heat of anger rising and fought to remain calm. Were those her exact words? Elizabeth worked with Alex every day of the week. She spent every night in his bed. She had him all to herself on Sundays. And she was complaining about the one measly day a week he spent with his 2 children?
Didn't you?
Close, Clanton said, giving her an odd look when she winced. She called me a half-breed, so I told her what she was.
Oh.
Lord, Sierra murmured and sat down on the couch. What did you call her? You know what I called her. I said it in Spanish, but I guess she got the point. What did you expect? She started in on you. His eyes glittered. She said the reason Daddy left was because you were a dull housewife with no brains and no class. And it looked like I took after you. So I told her she wasn't any better than a common hooker, just a little more expensive on the upkeep. She slapped me across the face and called me a foul-mouthed, uncouth little wetback. His eyes lost the heat of anger and glistened with hurt. I didn't see Dad standing in the doorway. I've never seen him look so mad. He told me to get my things. He was taking me home. And she just stood there, smirking. Sierra ached for him. She remembered the way Alex had looked at her the day he'd left. She'd never known a man whose eyes could be so hot and cold at the same time. Did he say anything to you on the way home? Nothing, he said softly. He turned away slightly, but she'd already seen his tears. I'm going to my room. Sierra wanted to call Alex and give him a piece of her mind about the fiasco. She wanted to take Elizabeth Longford into a ring and pulverize her. A wetback. A plague on her. Lord, forgive my wrath, Father, but I'd like to rip her heart out. If she didn't do something, she'd explode. Clanton? I'm going for a walk. I'll be back in a little while. Her walk turned into a run. And by the time she returned, she was streaming sweat, her lungs heaving, her heart pounding like a kettle drum. She leaned over the kitchen sink, gasping for air, and splashed water on her hot face. She drank a few sips of water. The telephone rang. Snatching the kitchen towel from the oven handle, she dried her hands. It rang again. If it was a telephone sales call, they were going to wish they'd picked another number. As it turned out, she barely said hello before Alex was making demands. Let me talk to Clanton.
God.
Help. If you can cool me off.
Cool me off fast.
Why? She said tautly. She wasn't ready to hand her son over to Alex again. Not for a long time. Why were you breathing like that? Because I went out for a run. Okay? A hard run. It was either that or buy a shotgun and shoot 2 people. She slammed the phone down. It rang again. She gritted her teeth.
Turning.
She caught a glimpse of her face in the glass front of the cupboard-mounted microwave. Amazing. No steam coming out her ears. But she looked rabid enough to begin frothing at the mouth. Clanton came out of his bedroom. Aren't you going to answer it? Mom? It might be Dad. It is Dad. If you want to talk to him, you answer it. Because if I do, I'm going to tell him what he can do with himself, and that broad he's living with. She stalked off down the hallway and went into her bedroom. The telephone stopped ringing. She could hear Clanton's voice, subdued, scared, his heart in Alex's hands. He didn't say much more than hello. Apparently, Alex wanted to do all the talking. She clenched her hands, wanting to pick up the extension and listen to the other end of the conversation. Instead, she sat on the bed and prayed through clenched teeth. Strike them with lightning.
Lord.
Open the earth and swallow them. Alex and Clanton didn't talk long. Expecting to have to pick up the pieces, Sierra came out to find her son rummaging through the refrigerator. "What did he say?" she asked, surprised that he was hungry. She always lost her appetite after a big fight. Clanton straightened, a carton of milk in one hand and a Tupperware container of cold homemade enchiladas in the other. He said he wasn't mad at me, but it was going to be a week or two before he could see me again. And that's it. He shrugged, set the milk on the counter, and put the entire Tupperware container into the microwave. Sierra heard from Audra before Alex called again. He left her. "Excuse me?" Sierra said, startled. Audra hadn't even identified herself before blurting out the news. "Alex left Elizabeth," she said. "He packed everything and walked out on her last Saturday. They had a huge brouhaha over something. And this after Vesuvius erupted in Connecticut." What had happened in Connecticut? She didn't have a chance to ask before Audra rushed on. Alex came in Monday morning looking like thunder and told Steve to assign someone else to his work. He doesn't want her within 10 feet of him. She came in an hour later. Steve talked with her briefly. He wouldn't tell me what was said, other than that she gave notice and left. Where's Alex living? In a hotel in Beverly Hills, I think. Do you want his number? I could get it for you. Sierra thought about it for a moment.
No.
He'll call when he's ready. He told Clanton he'd be in touch with him and Carolyn in a week or two. You don't want to talk to him? I've said enough already. As usual. Alex didn't call. He came by. Not on a Friday evening, but on Saturday in the pouring rain. She heard the doorbell ring and Carolyn and Clanton talking to someone. They knew not to let strangers in, so she assumed it was one of their friends stopping by or her neighbor, Frances, with another delicious treat she'd concocted as an experiment for her gourmet cooking class. Nice. Her heart jumped at the sound of his voice. Luckily, she was firmly planted on the ladder, where she was just dabbing the last touches of gold acrylic paint on the sunflower design she'd drawn along the wall of her bedroom. She'd completed half of it over the last 2 weeks. She looked over her shoulder and saw Alex leaning against the door jamb, watching her. I wasn't expecting you. Amazing how calm she sounded. I know. His glance flickered over her. Sighing inwardly, she looked away. The last thing she needed was his disdain. Why did he always have to catch her looking like someone who had crawled out of a bag of rummage sale rejects? She brushed a strand of hair back from her eyes, wondering how much paint she had smudged on her face. She had at least a dozen stains on her paint shirt, and her cut-off Levi's should have been trashed years ago. There was a hole under the right back pocket big enough that he'd be able to see the cotton-flowered underpants she wore underneath. Are you taking the children out? She said, feigning indifference. Maybe someday her heart wouldn't leap into her throat at the sight of him. When he didn't say anything, she looked back at him and found him staring at her canopy bed. She felt the heat come up into her cheeks when he looked up at her again. What happened to ours? I sold it. Had he winced, or was she just imagining it? He looked around the room. I guess it would not have fit in here anyway. His glance halted abruptly on the old arm where she'd refinished. He'd moved it into the garage when Bruce Davies had redone the house, intending to take it to the dump. He'd left before he had the chance. Something flickered across his face as he looked up at her again, his eyes barely grazing hers. "I need to talk to you," he said grimly, and went out. She shut her eyes for a minute and then gathered her brushes, balanced her easel, and went down the ladder. She put everything down on the drop cloth and went into the bathroom to wash her hands. Glancing up into the mirror, she saw tendrils of sandy blonde hair curling in all directions. A smudge of green was across one cheek, some brown on her nose. Picking up the soap and washcloth, she scrubbed her face. That done, she debated changing into clean clothes and dismissed the idea. Raking her hands back through her hair, she French braided it quickly. When she came into the living room, she found Alex looking at Mary Catherine's quilt, which she'd mounted on the wall. Audra had taken her to a museum a few weeks ago, and she'd seen a quilt mounted in the same way. Liking the effect, she'd promptly come home, purchased material to make a sleeve, and bought a wooden drapery rod. Audra had been impressed when she saw what Sierra had done. Even better, they'd spent the better part of an hour talking about the quilt. "It belonged to Mary Catherine McMurray," she said to Alex. "She was a relative of mine who came across the plains by wagon train. She settled in Sonoma County in 1848. That's her trunk at the end of the couch. It served as a side table." She winced, realizing the old brass lamps Alex hated so much sat on top of it. Naturally, she had to draw his attention to it. He didn't say a word. The condo rang with silence. Frowning, she realized what was wrong. "Where are the children? I asked them to make themselves scarce for a little while. Clanton said he'd play billiards at the clubhouse. And Carolyn said you wouldn't mind if she went to Susan's." She was immediately filled with trepidation. Why would he send the children off unless he was going to say something to her he knew she wouldn't like? What could he want?
Oh, God.
The children. "Don't look at me like that,
Sierra."
"Like what?" "Like a deer caught in headlights. I'm not planning to run over you." She turned away and went into the kitchen. "Would you like some coffee?" Her mind was racing. She didn't even notice if he answered yes or no. She wished she had read the divorce papers over more carefully. What had they said about custody of the children? "I'm not living with Elizabeth anymore," Audra told me. She fumbled in the cabinet for coffee and filters. "Audra? I didn't think you even spoke to her anymore. We get together for lunch every few weeks." "Since when?" he said in surprise. She measured coffee. "Since I took her to lunch and apologized." Alex came over and sat on a stool on the other side of the breakfast counter. She could feel him looking at her, like a bug under glass. She poured water into the coffee maker, refusing to look back at him. "What do you and Audra talk about?" he said carefully. "We don't talk about you, Alex. That was one of the first ground rules I laid down." She shrugged. "She broke it last week." "Did she tell you what happened?" She said Elizabeth quit and went back east. "I moved out after the little altercation with Clanton." "Can we talk about something else, please?" she said, uncomfortable. She didn't want to hear about his love affair with Elizabeth Longford. She didn't want to hear about his broken heart. She didn't want to hear about how difficult things were for him. She wanted him to get to the point and leave so she could breathe normally again. "I want to spend more time with my children. Here it comes," she thought. "You're shaking," he said softly. "I'm not giving you custody, Alex. Whatever it said in those papers I signed and gave you, I'm not." He lifted his hands. "Relax. I'm not asking for that. I wouldn't. They're happy with you. I just want." His voice trailed off, and he uttered a soft curse, dragging his hands back through his hair. He looked at her again, and she noticed the lines around his eyes and mouth, the unveiled pain in his eyes. I just want a chance to be a part of their lives again. A couple of hours on Friday with Carolyn and a few on Saturday with Clanton isn't enough. She almost reminded him that was more than he'd spent with them before he left her and moved in with Elizabeth.
Lord, keep me silent.
Make my words sweet. Help me see his side of things more clearly and with more compassion than I have in the past.
Give me your eyes, Father.
Alex searched her face when she said nothing. Turning her back on him, she took 2 mugs down from the cupboard and filled them with coffee. She didn't invite him back into the living room. She liked having the breakfast bar between them. Thanks, he said flatly and put his hands around the mug as though to warm them. She couldn't remember ever seeing him nervous before. You can see the children whenever you want, Alex. As long as you don't prevent them from continuing what they're doing. Such as, he said, eyes narrowed slightly. They both go to church youth group on Wednesday nights. Which church? The issue of religion had never been important to either of them.
Now,
it was of tantamount importance to her. The church where we were playing baseball. He thought about it for a minute. Troubled. Mama said you went to Mass with my father. The children went to catechism in Windsor. I know. Are they still going? Oh God. Help me. I don't want to start a war with Alex. But I want my children to have a personal relationship with you. I don't want them to have to go through a priest or be bound by guilt or penitence. No, she said, clasping her own mug between both hands as he had done. We're happy in this church. Alex. You don't think God's in a Catholic church? She felt the weight of Madrid family tradition behind his question. These were his children. I think God is wherever he chooses to be, Alex. Catholic or Protestant, it doesn't matter. When I sit with your father and mother, I know they love the Lord as much as I do. They've loved him longer and harder. But this church is where I found my way home. Alex. It's where the children are learning the meaning of Christ's love. These people aren't just friends. They're like family. Dennis especially. I'd be dead, and Clanton still wouldn't be speaking to you if not for him. He frowned heavily. Eyes fixed on her. What do you mean?
Dead.
She smiled, shaking her head at the memory. Let's just say I was driving a little fast one day when Dennis pulled me over. He's a highway patrolman. He gave me my first and, I hope, last speeding ticket. He looked at her, his eyes intent.
Searching.
I'm sorry,
Sierra.
She knew he meant he was sorry about everything. Don't be. It's the best thing that ever happened to me. If she hadn't hit rock bottom, would she have ever seen how much she needed the Lord? Would she ever have been soft, fertile soil for the seeds that had been scattered throughout her life by a dozen different people? Would she have ever understood Jesus' love for her? Alex got up and left the breakfast bar. She watched him move around the living room. He paused before the quilt again and rubbed the back of his neck. He had always done that when he was past exhaustion or depressed about something. In their earlier years, she'd rubbed his back and told him how she loved him. Often, they ended up in bed together, forgetting everything but the pleasure they found in one another. Her skin grew warm, remembering. It was better not to think about those times. How would you feel if I leased a condo in this complex? Her heart stopped. I beg your pardon, she said weakly. Alex turned around and looked at her. I said, how would you feel if I leased a condo in this complex? She recognized that look. Double-barreled, point-blank determination. You want to live in a condo? She couldn't believe he would even suggest it. He wouldn't even marry her until he had found them a small house to rent. "I don't want to share walls with someone else," he declared. She would have lived in a shack as long as she could be with him. His eyes never left her as he said, "There's a condo available for lease. I wanted to talk it over with you before I sign the papers. You always swore you wouldn't live in an apartment or condo." Alex looked around the living room. "It's bigger than I expected. And I haven't heard any noise while I've been in here today. My neighbors are working. Not that they made all that much noise when they were home." "Then you object." "I didn't say that. She closed her mouth, deciding she'd better think before she went further. She felt a hint of panic stir. It hurt every time she saw him. Was she going to have to see him every day? And what if he found some other woman to move in with him? Or he started dating any one of a dozen attractive single women living in the complex?
Or
100 painful possibilities leaped into her mind, sending shards of pain through her. What if? What if? What if? Alex sat down on the stool again and clasped his hands loosely on the breakfast counter. "I want to share the responsibility of the children with you again. I could keep them when you wanted to go out."
Out.
As in dating? Was he hoping to marry her off? Ron would be delighted to know that. "Clanton said you wanted to take a college class, but didn't want to leave them home alone any more than you have to already with work. If I was living within a few doors of you, you could leave the children with me. It was an afternoon class." "Alex, I was working." "You don't have to work." "Yes, I do." His eyes darkened. "Not if you'd start accepting the money I've been sending you, instead of doing whatever you've been doing with the checks." "Live on alimony, you mean?"
No.
"Thank you. Every time you send me a check like that, I'm going to tear it up and flush it down the toilet. Why do you have to be so pig-headed stubborn?" "Look who's talking." She tried to calm down. "Alex, I've seen what living on alimony does to other women. Some of them can't get along without it, or they feel they deserve more and more. Cost of living increases. Petty vengeance. You want me hanging around your neck like a millstone for the rest of your life? Alimony is as bad as welfare. And I want some self-respect out of this whole mess. I may not be living in the fancy neighborhood we used to, but I'm making it on my own. I'm happy here, and I'm paying my own bills. I should be paying for your support. We've been married 13 years. We were married. And you can consider the debt forgiven." He started to say something and stopped, letting out his breath. He raked his hand back through his hair. "Look, I know it's because of what I said to you that day I called after seeing the house in the real estate section. I hurt you. Dios. Don't you think I know it?" "Maybe it was that in the beginning," she said frankly, "but not anymore." Covering her face, she took a breath and released it slowly, trying to rein in her emotions. She lowered her hands to her lap and looked him in the eye. "You mentioned money, Alex, and I see red. It was one of the buttons you used to push all the time." "I have a few buttons of my own," he said, eyes hot. "One of them is the fact you won't accept any kind of help from me. You used to lean on me."
Sierra.
"Yes, I did. And look where that got us," she said, feeling the prick of tears. She swallowed and pressed her lips together, trying to think of words gentle enough, yet strong enough, to explain her position. "You've been very generous with the child support, Alex, and I'm thankful. Let's just leave it at that." "Do you use any of it?" he said bitterly. Heat filled her. Was he accusing her of misusing their money? "I put it in their savings accounts," she said, hurt and angry. "Some of it I use for clothes. I have records of every cent you've ever given them." "No doubt. But what about that private school? Why aren't they going anymore? Because they hated it. Because Clanton was suspended twice. And Carolyn was on the verge of ulcers trying to get straight A's. Why didn't you tell me what was going on?
And if I had?
What would you have done? Tried to help. She searched his eyes, wondering if he really would have. What did you think I'd do? Sierra? She bit her lip and said nothing. She'd been so convinced he would accuse her of being a rotten mother, the same way he'd accused her of being a rotten wife. She'd been afraid to tell him, ashamed she couldn't fix things on her own. Talk to me,
Sierra.
It doesn't matter now. You were busy at the time. Color came into his face, and a look of bleakness. I'm not busy now. I'm going to be working a lot less at the office. I've already talked my plans over with Steve. He's putting up the money for the equipment. It's already ordered. All I need is a place to put it. Why hadn't he made the same arrangements a year ago? It might have saved their marriage. She caught the direction of her thinking and halted. If she condemned him, she'd have to condemn herself. Everybody has 20/20 hindsight. She could see her own mistakes with heart-wrenching clarity. I'll make it easy.
Sierra.
A simple yes or no. Yes, I sign the lease. No, I don't. She wanted to say no. She wanted to avoid more pain. She wanted to avoid seeing him with other women. She wanted to avoid seeing him at all. She knew that was impossible. And if she said no, how would the children feel when they found out? Angry? Betrayed? They loved him. They wanted to see their father as often as possible. How could she be selfish and deny them that right? Besides, they needed him. I haven't said anything to the children, he said quietly. And I won't if your answer is no. She was touched by his sensitivity. It was one of the things that had made her fall in love with him in the first place. That and his male machismo, as her father once termed it. Go ahead and sign the lease. His dark eyes took on a familiar glow before he looked away. Can I use your telephone? She frowned slightly. Uneasy. It's over there. Pulling a business card from his shirt pocket, he wasted no time punching the number. Roberta False, please. Roberta? Alex Madrid. The answer is yes. How soon can you take care of the details? Good. He glanced at his watch. I'll meet you there in about 30 minutes. He dropped the receiver lightly into its cradle. Turning his head, he smiled at her. Her stomach dropped the same way it had the first time he'd looked at her. Gracias, he said. Las cosas serán más fáciles. She forced a smile in return, thinking how wrong he was. Things would not be easier. At least, not for her. I'll give the children a call later this evening. In the meantime, you can tell them I'll be moving into 116 early Wednesday morning. When he left, she groaned aloud and buried her head in her arms.
Oh,
Lord. It's going to be 100 times worse than I thought. Alex would be only 3 doors away. I never expected you to send a heathen to answer my prayer. But I reckon you do things however you please. An Indian came to the edge of our meadow today. Beth saw him first and thought he was a mighty strange-looking deer. Well, I saw he was not a deer at all, but a man dressed up in skins and a deer head mask. He had a bow and arrows and stood watching us intently. Hank was all for getting the gun, but I said we would wait to see what he would do. Besides, what good is a gun with no ammunition? I remembered what Kavanaugh told us about the land belonging to the Indians and how we should give back something for the privilege of traveling through. Well, we are going nowhere, Lord. So I wondered what that Indian was thinking while he stood there looking at us. I wondered if he was angry that we settled in his pretty valley without asking first. So I told the children to stay by the wagon while I went to see if I could make peace with him. I know a few signs from having watched Kavanaugh. I could not offer the Indian a bite of food to eat, as we have no food for ourselves. The Indian was of small stature, muscular, and has dark eyes and hair. I could not guess his age. He did not know what I was waving about, so I offered him the only thing of real value I own, the pretty cross necklace Aunt Martha gave me when I left Galena. He was well pleased by the gift, but did not know how to work the clasp. I helped him. He disappeared into the woods, and I thought that was the end of it. It was not. He came back again later carrying a small deer. Fresh killed. He laid it at my feet and made it clear it was a gift. I wept as I thanked him. Before he left us,
He made his name known to me.
Coxines. From his gestures and pantomime, I think it means bringer of meat. I am weeping again. I am so undeserving, and yet you have provided food for me and my family. We will not starve after all. The children are at this moment asleep with full stomachs for the first time in many, many days. And I have you to thank. You sent Coxines. All hope was lost and is now revived in me again. Joshua returned today with beans, salt pork, flour, coffee and powder, shot and lead. We are living with abundance. I told him about Coxines. He is very eager to meet him. I asked if he had seen Kavanaugh. Joshua said no. One of the men said Kavanaugh headed north to Oregon. Coxines came back today. I was pleased to see him. He stood at the edge of the meadow until we waved an invitation for him to come to us. I think he is shy. Joshua made signs that he was welcome to share our supper. He ate sparingly of our bread and would not accept even a small portion of the venison he brought to us. When we finished, he motioned for us to follow him. He did not go more than 100 feet from our fire when he used a digging stick he was carrying to pull up some plants. He gave them to me and made signs that the roots and leaves are good to eat. With a shy smile, he ran off into the woods again. All this time we were so hungry and food was growing within reach. Lord, I am having terrible trouble with Joshua. He is intent on doing something. He keeps talking about looking for Coxines or going to Sutter's Fort or down to Monterey. He wants to go his own way, whatever way that might be. He is not the boy I know him to be, and he is not the man I think he can become. He is one huge pain in my heart and gut. It has gotten me thinking how much trouble I have been to you. I am truly sorry.
Lord.
I remember how full of wrath you were at those Israelites you brought out of Egypt. They kept whining and fussing and complaining like Joshua does now, and like I was doing before the day of the bear. I remember too how you wanted to wipe all those Israelites off the face of the earth, but Moses begged you not to. Well, Lord, I know just how you feel, because I wanted to wipe Joshua off the face of the earth today. He made me so mad, I was shaking with it. I said things I should not have said. But maybe that was better than what I wanted to do. Lord, if I had had a cane, I would have beat him with it. He was none too happy with me either. How can you love someone so much and still get so mad you want to kill them? I saved his life 14 years ago. And today I was in the mood to take it. Joshua is not much help to us. Jesus. He would rather be at Coxines village learning their ways than staying here and helping us in ours. Would you please do something with him? Jesus? I give him to you, 'cause if I don't, I swear that boy won't live to spring. Coxines came back today. He was curious about the wagon. I wonder what kind of house he lives in. I showed him inside our poor, makeshift abode. Then I offered him fish stew, bread, and coffee. I said to the children it would be interesting seeing where and how he lived. Joshua said he will go with him and find out. I said if Coxines welcomed him, he was free to do so. Joshua made sign language with him, and they went off together. They have been gone all day, but I have no fear my son will come to harm. You sent Coxines to us, and he has proven to be a kind and generous friend. I think Joshua will have much of interest to tell us when he returns. Joshua said Coxines lives in a village several miles southwest of us. He said the others were frightened when they got there and spoke harshly to Coxines for bringing him. I suppose there is good reason. When I think of the way the poor Indians were treated at Sutter's fort, I shudder. Sutter fed them in troughs like animals and used them like slaves. Joshua said Coxines has a wife and 2 small children who run naked wherever they please. He said his house is made of bark, bound tules, and mud, and is weather-tight and warm inside. His wife cooks a mush made of acorns in a basket by stirring hot stones. The chief has a great store of foodstuffs and gives generously to the people. Coxines showed Joshua other foods that grow around us. Joshua said he will teach Hank, Matthew, and Beth how to find these plants come daylight. Joshua and Hank have been digging all day. Joshua said Coxines's people dig down 2 feet and build the dome house over the pit. He can build this house in a few days while it will take weeks of effort to build a cabin. Our duck cover is torn and leaking. We need shelter from the cold California rain. Joshua has made a pole framework over the pit and is covering it with tiers of bark and tules. He has the boys and Beth mixing mud. Thankfully, we have had 2 days of easier weather. The clouds lie over the ground like a blanket. We are now living in a hut like Coxines and his people. I wonder what Aunt Martha would think of me living like a savage. I must admit living in this hut is far better than living in our wagon. We moved in as the rain started again, and we are dry and warm. Thank you, Lord, for putting a roof over our heads again. Chapter 22. The children reported everything to Sierra, whether she wanted to hear or not. Dad rented some furniture, Clanton said after his first visit. He's got a new couch and a couple of swivel rockers. He bought a whole wall setup with a big screen television and stereo, and you should see his computers. Carolyn was more impressed with the white rats he'd purchased for her and kept at his place. They're so cute,
Mom.
I call them Peaches and Cream. They're both males, so we won't have any babies. Well, that's nice. And he has an aquarium. Just a little one for some pretty goldfish. Lures. Clanton and Carolyn began spending more and more time with Alex. They'd come home from school, scarf down snacks, rattle off some news, whiz through their homework, and take off for his condo. She began wishing she'd said no. She missed the sound of their voices, even the strident ones when they were fighting. Sometimes she resented how eager they were to be with him, and then she was always struck with guilt afterward. Sometimes she found herself aching with loneliness. Is it a sin, Lord? You're supposed to be enough. I love you. I do. Help me to accept these changes and not be so jealous and needy. Help me to know in my heart you are sufficient. Help me rest in you. Choir helped. On those evenings, she and the children walked to church together and then went out to a family cafe afterward for a late dessert. Sunday was the one precious day a week, for she had the children all to herself. They went to church early and didn't get home until almost 1 in the afternoon. After a late lunch, she walked back to church with them so they could take part in the youth activities and she could attend the evening Bible study. Gradually, she felt less alone. She used the time the children were away to study and finish all the little projects she'd laid out for herself, but never had time to do. She turned on the radio and listened to a Christian station that played contemporary rock, free to sing along without anyone listening to her but the Lord. Christmas drew closer. Rather than be elated, she was depressed. All her shopping was done, the packages wrapped and hidden in her bedroom closet and under the bed. The children knew better than to go poking around in her room after Thanksgiving. She'd begun addressing Christmas cards the first week of December and had started her letters. She always wrote to everyone. It was the one time a year when she could catch up on all the news from friends and family. Ron called again. "You sound a little down." "I'm writing Christmas letters. And I get a little depressed every time I have to write. Mom died of cancer. And Alex and I got a divorce over and over again." Just the sort of glad tidings friends like to read at Christmas time. Would a proposition help cheer you up? Her mouth twitched. That depends. Strictly honorable. I assure you. I'm having a Christmas fundraiser at the Hyatt Regency, and I'm in desperate need of a pretty hostess. To serve drinks and appetizers?
No.
To stand beside me and greet guests. The kind of guests who have lots and lots of money and love giving it to good causes like Los Angeles Outreach. Are any movie stars going to be there? She said, teasing. A few. You're kidding. I take it you might be interested. She feigned hesitation. Well, I don't know. Is Hugh Jackman attending?
No.
Then I don't. I'm begging. She laughed. I'd love to help out, and you know it. How dressed up do I have to get?
Very.
I'll be in a tux. Ron gave her the details. He would pick her up early. The fundraiser included a full-course dinner and dancing. It'll go until the wee hours, he warned her. Clanton was just going out the door when she hung up the telephone. Honey, would you tell your dad I need to talk to him? It's important. The telephone rang a few minutes later. What's up? Alex said. Can the children spend the night with you on December 21st? Spend the night? Where are you going to be? At a fundraiser with Ron. He said it'll be late before I get home. I haven't got any extra beds. He sounded so cold. Maybe I can borrow a couple of sleeping bags. Maybe he had made other plans. Plans she didn't want to hear about. Never mind. Alex. I should have thought it through before asking you. Carolyn's been wanting to spend the night with Susan. And Clanton can always go too. I'll stay with him over there, he said firmly. We'll do something fun for the evening. And I'll wait at your place until you get back. It's going to be very late. Alex. You've got a comfortable sofa. Are you sure?
He sounded less than pleased about the whole thing.
Yeah. I'm sure. Taking a deep breath. Sierra called Audra and told her she'd been invited to a formal fundraiser and was going to be acting as hostess. I need to find a dress. How much can you spend? Don't even think about Rodeo Drive. What size are you? When Sierra told her, she said, Great. You can borrow one of my gowns. When can you come over? By the time Sierra got there, Audra had already picked out the dress she thought Sierra should wear. After seeing the others, Sierra had to admit she liked it the best. It was a deep red velvet that fit her perfectly. I bought it for a Christmas party 4 years ago and never wore it, Audra said, admiring it on Sierra. My feet are a little bigger than yours, but I know just where you can get some satin pumps and have them dyed to match, she said while snapping on a gorgeous necklace that glittered like diamonds. These aren't real. Are they? Sierra said, fingering it. Zirconia. Stop sweating. She handed her matching pierced earrings and then helped her snap on the bracelet. Stepping back, she looked her over. Perfect. It looks better on you than it did on me. She went back into her closet and came out with a fur coat. Not on your life, Sierra said, backing up. Absolutely not.
Audra.
If I damaged it or it got lost, I'd kill myself. I thought you were going to say something about all the little animals that lost their lives to make it. Well, that, too, Sierra said, making a quick calculation. It would take a lot of cute little minks to make that coat. That's what I told Steve, but men just don't think about those things when they're trying to show the world how successful they are. She carried it back into the closet. I wear it to the opera once in a while just so he won't get upset about it. No one harangues me there. Oh, good. I knew I bought something to go with that dress. She came back out with a red velvet, satin-lined cape. She draped it over Sierra's shoulders and took a step back. Take a look at yourself. Sierra did. And her mouth dropped open. She looked like someone else. Someone who'd stepped out of a fairy tale. I remember feeling this delight as a little girl up in the attic dressing in grown-up clothes with my best friend. Laughing. She looked at Audra in the mirror. What do you think? I think you look fantastic. Does Alex know you're going to this affair with Ron Pyroso? He's babysitting. Alex came early on the night of the fundraiser. She told him Ron was picking her up at 5. And he arrived an hour early.
Mom.
Daddy's here. Ask him if he'd like a soda.
Honey.
I'll be out in a little while. Nervous and excited. She had already bathed and was fixing her hair in a loose French braid. She put on a little makeup, then dabbed on Shalimar before she stepped into her dress. Slipping into the red satin shoes, she put on the jewelry. She was ready half an hour before Ron was expected.
Mom.
You look so pretty, Carolyn said as she came into the living room. Sierra smiled, gratified that at least one person in the room noticed the change in her. Alex just stared at her.
He didn't say anything.
What had she been hoping? That his mouth would fall open and his tongue loll out? She put the red cape carefully over the back of a chair. Where's Clanton? She said as she laid her gloves and a red, beaded purse Audra had found on top of the cape. Brady's, Carolyn said. He was a friend Clanton had met at church who happened to live in the complex. He said he'd be home in a few minutes.
He's borrowing a video game.
Are those diamonds? Mom?
No. Honey.
I wouldn't put my toe out the door if they were. Carolyn looked at her father. Don't you think she looks pretty?
Daddy.
Blushing. Sierra avoided Alex's eyes.
Sí. Tu mamá es muy hermosa, it said softly.
Her heart tripped as she looked at him. She looked into his eyes and saw he meant every word. Carolyn picked up her backpack and headed for her room. Sierra turned,
tensing.
Where are you going?
Honey.
Carolyn glanced at her dad. I've got some homework to do. Tonight? Just for a while. Daddy's taking Clanton and me to Magic Mountain. I guess I should take a bath. too. Sierra looked back at Alex and saw the sad smile touch his mouth. She was watching The Parent Trap a few days ago. She put her hand over her stomach. Great, she said dully. He noticed the gesture. Are you nervous? A little. Less about going out with Ron than she was seeing that look in Alex's eyes. She let out her breath and came around the chair to sit down. The hatch cover table was between them. She liked having something between them. Alex's eyes narrowed slightly. How old do you like this guy? This guy? Ron's one of my best friends. How does he feel about you? She blushed. Why are you asking? You quit working for him. I'm curious why. She almost told him it was none of his business. Considering his own behavior, he had a lot of nerve to ask any questions. Instead, she curbed her anger and decided to be honest. I left because I knew if I stayed, I could end up in an affair with him. Alex's eyes darkened, not with anger, but with pain. The way I did. I don't want to talk about the whys and wherefores of you and Elizabeth. Alex. Neither do I. I want to talk about you. What about me? You look radiant, he said heavily. Are you in love with this guy? There it was again, that tone. Was he baiting her? I was in love with you, Alex, she said before she thought better of it. She paused, drawing in a steadying breath. This situation was impossible. I don't think I'll ever feel like that again about anyone. And if I did, I think I'd run as fast as I could to get away from it. The way you ran from Pyroso. She could feel the prick of tears and fought them. Are you deliberately trying to spoil my evening? Alex? I like Ron. He's kind and fun. I'm looking forward to this evening. I've never been to anything like this. I just want to enjoy myself. Don't you think I have that right? Don't cry, Alex said softly. I wasn't asking to ruin your evening. Sierra. Why are you asking? Because I don't want to see you hurt. She gave a bleak laugh. She had never heard such a flimsy excuse in her life. Especially from him. You hurt me, Alex. Ron doesn't have that kind of power over me. He leaned toward her, eyes intent, searching. Don't go out with him tonight. Looking into those dark depths. She remembered everything from the past. She knew why he warned her. When they were young and deeply in love, when her emotions had crested over some crisis, real or imagined, Alex had been the one to catch the wave and ride the passion. I'm not your concern anymore, Alex. I haven't been for 8 months. Why should those words bring that wounded, worried look into his eyes? She felt compelled to set his mind at ease and gave him a tender smile. Someone told me to grow up. I have. The doorbell rang. A muscle jerked in his cheek, and he stood up. I'll tell him you're not feeling well. She stood as well. No. You won't. Truth have it. She wasn't. But she had no intention of leaving Ron high and dry. This fundraiser was far too important to him and his work. I feel fine, Alex. You're pale. He turned his head sharply as the door was unlocked. What did you do? Give him a key? Hey. Mom, Clanton said, barging in. Aren't you going to let Ron in? He stared at her. Wow. You can say that again, Ron said from right behind him. He didn't even notice Alex. He couldn't have been more open in his admiration, which went a long way to bolstering her spirits. Clanton brushed past her in his hurry to dump his soccer gear in his bedroom. You take my breath away, Sierra, Ron said, leaning down to kiss her lightly on the cheek. She felt a touch of sadness that his compliment didn't have a fraction of the effect Alex's had. As Ron straightened, she saw his expression alter slightly and knew he had seen her ex-husband. She took his hand deliberately. Ron. This is Alex. Alex. I'd like you to meet Ron Pyroso. A dear friend of mine. Ron held out his hand. Alex hesitated for a fraction of a second before taking it. Neither said anything. They were too busy measuring one another. Sierra knew under other circumstances they would get along very well. They might even be friends. Right now, she was the only common ground, and not one that would bring them together. Letting go of Ron's hand, she picked up her purse and gloves. He took the red cape and laid it over her shoulders. His hands gripped her arms gently, drawing her a few inches closer to him. Ready to go? Alex understood the gesture and shoved his hands into his pockets. Have a nice evening. Sierra walked with Ron to the door. Ron gave Alex a nod as he opened it for her. Nice meeting you, Alex.
Yeah.
Likewise. She didn't look back. She didn't dare. Ron didn't mention Alex.
Nor did she.
He spent the drive to downtown Los Angeles filling her in on the programs at Los Angeles Outreach. People are going to be asking you questions, he said, and made sure she knew what was going on. As she stood beside Ron and greeted guests as they arrived, she recognized numerous faces and names. Several lingered over her hand, making fulsome compliments. Ron teased her about it over a dinner of prime rib. I should have brought a whip and chair to keep some of these animals back. She was proud of Ron and impressed by him as he stood at the podium and gave a flawless and relaxed welcome and presentation. He was as at ease in front of this crowd of socially elite as he was with the children he found in the ghettos and beneath the freeways. She knew that those listening to him would be only too willing to support him and his work. He was sincere, zealous, and accomplishing a great deal. The young men and women serving were all graduates of the program. Talk to them, and they'll tell you the difference outreach has made in their lives. The Lord has blessed us that we might bless others. When the band started playing, Ron led her out onto the dance floor. I've already had several pledges that'll cover the next few months' expenses, he said, holding her close. She felt the warmth of his hand at the small of her back and the brush of his thighs. He was a good dancer, smooth and graceful, guiding her expertly. She felt safe and protected in his arms. After the first dance, she had other partners, all interested in hearing about Los Angeles Outreach and Ron Piroso. A few asked her about her relationship to him. A few just wanted to get close enough to ask her out. She was flattered, but not interested. Ron danced with her again several times and needled her unmercifully. I thought you'd succumb to that actor's charms for certain, he said, inclining his head toward a movie star who danced with her several times. Are you kidding? I saw you swooning when he took your hand. That was before I spent 5 minutes with him. The guy's no better than a neighborhood masher. He asked me to spend a weekend in Hawaii with him. Can you believe it? I believe it. I've had a few licentious thoughts of my own about you this evening. Want to go sailing with me? Knock it off. Piroso. He laughed. See the gentleman over there talking with Arlene? He was just asking me if you were taken. Tell him yes. I already did. Leaning down, he kissed the curve of her neck. Alex used to kiss her in the same place. With him, it had always sent melting heat all through her body and made her knees weak. With Ron, she didn't feel anything but the pleasing warmth of his lips. She talked with so many people she lost count. She danced until her feet ached, and she relished every minute of it. On the drive back to Northridge, Ron talked about the pledges he'd received and what it would mean to ongoing programs. They'd made enough money in one evening to cover foundation expenses for the next year. He pulled into the Havens parking lot and shut off the engine of his Mercedes. Turning to her, he smiled. Did you have a good time?
Wonderful, she said, drowsy.
She never stayed up past 11:30, and it was almost 2 in the morning. She felt the light brush of his fingers and looked into his eyes. Warmth and desire were there, unhidden. For one brief moment, she wondered what it would be like to be loved by Ron. "I'd better go in," she said softly, sensitive to her feelings. Ron touched her cheek lightly and then got out of the car. He came around and opened her door, handing her out. They didn't say anything as they walked along the pathway to her condo. The porch light was on. She wondered if Alex was asleep on the couch. Turning to Ron, she thanked him for the lovely evening. "Any time," he said, leaning down to kiss her cheek. Thanking him again, she took her key from her beaded purse and opened the door. Glancing back, she smiled. "Good night," Ron said and headed back along the pathway to his car. Not looking into the living room, Sierra closed the door quietly. "How was it?" Alex said, snapping Mary Catherine's journal shut and tossing it heedlessly on the hatch cover table. The sound of his voice and thump of the book made her jump. "Wonderful," she said, turning to him. "How was your evening?"
Bueno.
He stood up. He didn't even look vaguely tired. His eyes were clear and sharp. "We went out to eat and then rented a couple of movies." "Sounds like fun." Her stomach knotted with tension at the look on his face. He was angry, though, about what she didn't know. And she had no intention of asking. "Well, thank you for watching the children for me. I appreciate it."
Sure.
"I'm sorry it's so late. You said it would be." He crossed the living room and stood in front of her. A small frown briefly puckered his brow as he studied her face. "I guess I'd better go." "Yes," she said, having difficulty breathing. "I guess you should." She looked around. "Did you bring a jacket with you?" "No," his mouth tipped in the sensual smile that had turned her heart over at 16.
It still had that same effect.
"Worried about me getting cold between here and my condo?" "I'm only 3 doors away. I think you're warm enough." She opened the door. "Good night, Alex." He paused in the doorway and looked back at her. "Did he kiss you good night?" She blushed. "Not that it's any of your business. But no, he did not kiss me good night." Stepping back inside, he cupped the back of her head and abruptly pulled her forward. Before she could gather her wits, he leaned down and planted his mouth firmly over hers in a hard, hot kiss. He released her as suddenly as he'd held her, smiling sardonically. "You looked like you needed kissing," he said roughly. Sierra stepped back from him, her heart pounding in her ears. His eyes went dark as they stared into hers. He took another step toward her. "You still do." "Don't," she whispered desperately. He wasn't listening. Kicking the door shut with his foot, Alex caught hold of her and pulled her against his hard chest. His head came down and he kissed her again, with the same devastating effect she'd experienced the first time on the Matheson Street porch so many years ago. He kissed her as though he never intended to let her go. For a moment she struggled against him. He dug his hands into her hair until it was tumbling about her shoulders and down her back. He kept on kissing her until her insides began to melt and quake. Her love and the long months of celibacy and loneliness worked against her. Physical hunger swept through her. Sweet memories pulsed.
Oh, God. Oh,
God. This is what you meant it to be between a husband and wife. Husband.
Wife.
Not anymore. In the midst of the storm of wonderful sensation came the army of doubts marching through her fevered brain. armed with devastation weapons. Had he held Elizabeth Longford like this? Had he whispered incoherent words of Spanish as he touched and caressed her the way he was touching and caressing her now? Was she just a substitute? Available.
Easy.
A quick fix now that Elizabeth was gone. So convenient.
2.
Only 3 doors away. Don't cry, Sierra, Alex said raggedly.
Por favor.
Don't cry. But she couldn't help it. Her body pulsated with need for him, while her mind tore her heart to shreds. She drew back as far as she could. Her hands clenched. She felt him loosening his hold on her and wept harder. When he stepped back, she covered her face and turned away in complete humiliation. If he had known how much she still loved him, he could have little doubt now. It must give him a lot of satisfaction to know how easy it was to break down her walls and storm the citadel. God, I'm such a fool. Sierra,
I'm sorry,
he said bleakly. I didn't mean to. When he put his hands on her shoulders and tried to draw her back against him, she jerked away from his touch. Just go, Alex, she said, hiccuping. Get out of my life. The door opened quietly and closed again. She went to her room, crying, and removed the dress. She hung it up carefully, tears running down her cheeks. She removed the jewelry and put it back in the velvet box. She slipped out of the red satin shoes and stripped off her underwear, then turned on the shower and stepped in. She stood beneath the pounding stream of water and gave in to her grief. She was still crying when she went to bed. Curling on her side, she covered her head with her pillow. She'd just dozed off when the telephone rang. The clock glowed 3:45. She wanted to ignore the intrusive ringing, but was afraid it would awaken the children. It was Alex, and he sounded strange. Had he been drinking? I don't want to talk to you, she said, starting to cry again. He wasn't listening. He was talking in Spanish, making no sense at all. Usually she could understand Spanish well, but he was speaking so fast and she was so tired. The words were a blur. She did catch a couple of familiar words, one of which was esposa.
Wife.
He had a lot of nerve. You divorced me, Alex. Remember? Leave me alone. She hung up. When the phone rang again, she yanked the plug. Covering her head, she wept herself to sleep. Joshua has been to the village 6 times in the past month. Coxini's makes him welcome. During his last visit, Joshua saw Coxini's preparations for another hunt. Coxini's does not live with his wife or even look at her, but spends most of his time in a sweat house where he rubbed deer marrow into his bow and arrows. Joshua said Coxini's spoke to his weapons. He also drank a foul-smelling concoction that made him very sick. Perhaps it is some kind of purification rite. After the sickness passed, he rubbed angelica and other herbs over his body and his spear. Joshua followed Coxini's to watch. He said Coxini's mimics the movement of a deer so perfectly he was able to become a member of a herd grazing in a meadow at dusk. The animals were not even aware he was among them until he made his kill. Before dressing the animal, Coxini's knelt beside it and stroked it tenderly, speaking to it. When the meat was prepared for the people, he did not partake of any of it. Joshua has learned many valuable things from Coxini's and his people. He has taught Hank how to make a fish trap and Matthew how to make snares for rabbits. He dammed our creek and threw a root into the water. It stunned the fish so that they floated to the surface. We smoked enough in one of our barrels to last us several weeks. Joshua also taught Hank and Matthew how to make bolas using the side ribs of wild iris leaves and tying bones to each end. Joshua says the Indians use these simple weapons to catch quail, cottontails, and squirrels. The boys have been practicing diligently. Joshua said the Indians are not as fussy about what they eat as we are, but will dine on wood rats, snakes, lizards, and grubs. He has tried them all and said they taste good. I am not so adventurous. Beth pulls up cattails and peels them. The stalks are good eating. Other edible greens are in abundance. Come spring, we will have berries. They grow in profusion near us. Lord, you have made this earth as bountiful as Eden. We do not even have to put a plow to the soil to have food to sustain us. But we will come spring. Chapter 23. He's sick. Mom, Carolyn said. Hungover. More likely, Sierra thought. But she didn't say it aloud. Her own head was aching from lack of sleep. He didn't answer the doorbell. So I let myself in, Carolyn reported. He's still in bed.
Mom.
Daddy's never in bed this late. Clanton collaborated. Couldn't you go check on him? He was up late babysitting last night. Remember? He just needs to sleep in. You're up, Clanton said. Couldn't you go see if he's all right? Mom, Carolyn pleaded.
Worried.
And do what? Call a doctor or something, Clanton chimed in. She'd like to something all right. But after last night, she was afraid to get within 20 feet of him. Please, Carolyn said. She looked between her two children and realized if she didn't do something, they'd think she was a cold-hearted, uncaring hypocrite of a Christian. Weren't you supposed to love your enemy? I'll take him some chicken soup, she said and took a Tupperware container out of the refrigerator. Francis had given her a batch, swearing it could cure just about anything. Maybe she should drink some and pray to be cured of Alejandro Weiss Madrid. Clanton gave her the key to Alex's condo. Her heart was in her throat as she unlocked the door and went inside. It was exactly the same layout as hers, but the decor was vastly different. The living room had a big black leather couch and glass coffee table. Modern lamps stood on each side of the room. The wall was solid with electronic equipment, a big screen television, video player, radio, CD player, game systems, and a quartet of small, but undoubtedly powerful, mounted speakers. The kitchen was Spartan, except for the coffee maker near the sink and the rats in their cage on the end of the breakfast bar. There wasn't much in Alex's cabinets, and only a few pots and pans in the cupboards below. The stove and microwave were both so clean, Sierra knew Alex had never used them. Opening the Tupperware container of soup, she poured a portion of the contents into a big mug, added a little water, and put it in the microwave. Curious, she looked under the sink. The garbage bucket below was full of empty Mexican takeout food containers. I am not going to feel sorry for him. She went down the hall to the master bedroom and found Alex sprawled on his back, only partially covered by the vibrant Aztec design comforter. All she saw was muscle, bronze skin, and dark hair. Heart flip-flopping, she looked away and spotted the pullover shirt he'd worn the night before. It was inside out on the floor. Nearby were his Levi's, also inside out, the belt still in the loops. His shoes were on the far side of the room, 2 dents in the wall above them. Setting the mug of hot soup down on his side table, she picked up an empty pint of whiskey.
In all the years she'd known Alex,
she'd never seen him have more than one drink of anything intoxicating. He liked to be in control. She went into the bathroom and tossed the bottle into the trash basket. When she came back out, she picked up his shirt and pulled it right side out, folded it, and put it on his chair. She did the same with his pants. removing the belt and curling it on the top of his dresser. Steeling herself, she turned and looked at him. Her stomach tightened as she came over to the bed and looked down at him. He was so beautiful, so perfectly made. He was wearing the gold crucifix his mother had given him. Her heart squeezed tight with pity and tenderness. Frowning slightly, she noticed he'd added something to the gold chain, something she'd returned to him with the divorce papers he'd wanted her to sign. Why was he wearing her wedding ring around his neck?
Alex, he groaned,
shifting his body. He muttered something in Spanish and opened his bloodshot eyes. He stared up at her as though he couldn't believe she was really there. "The children think you're dying," she said dryly, crushing the urge to brush the dark hair back from his forehead. Wincing, he pushed himself up onto his elbows. "I feel like it," he said in a raspy voice. He looked at her again. She avoided the intensity she saw in his eyes. "I brought you some chicken soup," she said, nodding toward his side table as she moved away from his bed. "I didn't mean to hurt you last night."
Sierra.
"I swear. I know." Let's just forget about it. He didn't need to do anything to hurt her. She hurt every time she looked at him. It came with loving someone, even after they'd betrayed you. As she headed for the door, Alex shoved the comforter back. "Don't go." He groaned in pain as he sat up. Holding his head in his hands, he muttered softly in Spanish. "I've got to talk to you. Just give me a few minutes to take a shower. We can talk another time." She smiled faintly. "When you're feeling better." Dropping his hands, he looked at her bleakly. "I'm not going to feel better. Not until I talk things out with you." She had thought she was finished with crying, but tears sprang to her eyes. "Maybe I don't want to hear what you have to say." "Maybe you don't," he said. "But I'm asking you to listen anyway."
Por favor.
When he stood up, her stomach dropped. She'd forgotten he slept in his briefs. She'd forgotten a lot of things that came back with a rush. All right. She would have agreed to anything at that moment just to get out of the bedroom and away from him and the feelings he could still arouse in her without even trying. "Wait here. I'll wait in the kitchen." She searched his cupboards until she found coffee. Her hands were shaking as she made it. She expected to have more time, but he came out a few minutes later, wearing sweats and raking his hand back through his wet hair. He looked handsome even with a hangover. Looking at him, she felt depressed. She was never going to get over him. Never. "Gracias," he said when she slid a mug of hot coffee across the breakfast bar to him. She had to have something between them, something to fill his hands, something to fill hers. He took a sip. She had the feeling he was bracing himself. He finished the whole cup of coffee before he looked at her. "You're still my wife." She felt the blood drain out of her face as she stared into his dark eyes. Panic set in.
No.
"I'm not. I did what you asked. I signed the papers. I gave them to you so your attorney could. We're still married."
Sierra.
"Maybe. For a few more months. Until the divorce is final." "Nothing's final."
"And it won't be."
"There's not going to be a divorce unless you file against me." "I don't understand," she said, confused. Hadn't he told her over and over how much he wanted a divorce? "I did what you asked."
"Yeah.
"But I changed my mind. I didn't give the divorce papers to my attorney. I put them through the shredder at the office." "You what?" she said faintly. "I shredded the divorce papers. I heard you the first time."
"But why?"
"Just so we'd have to go through all this misery again. I don't know why I did it at the time. but it turned out to be a good idea. A good idea? Did he think he could waltz back into her life and pick up where he left off? Or leave her dangling while he enjoyed himself? She wanted to throw the hot coffee at him. Instead, she slammed her cup on the counter and headed for the front door. Alex caught hold of her halfway across the living room and swung her around. I never loved Elizabeth the way I love you,
Sierra.
I knew it'd lead to disaster the first time I touched her. She hit him, a hard right hook square to his jaw, knocking him back 2 feet. Rage and hurt filled her. She lost control completely and attacked him again. Lunging at him, she pounded at his chest until she realized he was standing and taking it. With a sob, she gave him a hard shove over the back of his leather couch. Grabbing the back of her sweater, he dragged her along with him. They bounced, arms and legs tangling, and rolled onto the floor. You jerk! She clambered to her feet, trying to get to the front door again. Alex was faster. He swung himself over the couch and planted himself in her path. Spreading his hands, he presented himself. Go ahead. Hit me again. I deserve it. Get out of my way. I'm not finished. I am. You're still in love with me.
Sierra.
I'll get over it.
No.
You won't. And neither will I. Not ever. She drew in another ragged sob. Do you think it makes me feel better to have you say you didn't even love her? Do you think it helps to know you threw our marriage away for a fling? It wasn't a fling. I don't want to hear about it. Alex. Don't give me the gruesome details. Just get out of my way. Sierra. Let me out. He caught hold of her shoulders. My affair with Elizabeth had a lot to do with what you said. I wanted to feel I'd made it. Education hadn't done it for me. Neither had money. Daughter of the American Revolution.
You said.
Remember? A trophy I could hold up to the world to show them Alejandro Luis Madrid was more than a wetback son. His eyes were wet, tormented. You knew me better than I knew myself, Sierra. Until Connecticut. I got a good look at myself there, and I wanted to vomit. Don't you dare call your father a wetback. His face softened. Te amo. He cupped her face. Te amo muchísimo. She used her knee this time and caught him low and hard. Shoving him back, she made it to the door. I'm not going to love you anymore. Alex, she said,
sobbing.
It hurts too much. Yanking open the front door, she fled. My lying in time is drawing near. The weight of the baby presses down. I have made what preparations I can and have explained to Beth what she must do to help me. She is younger than I was when Joshua was born, but she is a calm and willing girl and a great comfort to me. I hope she will be strong for whatever happens. Lord, I am afraid for all my children. Please bring this baby into the world without taking me from it. I know you sent Kavanaugh to me, Lord, and I thank you that he was obedient and arrived in time. I am sure I would have died otherwise. Joshua had gone off to find Coxini's and ask if his wife could help me. I was praying for deliverance when someone opened the tulle mat cover over our doorway. I have never been so glad to see anyone as I was to see Kavanaugh. He put his knife in the fire and then cut me. When that was done, he pulled me up, so I was squatting. The baby came quick and easy after that. By the time Coxini's, his wife, and Joshua arrived, my new daughter and I were asleep. Kavanaugh told me today he will not leave again unless I tell him to go. He did not say more than that, but his meaning was clear. I think I have known he wanted me since the day he looked at me in the mercantile back in Independence. I have named my baby daughter America Farr. Beth is taken with her and a great help to me. I am slow in mending and still weak. Kavanaugh is tender with me and firm in organizing the children. They do not mind. They have always held Kavanaugh in awe. Especially Joshua, though I sense tension between them now. Kavanaugh is building us a cabin. He has set the boys to gathering stones for the foundation while he cuts timber. Joshua has not had much to say about anything lately. Something is eating at him, and he will not say what. Hank and Matthew and Beth do all the talking. The rains have been coming down steady for a week. But Kavanaugh and the boys continue to work. The rock foundation is complete and the sill set. Kavanaugh and Joshua work on notching the logs to build the walls. This evening, we are all sitting around the pit fire. Hank, Matthew, and Beth are about their lessons while Kavanaugh whittles. He will teach the boys when they finish their reading and exercises. I am glad my boys do not fight learning like my brothers did. They must take after Mama. They can all read and write better than my father and brothers ever could, but they are far from educated by Aunt Martha's standards. I wish I had not been so foolish as to say I did not want to have a Bible in my possession. Kavanaugh and Joshua have had a falling out. Joshua was swinging at Kavanaugh with all his might, but Kavanaugh blocked aside each blow. I kept screaming at them to stop, but Joshua would not listen. Kavanaugh unbalanced Joshua and took him down on the ground and held him there while trying to talk reason to him. Joshua was in no mood to be reasonable. When Kavanaugh released him, Joshua jumped up and spit on him. I could not believe he did such a thing and thought Kavanaugh would kill him sure. He did not have a chance to do anything because Joshua got on his horse and rode off. I ran after him and asked what had happened, but he would not say. He was crying and said he would not come back until Kavanaugh left. Joshua has been gone for 3 days. My heart aches so I cannot even eat. It did not take 5 minutes for me to find out what set Joshua on such a rampage. Kavanaugh wants to marry me. He asked Joshua for permission since he thought he was the firstborn son. Joshua said he saw the way of things and accused him of using him to get close to me. Kavanaugh and I have had much time to talk about many things. I thought I would be with James all my life. I did not expect to lose him. Yet I know I cannot manage on my own out here. A woman with small children cannot build a home place and plant crops all by herself. And going back home to Illinois is impossible. I know, too, that Joshua will not stay with us for long. His leaving us will have little to do with Kavanaugh and all to do with his own nature, though he may be contrary and stiff-necked enough to use Kavanaugh as an excuse. Each time Joshua goes away, he stays away a little longer. He has the same hunger to see the world that James had. I am afraid it is the kind of hunger that will drive him before the wind all his life unless he faces the Almighty and comes to himself. I grieve knowing James never did. It must be in the Farr and McMurray blood to contend with God and everything else. We either see the light or die looking for it. I have peace now I never thought to have and wonder often why I fought so hard in receiving it. Coming to the light does not mean it is easy watching Joshua wandering in darkness. But telling him about you does not seem to get his attention. I guess I cannot expect words to do it. Mama and Aunt Martha talked to me plenty, and I never saw the truth in what they were saying. I have learned a little more about Kavanaugh over the past days. His full name is Hamlet Bogan Kavanaugh. He is 28 years old and can read and write. He was born in Boston to a blue-blood father and an actress mother who thought naming him after a Shakespearean character might lend him some dignity. He did not think much of the name she gave him. Despite the fact his mother never married, she made sure his father paid for an education. His father agreed to pay for tutors if she promised to leave him alone. She kept her part of the bargain. Kavanaugh is his mother's name. She died when he was 13. He went to his father then, was given $50 and told to leave Boston and never darken his father's threshold again. He did, and has never been back. I told Kavanaugh he did not have to tell me such personal business, but he said I should know he was born on the wrong side of the sheets before we get married and start bearing children together. I became flustered when he said that. He seems to have things all worked out in his mind about the way things will go between us. I asked him what he would have done had James not died of a Thursday. He said he would have waited however long it took. I asked him how many children he expects to have, and he laughed and said one at a time, Mary Catherine, and gave me such a look I felt it down to my toes. He is gone now, and I can breathe freely without the wild drumming of my heart to get in the way of my head. I sent him away so I could think things through. I was surprised he did not try to talk me out of my solitude. He is a strong man, stronger than James in many ways. But there is not the hardness in him I expected. James ran roughshod over my heart. There was a wildness in him that could never be tamed. It seems so odd now I think about it. James, the farmer, the wild one, and Kavanaugh, the mountain man, so settled inside himself. For all his buckskins and long hair, Kavanaugh is a gentleman who will not take advantage. I do not want him here when Joshua comes home. My son and I have things to settle between us before I say yes to Kavanaugh. You do not make things easy. Do you, Lord? Joshua is gone, and I sit here wondering if I will ever see him again. My heart aches so, and yet I knew this would come. I have been fighting against it for 2,000 miles, and it is no use fighting it anymore. He thinks he is a man, and he has made up his mind to go his own way. At least he no longer believes Kavanaugh used him to get close to me. Kavanaugh likes Joshua for himself and understands the restlessness in him, maybe knowing that will bring him back again someday. He made no promises. He said he is going to ride back to Sutter's Fort and then head north to see what Oregon is like. After that, he does not know where he will go or what he will do. I wept when he rode away. I kept thinking about those Israelites wandering 40 years in the wilderness and dying within sight of the promised land because they were so contentious. If only they had trusted the Lord, they would have lived out their lives in a land of milk and honey. I hope it will not take Joshua as long as it took me to find his way through the wilderness to you. I have been thinking about Aunt Martha so much lately. Sometimes I wonder if our thoughts touch one another across the miles. I wrote her a long letter yesterday, but I do not know when I will have the opportunity to send it. I think Kavanaugh has changed his mind about marrying a widow with 4 children. He has been gone 23 days. I have begun the plowing. Hank and Matthew are helping me while Beth mines America. Together we will get a small crop in. It is terrible hard work, but I think I can manage with the children. We have enough to eat. We have a cabin to keep us safe and dry. We have good land and seed to plant. And we have you, Jesus. Aunt Martha told me anything is possible with God. So I am asking you to help us in this great enterprise. We are stuck here, Lord. Help us make the best of it. Chapter 24. Sierra didn't see Alex the next day, and he didn't call the children. She thought it was because of what had happened between them until Carolyn said, I told Daddy we were in the church pageant tonight. He said he was going Christmas shopping. Then Clanton hit her with, Can Dad spend Christmas with us? Sierra rebelled. No. He cannot spend Christmas with us. He'll be all alone, Carolyn said, clearly distressed by the idea. He'll be lonely. Couldn't we ask him? Please. We'll talk about it later, she said, hoping in the interim Alex would be run over by a truck or kidnapped by terrorists. Right now, we have to get to church and into costume. During the next few hours, she relished being caught up in stage jitters and the excitement of getting ready to perform. Once in costume, the choir members gathered together and prayed that their performance would do more than entertain. They prayed it would open the hearts of those listening to the music and the reenactment of the birth of the Messiah. Once the program started, her nervousness cooled. She had practiced so much, her part all came back the moment she moved onto the platform some parishioners had built to extend the choir loft. She gave herself up to the music, singing from her heart, feeling the joy of the Christmas story and its meaning to the world. Joseph traveled from the town of Nazareth in Galilee, on one side of the church, to Judea, the city of David called Bethlehem, on the platform, where he registered himself and his young wife, Mary, for the Roman census ordered by Quirinius, governor of Syria. And it came about that while they were there, the days were completed for her to give birth. And she gave birth to her firstborn son, and she wrapped him in cloths, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. Clanton was one of the young shepherds who knelt before the angel Gabriel as he sang his solo announcing the good news of great joy. For today in the city of David there has been born for you a Savior, who is Christ the Lord. The adult choir joined as tiny pinpricks of light shone on the ceiling, and then the new, bright star appeared in the heavens. Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace among men. Joining Gabriel was the heavenly host of children in white, complete with wings and halos, their voices blending in sweet harmony. Among them was Carolyn. The music expanded again as the adult choir joined the children's voices. Sierra's heart beat fast as the crescendo came, filling the church to the rafters with praise-glory sounds for the newborn king. Jubilation.
Oh,
Jesus. Jesus. Would that I could feel this joy every day of the year. Her whole body felt alive and warm with the love and excitement of the Lord's birthday. She forgot everything else, especially what the Lord expected of her. The pastor gave a prayer following the pageant, and refreshments were served in the social hall. The last person she expected to see was Alex. When she spotted him standing on the far side of the room, looking handsome in black slacks, a gray silk designer shirt, and black sports jacket, her heart dropped into the pit of her stomach and bounced up into her throat. He was talking with Dennis. It didn't look like a casual conversation. "Hey. Dad's here," Clanton said, still holding his shepherd's staff. "Yes. I see him. The rat. The creep. Deserting her." Clanton set his staff before him and parted the sea of choir members and guests to get to his father. Carolyn spotted Alex soon afterward and fluttered over in her angel costume. Little traitors. Sierra was still reeling from what Alex had said to her in his condo. "I never loved her the way I loved you."
yeah. Right.
If he loved her so much, why had he walked out? Why had he told her he despised her and couldn't wait for a divorce? Why had he looked at her as though he hated her? "The way you're looking at him right now, beloved?" She turned away, selecting a cookie from a large platter. Chocolate, her favorite. It tasted like dirt. All the joy she'd felt half an hour before while singing praises to the Lord evaporated, boiled away by resentment and anger. "He's ruining my Christmas.
Lord.
Couldn't you remove this ache I have when I see him? He cheated on me. The least you could do is give him some kind of awful disease." "Daddy said he's flying to San Francisco tomorrow," Clanton said. "He's spending Christmas with Abuelo y Abuela." Bitterness surged through Sierra. He didn't even have the sensitivity to stay at home alone for Christmas and suffer.
No.
He had to go to Healdsburg and enjoy a wonderful Christmas with Luis and Maria. Of course, she completely disregarded the fact that they'd invited her to come.
2.
Carolyn sighed expressively. "I wish we could go." So did Sierra. But she wasn't about to admit it. "We'll go at Easter." It was too expensive to fly 3 people north to San Francisco. Worse, She'd have to look at him over the dinner table and face the hopes of Luis and Maria on top of it. Besides, she couldn't afford the time off work. On top of that, it was too late to make reservations. All the flights would be booked solid over the holidays. Excuses flooded her mind as she waited for Alex to come over and speak with her. Visions of him on his knees danced in her head, but he didn't come within 20 feet of her. Instead, he left quietly, unseen. When she realized he was gone, she told herself she didn't care. But it galled her nevertheless. The telephone rang as soon as she walked through the door. "Cooled off yet?" Alex said. "Why would I be hot? You tell me." She banged the receiver down, hoping she'd burst his eardrum. The telephone rang again. Snatching it up, she snarled, "I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to see you. I don't want to hear about you. I want to forget you live on the same planet I do. Merry Christmas to you." "Too." Ron laughed. Her face went hot. Covering it, she plunked down on a bar stool. "I'm sorry. I thought I was Alex. I take it you two are talking again." She gave an unladylike snort, if that's what you call it. The doorbell rang. Carolyn ran to it. And guess who was standing under the porch light, his arms laden with Christmas packages, all professionally wrapped? He couldn't bother doing such menial labor himself. Wrapping had always been her job, along with the Christmas cards and shopping. Sierra hissed when she inhaled. "I have to go."
Ron.
"I need to find some raid." Alex didn't stay long. And after one brief glance at her face, he concentrated entirely on the children. "I'll be back December 28th, he said, kissing Carolyn. "Want to see me out?" he said to Clanton.
Sure.
When the door closed behind father and son, Carolyn turned and looked at her. "This is going to be the worst Christmas of my life," tears streaming down her face. She ran to her room. Sierra had a strong feeling it wasn't going to be very joyful for her either. And she was right. In years past, Alex had fixed the turkey. Her father had taught him how. It's a Clanton tradition. The men cook the bird on Thanksgiving and Christmas. She fixed the bird this year, and it was dry as a bone. Gravy helped, but not much. Clanton and Carolyn made no complaints, but she could tell they would have preferred Mickey D's to her festive efforts. The best thing about the turkey was the skin. As soon as the dishes were in the dishwasher, presents were distributed. The children were clearly more excited about what Alex had given them than what she'd bought. Who could blame them? His gifts were frivolous. Hers practical. She played Christmas music on the radio, but it sounded flat and depressing. When she wasn't fuming, she ached with loneliness, thinking about Alex laughing and having fun with his father and mother, sisters and brothers, nephews and nieces, cousins, second cousins, third cousins. The neighbors would probably come to join in, for heaven's sake. All through the evening, she kept remembering Christmases past. While the children played, she sat watching television. Dickens's A Christmas Carol was on. She identified with Scrooge. Then, to cheer her up even more, she watched It's a Wonderful Life. She made it all the way to George Bailey jumping off the bridge before she turned it off. "I'm a new Christian. Lord. And this is the worst Christmas of my life. Who do you say that I am? Beloved?"
Lord.
"Your Lord. Then obey me." "Do you have a headache?" "Mom," Carolyn said, coming into the room and seeing her rubbing her temples. "Headache."
Heartache. Soul ache.
The last thing Sierra wanted to hear Sunday morning was a sermon on forgiveness. Peter's denial. Jesus had known his disciples' weaknesses. He had warned Peter. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. He had also known Peter would repent. When you turn, like Alex saying he was sorry, saying he loved her. I can't, Lord. I can't forgive him and go through it again. But the words from the pulpit kept hammering the wall around her heart. If you love me, you will keep my commandments. Love does not take into account a wrong suffered. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Sierra kept remembering the look on Alex's face when she told him she didn't want to love him anymore. It hurt too much. It was true, but that didn't matter. She loved him whether she wanted to or not. Still, what kind of love tore people apart inside? Nothing made sense to her anymore, least of all the war of emotions going on inside her. All the while she had thought there was no chance at all of reconciliation. She thought Alex hated her. She'd finally seen her part in the disintegration of her marriage. She had accepted blame. Now, he wanted forgiveness. And she wanted revenge. Unsettled, her conscience pricking at her, she shut her eyes tightly. I'm not like you, Jesus. We can do all things through Christ who strengthens us, the pastor said. I don't feel strong, Lord. The only solid things I feel are anger and hurt. How do I forget what he's done to me? How do I stop thinking about him with another woman? How do I ever trust him again? Whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is of good repute, if there is any excellence and if anything worthy of praise, let your mind dwell on these things. The way he did, Lord, the way you're doing, beloved. She wanted to leave the church. She didn't want to hear words that opened her eyes to her own sin. She wanted the finger pointed at Alex. She had come to be renewed, uplifted, enlightened. She hadn't come to be convicted. If you love me, you will keep my commandments. Love one another, just as I have loved you. She wanted to cry out, God, do you have to scrub an open wound? Do you have to pour salt on it? Whatever you do your work heartily. As for the Lord, the pastor said, continuing his message. She winced. What was she doing? How could she hold a grudge against Alex and call herself a Christian? How could she expect to feel joy and peace in her life when she clung to past hurts and fears of future pain? The risk was what paralyzed her. Where were the guarantees of a happy ending? I don't belong in your kingdom, Lord. I'm not like any of these good people sitting around me. What would they think of her if they knew she'd punched Alex not once, but half a dozen times with everything she had? And then meet him where it hurt most. Never mind what they would think. God had seen. Humiliation set in, her face heating up. Oh Lord, I lost control. All I could think about was the fact he walked out on me. He said he was sick of me. He said he wanted out of our marriage. It was hard, but I let him go. I gave him the papers he said he wanted. I listened to what Dennis and the others said about allowing a non-believer to leave a marriage. And now he tells me he never loved her the way he loved me. How do I believe him? How can I trust him? I'm not strong enough to go through this heartache again. I'm not strong enough to go through it now. I'm not going to give you more than you can bear. Why don't I feel comforted by that? Jesus? She walked home with the children and fixed them bologna sandwiches and tomato soup for lunch. Alex was coming home in a few days. Her mind whirred with conflicting thoughts. She wanted to forgive and forget, but she feared the cost of both. Maybe Daddy will call, Carolyn said. He never calls on Sundays, Clanton said between bites of sandwich. Sierra knew he'd be at Mass with his parents today. But when he was here, what did he do? And why was she allowing herself to think about that snake again? She and the children walked back to church in the afternoon, and she was treated to another heart-wrenching lesson during the evening Bible study. The subject was self-righteousness. The word was a double-edged sword, and she was sliding right down the blade of it. Couldn't you ease up on me a little, Lord? Do you have to use the jackhammer? She left the class before it was over and found solitude in a cry room built for mothers who were nursing their babies. She sat nursing her grievances in the rocking chair, locked in the silence until youth group was over and it was time to meet Clanton and Carolyn. Alex was walking down the path toward her condo when she and the children returned. She should have known. Daddy, Carolyn cried and ran to him. Clanton wasn't far behind. The three talked briefly and walked toward her. She'd never felt so alone, so cut off. Have you eaten? He said. Not yet, Clanton said. I'm starved. Why don't I take all of you out to pizza?
Mom.
2. Carolyn said, excited about the idea.
Mom.
2. Alex said, looking at her. She knew he would understand if she said no. He wouldn't argue or try to persuade. She knew the children would understand as well. That was the problem. She felt exposed and petty. They had such great hopes. Shouldn't she? That would be nice, she said, lowering her gaze from his. She'd do it for the children. He was still driving his Mercedes. He opened the door for her while Clanton and Carolyn piled in the back. When they reached the pizza parlor, Alex ordered a large combo and pitcher of soda, while she and the children secured a booth. When Alex joined them, he handed the children a handful of quarters for the video games that lined the back wall. As they dashed off, he slid into the seat opposite her. Finally, we're alone together, he said, a rueful smile touching his lips. The place was packed with Sunday evening diners. She smiled back, aching inside. Why was it so much easier to maintain her anger when there was distance between them? Now, sitting across the booth from him, she couldn't sustain it. It melted despite her determination, leaving behind a sense of vulnerability that frightened her more than anything else. I thought you were coming back until the 28th. I couldn't wait. She didn't ask for what. Didn't things go well with your parents? Papa's speaking to me again. We had a long talk. You paved the way for me. His eyes darkened. I meant what I said the other day.
Sierra. Te amo.
I want us to get back together. Don't take my agreement for granted. I'm not. Don't you think I don't want to talk here. Alex, she said, looking away, tears starting. I can't. Yo comprendo, he said softly. We'll eat and take the children home. Once they're settled for the night, we'll go back to my place. No way. I don't want to be alone with you. Don't you trust me? He meant the question to be light, seductive, but she looked him square in the eyes. Should I? She saw that the barb stuck and felt immediately ashamed. Forgive, the Lord said, and she had just stabbed Alex with a sharp blade. Looking down at her hands, she could almost see the blood on them, and wanted to weep. The only way she could think to make amends was to be honest. I know where we'd end up, Alex, and sex isn't going to help solve our problems. That cost you, he said huskily. It's true. Isn't it? It might ease the tension between us. And cloud the issues. She could see so clearly now how they'd often use sex to bypass issues that were causing fractures in their relationship rather than step back. Look. Listen. Repair. And move on together. If we're going to reconcile, we have to build a solid foundation this time. This time? Isn't love enough? If it's the right kind. Her words clearly hurt him, but she couldn't weaken. When he searched her face, she felt he was looking for weakness. Lord, help me stand firm. Show me what to do. I love him, but I don't want to give up my soul to him. Alex frowned slightly, perplexed. Okay, he said softly. We stay at your place. No. We'll begin by talking on the telephone. She needed space between them. She had made too many decisions based on her emotions. And look where that had gotten her. The Lord said to renew your mind. And she intended to do that. With distance between them, she would be able to keep her mind clear to think. One thing she already knew. It was going to take God to get them back together again and make their marriage work. Kavanaugh has returned. I was so relieved to see him riding across the field. He was gone so long I thought he had come to his senses. He said he has not changed his mind about anything, but figured I needed time to adjust to the idea of having another husband. He said he rode to Yerba Buena and then Monterey. He bought a wedding ring there from a Mexican jeweler. On the way north, he met other settlers. 5 families have taken land east of us, near the Russian River. While Kavanaugh was there getting to know everyone, a man returned from Sutter's Fort and said he heard a rumor gold was discovered in the trace at the mill on the American River. 2 of the men have sons who are going back to find out if it is true. Kavanaugh said one of the men at the new settlement said he could perform a marriage ceremony for us. He has a book of common prayer, and the wedding service is in it. Kavanaugh and I are wed. Lester and Charlotte Burrell held a party for us after the ceremony. There were 27 people there, all strangers who have quickly become friends. We had music. One man played a fiddle and another a mouth organ. I danced until my feet ached. They are good, hospitable people and were very happy to give us a proper wedding celebration. I feel at home in California for the first time since crossing the Sierra Nevada mountains. I thought to make Kavanaugh and I a wedding quilt so that we would not have to share James's blanket. So I went to the trunk to take out the squares of fabric the ladies from the quilting club gave me. Beneath them I found a thin wooden tray, and under it a wonderful surprise. Aunt Martha packed her pretty yellow dress and white lace shawl. When I took them out, I found her Bible in the folds. I sat weeping over it for the longest time, just rubbing the black leather. The binding is worn from her loving hands, and just touching it makes me feel closer to her. I remember all the hours she spent reading it. When I opened it, I found her note. I read from Aunt Martha's Bible for the first time this evening. We are starting at Genesis and will read straight through to the end. After I finished the story of creation, we all talked a long while. The children are in bed now, and Kavanaugh has gone out to check on the stock and take a bath in the creek before coming to bed. I have paged through Aunt Martha's Bible. I feel close to her with it in my hands. She has written prayers and notes in the margins. Favorite scriptures are underlined. Pressed between the pages are other surprises that remind me of spring and Mama and days gone by in Galena, a golden Alexander, a pink lavender shooting star, white Indian plantain, yellow-orange coreopsis, purple coneflower, black-eyed Susans, buttercups, blue aster, a rose-purple blazing star, and violet marsh phlox. Lord, bless her and keep her always. Part 4. The Reconciliation. Chapter 25. Alex called every evening at 10:15. Carolyn was always in bed by 9, while Clanton dragged his feet until 10. One conversation with his father made him cooperate. Each night the telephone would ring, and Sierra's heart would jump. Taking a breath, she'd answer while sliding onto a stool in the kitchen. Alex did most of the talking, while she doodled on the notepad to keep from letting her nervousness come across the line. As she contained her emotions, Alex opened up. The conversations became excruciating and confessional. The last thing she wanted to hear about was his relationship with Elizabeth, but he had a need to unburden himself. She left the East Coast in a bid for independence, he told her. She was attracted to me because I was the opposite of the kind of man her father wanted her to marry. Not that she had marriage in mind. Sierra could see how it had happened. Work had drawn them together. Elizabeth was assigned to work closely with Alex. Alex was a charismatic man, full of fire, brilliant and exciting. While Sierra was fighting with him at home, Elizabeth was waiting at the office, ready to console and sympathize, ready to build him up rather than tear him down. He'd spent progressively longer hours at the office. They started having lunch together, then dinner. A few drinks led to more. Then the guilt set in, and the only way to alleviate that was to cast blame. Sierra knew she'd become the perfect target. She had already set herself up for the fall by her own childish behavior months before Elizabeth Longford ever came on the scene. If it hadn't been Elizabeth, it would have been another woman. What happened when you went east with her? What do you mean? Audra said something about a fiasco in Connecticut. You could say that. Her father and I had words. The same kind your father and I had. You remember what happened?
Yes.
You eventually became very good friends. It had taken a few years. But Alex and her dad had grown close. By the time her father passed away, he was Alex's champion, second only to herself and Luis. No, Alex said. That's not what I mean. Do you remember what you did? You came down the stairs and stood beside me.
You said you loved me.
You made it a declaration, loud and clear. You were ready to fight for us, no matter what it cost you, even a break with your parents. He let out his breath derisively. Elizabeth tossed me to the wolves and stood back to watch who'd win, rather than make her feel better. His words left her wondering if things might have turned out differently had Elizabeth been a little wiser or loved Alex a little more. Don't go quiet on me,
Sierra.
I'm trying to tell you, I saw what she was. It took Connecticut for me to understand what she was doing. She didn't love me, and I didn't love her. We were using each other. She used me against her father. I used her against you. If you knew all that, why didn't you leave her sooner? He was quiet for a moment. Pride. Be honest, Alex. She was tired of crucifying herself between two thieves, regret for yesterday and fear about tomorrow. She needed the truth from him, no matter how much it hurt. They couldn't build on anything less. I promise I won't hang up on you, no matter what you say. All right, he said heavily, clearly not eager to impart what was coming. I wasn't sure I wanted to come back to you.
Well,
At least she knew he wasn't holding back anymore. Swallowing her hurt, she asked, "What changed your mind? When you said you'd never take the children away from me. It stopped me cold. I'd expected you to fight dirty. And why wouldn't he?" She had been vindictive, carping and complaining over the move. After 3 years of that behavior, why should he have expected her to be fair when faced with divorce? "Finally, I realized I was the one playing dirty," he said. "And then there was the day I watched you play baseball." He gave a low laugh. "By the time the game was over, I was wondering why I'd ever left you in the first place." "Because I hit a home run," she said, smiling sadly as she made doodles on the notepad.
No.
"Because I hadn't seen you laugh in months. You looked young and happy again, the way you were when we first started out. You took my breath away. I sat there watching you and remembering the good times. I felt sick, wondering what happened to us. And so it went." Alex called. She listened and learned. As the days passed, she left the stool and sat on the sofa, feet propped up on the old hatch cover table. "If we do get back together, what are you going to do with all that stereo and game equipment you have in your living room? And that horrible black couch," she said. "What makes you think we'll be living in your condo?" It got her to wondering, where would they live? How would they meld their lifestyles? Sierra was beginning to realize how little they had in common. Lord, how are we going to make this work? She spent as much time as possible reading the Bible and thinking things over. Again, she learned, be anxious about nothing. Be thankful. Work out the tangles of your life one by one before the Lord. She had to fix her eyes on Jesus constantly in order to live above it all with Christ in him, rather than get caught up in the old resentments, hurts, and fears. Her feelings changed as Alex talked. The anger got lost somewhere and compassion slipped in, not just for Alex, but for Elizabeth Longford as well. She knew from Audra that Elizabeth had moved back to Connecticut. When Alex left, her life fell apart. Her bid for independence from her father had blown up in her face. "She called to tell us she's getting married," Audra said. Sierra told Alex. Testing his reaction, she supposed. But better to know now rather than later if he wanted to change his mind about the direction they were going. "I heard." His response was quiet, neutral. "From Audra?"
No.
"Elizabeth called while I was in the office last week. She told me." Sierra's heart dropped. She hadn't realized he was still in contact with her. "It's the only time we've talked since she left," Alex said, seeming to read her mind. "I met the man she's marrying when I was in Connecticut," he went on. "She was engaged to him once before and backed out. He's a Harvard grad, a lawyer.
Rich.
Family connections back to the founding fathers. Her father's choice." He gave a soft, self-deprecating laugh. "I liked him. When I put all that other stuff aside, he was a pretty decent guy." Sierra gathered her courage. "Maybe Elizabeth called to tell you hoping you'd change her mind." "That occurred to me," he said gently. "That's why I told her I'm doing everything in my power to reconcile with my wife." Sierra closed her eyes, imagining how much it would have hurt her if she were in Elizabeth's position. What did she say to that? "Alex." She said she was sorry. Sierra pitied Elizabeth. She had taken Dennis's advice and spent a few minutes each day praying for Elizabeth Longford. Doing so had erased her animosity. She prayed now, during the lull in conversation with her estranged husband. "Sierra?
Talk to me.
Scream at me. Say something. We never realize how many people we hurt with our actions.
Do we?
Alex? It's like a chain reaction. I was so angry with you when we moved down here. I never listened to what you wanted or needed. I was only interested in what I wanted. I hurt you so much. And, out of that I hurt Elizabeth, too. You had nothing to do with Elizabeth. Yes. I did. If I'd been the wife I should have been, you never would have turned to her. So, I share the blame with you for her pain, too. He said something in Spanish. You remind me of your mother. She teared up and swallowed them down. He couldn't have paid her a dearer compliment. I still miss her. Sometimes I'll see something or read about something I know would make her laugh, and I pick up the phone to call. I'll be in the middle of dialing her number before I remember she isn't there anymore. I should have been with you, he said hoarsely. He'd been with Elizabeth. Instead. Blinking back tears. Sierra didn't say anything. Her throat ached. Would the hurt ever go away? I was trying to figure a way out. Alex said softly. Of our marriage.
No.
Out of what was happening between me and Elizabeth. The guilt was eating me alive. I knew you needed me. But I couldn't deal with it or face you. I couldn't face your mother. I was sure she'd know the minute she looked at me that something was wrong. Then Papa gave me that lecture on the telephone. I knew he was right, but I didn't like being told what to do. By the time I got there, I was uptight and ready for a fight. I had all kinds of excuses and reasons. Papa and I had words after the memorial service. He said he was ashamed of me for the way I treated you. Your mother's letter was the last straw. I had to get out of there. What did she say in the letter? She wrote she knew the first time she saw us together that I was the right man for you. He didn't say anything for a moment, then added in a choked voice. She said she loved me and was proud to have me as a son. They talked past midnight, leaving Sierra bleary-eyed for work. After running errands, she came home, fixed dinner for the children, and stretched out on the sofa to read her Bible. The next thing she knew, Clanton and Carolyn woke her up at 10. We're going to bed, Mom, Clanton said, trying to focus through her exhaustion. Sierra pushed herself up. I didn't mean to fall asleep. What time is it? Daddy called earlier, Carolyn said. He's going to call you at 10:30. They each kissed her goodnight and went to their rooms. As Sierra waited for the telephone to ring, she sat looking up at Mary Catherine's quilt. It occurred to her that not only were her feelings changing, but so was the way she saw things. She thought about her first ecstatic months as a Christian. After having been told about Jesus from childhood, she'd finally understood for herself who Jesus was. Creator, Redeemer, Almighty God, King of Kings, Lord of Lords. Realization had struck like an atomic blast. Hot, white light blinded her for a little while. She'd been so caught up in the sudden opening of her mind and heart to Christ, she hadn't seen anything else clearly. She hadn't looked. She had known only one thing. Jesus loved her. Alex didn't, but the Lord did. After months of turmoil and grief, she'd felt happy. She'd felt hopeful. In the midst of everything, she had felt safe. Then Alex pushed back into her life, rocking her foundations again. She'd finally adjusted to being without him. Ron stood by in the wings, waiting to walk out onto center stage. She was working, carrying her own weight, being responsible. The children were settled in their new school, involved in the church. Clanton had stopped fighting. Carolyn had stopped obsessing about grades. Why now?
God?
She had cried. Why couldn't things stay the way they were? Why couldn't Alex just stay out of her life the way he'd said he wanted? But her vision had been adjusting to the light. It seemed each day she could see life, herself, more clearly. Through scripture, prayer, and her daily walk with Jesus. She could see right into the dusty,
dirty.
secret corners of her life. Christ brought everything to light. Painfully, vividly, she saw her part in the Passion Play. Anguish filled her as she recognized past sins and present ones she had fallen into out of habit, hidden ones she loathed to face. Alex wasn't the only guilty player. She stood stripped before a mirror, seeing herself as she had been, childish, self-centered, filled with self-pity, casting blame, complaining. It is better to live in the corner of a roof than in a house shared with a contentious woman. She was ashamed and grieved. Yet, oddly enough, a sense of peace followed her self-examination. She was reminded of her mother in the attic. The window open, the fresh air blowing in as she dusted, swept, and sorted out trash from the treasure. Oh, Lord Jesus, do that for me.
Please.
You know me better than I know myself. Open my doors and windows, and let the Holy Spirit move through me. You are welcome in my house. Come into me, into my foyer and my living room. Wander at will through my parlor and kitchen. Be with me in my bedroom and bathroom. Go through every closet and every drawer, from the basement to the attic of my life. I belong to you, Father. Stay with me forever. Jesus, please remove everything in me that doesn't glorify you. Make me your vessel.
Oh,
God. You are my God. I seek you. My soul hungers and thirsts for you. My body longs for you as dry land beneath a heavy rain. Your love is better than life. Are you falling in love again? Alex said softly late that night after they had talked for 2 hours. Eyes closed, her head resting against the back of the sofa. She smiled. Yes, but not with Alex. She'd never stopped loving him. She was falling in love with Jesus. We found our dear Coxinis shot dead near the banks of our stream today. Lord, who would murder such a gentle man who did nothing but show kindness and hospitality to others? Kavanaugh thinks Coxinis was badly wounded and tried to reach us for help. Thinking of him suffering fills me with anguish. Oh, God, that we had found him sooner. Kavanaugh said the wound was mortal, and we could not have saved him, but we could have at least comforted him in his last hours upon this earth. We could have held him close and prayed for him. Kavanaugh carried Coxinis to our home. We washed him and wrapped him in a blanket and buried him beside James. Lord, I am so grieved. Please do not hold it against Coxinis that I failed to explain you to him. I tried so hard each time he has come to visit, but sign language leaves so much unsaid. He did not understand me, and I did not know how to explain. And now he is lost forever. Father, please let me speak on his behalf. Coxinis was kind and generous, and obedient to your will. He heard your voice the day we were so hungry. He came to us and gave us meat. He showed us the food you had planted all around us. He taught Joshua how to build us a shelter so that we were warm and dry through the cold winter months. He was our first and dearest friend, and though he did not know you, Lord, I believe in my heart he was your child in spirit. I have never known a man more humble and loving. Please, Lord, be merciful and bring Coxinis into your kingdom. Beth and I gathered flowers today and took them to the small knoll where James and Coxinis lie. But when we reached it, we found Coxinis' grave empty. The cross we had made for him lay upon the mound of fresh earth, and on it was a pomo gift basket. It is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen, with designs woven with red, yellow, and green feathers and small beads. Around the rim are tiny black top-knot quail feathers. I have placed the basket upon our mantle and will remember our beloved friend and his people each time I look at it. Kavanaugh brought supplies back from the settlement near the river yesterday. Beth and I walked to Coxinie's village today to bring apple pies to his wife and children, but when we reached it, everyone was gone. No fires were burning. No children were playing. No smoke came from the sweat house. No women sat working with stone mortar and pestle-crushing acorns. The village was deserted and desolate. Kavanaugh said Indians move where the food is. He thinks this village site may be their winter home. Spring and summer must be spent elsewhere. The money beads the people wear made of clamshells. So I suppose the people must spend time each year near the ocean. Perhaps they are there. We learned from Joshua that Coxinie's people ate fish, acorns, pepperwood nuts, buckeyes, and a mixture of toasted seeds and grains ground in a stone mortar and sifted in a basket. They called it pinole. Now that spring is here, everything is green and growing. There must be 100 different things to eat that we have not yet discovered. And come summer, the berries and wild apples will be ripe. They will taste better than the dried ones I soaked to make the pies. I hope we will see Coxinie's people again come fall. But my heart tells me we will not be so fortunate. Lord, please be with them and protect them from harm. Chapter 26. Red Roses.
Mom.
Carolyn called from the front door. Come see. Sierra came into the living room and gasped as she saw the arrangement being brought in. Living room table. Ma'am, the deliver man said. He was young, sporting a t-shirt that said God spoke and bang it was, long black hair, and a single hoop earring. Yes, that'd be fine. When he set the arrangement down, he gave her a saucy grin. Someone's either smitten or in deep trouble. She laughed. Smitten was such an antique word for such a modern young man. Hang on a minute, she said and gave him a $10 tip. She found the card tucked in among the baby's breath and ferns. Happy Valentine's Day. I love you. Alex. 24 red roses in a crystal vase. She called him. Thank you for the roses. What do you say we take the children out tonight? Dinner and a movie. She smiled. I'd like that. How about letting them sit in the front row while we sit in a back corner and neck the way we used to? She laughed. How about we all sit in the middle together? They had a wonderful evening together. As it turned out, Clanton and Carolyn pleaded to sit closer to the front, and she and Alex sat in the middle. At first, Alex didn't touch her. They sat side by side, both staring up at the big screen with the animated Disney characters frolicking, both wound up like a couple of $2 clocks. Halfway through the movie, Alex took her hand. When she didn't try to withdraw, he finally relaxed. Aren't you going to invite him in? Carolyn said when they reached the condo. I want to show him my new game, Clanton said as though on cue. Sierra looked between them and knew what her children were hoping. How could she explain she wasn't ready? Another time, Alex said, coming to her rescue.
He took a step back.
Mom, Carolyn whined, her heart in her eyes. It's all right, Alex, she said.
Come on in.
I'll fix us some hot cider while you take a look at Clanton's game. She was in the kitchen putting cinnamon sticks in the cups of steaming cider when Alex came back. Are the children coming? She said, glancing toward the hallway. They're playing a video game. Carolyn. She had never been interested before. He shrugged. You look nervous. I am a little, she said, giving a self-conscious laugh. Why don't we sit in the living room? She gave him a mug of hot cider, took one for herself, and led the way to the couch she'd recovered. She sat at the far end, curling her feet up beneath her. Neither knew what to say to break the tension. She remembered other nights on this couch. The silence stretched along with her nerves. It does get in the way, doesn't it? Alex said heavily. What? Wanting you this much. Knowing you want me, too. He looked at her. Hiding nothing. Sierra's heart began to drum hard. Alex set his mug of hot cider on the hatch cover table and stood. She looked up at him, afraid he'd kiss her and start something she couldn't let him finish. Or worse, he would leave. His expression softened. As much as I'd like to, I'm not going to rush you. I'm not trying to be difficult. Alex.
Yo sé.
You've got to learn to trust me again. She looked down into her cider. So much has happened to me in the last year. I've changed in ways I don't think you understand. She looked at him again. The Lord is the center of my life.
Now.
I can't go back. Dennis and I talked about it.
She was surprised.
You did. She knew Dennis wouldn't hold back. He'd lay out salvation 1, 2, 3. I go to Mass.
Sierra.
I have every Sunday since I moved here. He glanced away, rubbing the back of his neck. I figured it was time I confessed and did penance. Dennis talks about grace. But there's justice, too. She put her mug down and stood up. I forgive you, Alex. He looked at her, his eyes moist. I knew that when you said you wanted to talk, but I can't let go of it. I said vows. Querida. It doesn't matter that they were in Reno and not in a church. I could have been saying them in a parking lot, and I still would have known I was speaking before God. The last thing I ever thought I'd do is commit adultery. And then I did. I never thought I'd be capable of hurting you. And then I did that.
2.
Deliberately. Every chance I got. She wanted to put her arms around him. But he moved away slightly, putting distance between them. He was gripped with guilt. It was eating at him. She knew that look. She also knew he wanted to tell her something she wasn't going to like. The muscles in her stomach tightened. No more.
Lord.
Please. No more. Father O'Shea asked if I'd had a blood test. Sierra could feel the blood draining from her face. She blinked. Yeah, you look exactly the way I felt, he said bleakly. That aspect never occurred to me either. Not until a celibate priest brought it up. I called Elizabeth and asked some blunt questions. She wasn't very happy about them, but she was honest. I knew I wasn't her first, but I didn't know how many. Do you know what I'm saying? Sierra? Do you understand? Yes. She's been with 5 other men, 1 in high school, 2 during college, 1 afterward, and the guy she's marrying. She said she didn't think there was a chance any of them were HIV positive, but there's no way of knowing, is there? His eyes were haunted. I can't stop thinking about it. His eyes filled. You came to me a virgin. You never even kissed another guy before me. Are you telling me you're? She couldn't finish the question.
No.
I've been tested 4 times over the past few months. All negative, but who knows? Are we hearing the truth about this thing? He came to her and cupped her face. As he stroked her cheeks, his eyes welled with tears and torment. How do I ever make love to you again without wondering if I'm killing you in the process?
Oh.
Alex, she whispered, putting her hand against his chest. She felt his heart pick up speed. Her own matched the rhythm. He took her hand and removed it from him. I almost didn't tell you, he said hoarsely. But you've got a right to know. It's something else you're going to need to think about before you make any decisions. Isn't it? He moved away from her. She knew he was heading for the door. "Alex. I'll call you," he said hoarsely. Without looking back, he opened the door and went out. It has been 3 years since I wrote anything in this journal. We have spent our evenings reading Aunt Martha's Bible. I found out who killed our beloved Coxinis, and it near broke my heart. I might never have known had I not noticed the amethyst cross Charlotte Burrell wore to the Christmas gathering. My heart stopped when I saw it around her neck, and my throat closed so tight I did not think I could draw breath, let alone speak. I was so full of anger, I wanted to tear that necklace from her throat, but you held me from it. She asked me what was wrong.
Soon as she did, I knew I could speak.
I did not ask her about the cross. Instead, I did what you said in my mind. I told her about our first winter in California and how we would surely have starved to death had it not been for the kindness of a Pomo Indian named Coxinis. Lester joined us as I told Charlotte about our dear friend. I told them how Coxinis gave us meat and taught us how to find food. I told them how he welcomed Joshua into his own home and village and taught him how to make fish traps and build a shelter that kept us dry and warm through the cold, wet winter months. I said he was as near an example of God's love as I had ever seen in my life and a true answer to a prayer I had said in desperation. I told them the only gift I was ever able to give him was an amethyst cross on a gold chain exactly like the one Charlotte was wearing. Lester looked sick. His face got all white and blotchy. I thought he was going to die right there on the spot. He said he was sorry. He said when he saw the Indian with his bow and arrows, he thought he was a threat and shot him. He took the cross because he thought Coxinis must have killed a white settler and stolen it. Charlotte was too ashamed to say anything. She gave the necklace back to me and could not say a word. I grieve now more for Lester and Charlotte than Coxinis. They will live with this on their hearts for years to come. I told them I forgive them, and you do.
Too.
But I don't know that it made them feel any the better for taking an innocent man's life.
Oh.
Lord. How many things I have done without thinking of the cost to others. Ham has a son of his own now. I have never seen a man so taken with a child. He sits by the crib and watches Micah, sometimes for an hour or more. When Micah wakens at night, Ham brings him to bed and watches me nurse him. It is disconcerting at times. He said just last night how blessed a woman is. When I asked him why, he said a woman gets to feel a child grow inside her and, once the babe is born, she provides sustenance with her own body. No man can ever experience that. James never in all his days talked this way. What manner of man have you given me, Lord? I never thought I would love a man so much my heart would break every time I looked at him.
And it is so.
I fell in love with James the first time I saw him, yet it is this fierce and rugged man who has grown to be a part of me. I have wondered about it much of late. I think it is because James withheld a part of himself. Kavanaugh gives everything. James yearned for more than I could give. Kavanaugh is so filled up with love, it pours out of him onto me and my children. James risked everything to reach his dream. Kavanaugh would die for us. James touched me, and I burned. When Kavanaugh touches me, I see heaven. Lord, may I be a proper wife for him. He deserves better. The crops came in bountiful, as is everything. I told him I am in a family way again. He was distressed at first and asked if it was good for me to be having another baby this soon. I could not help but laugh. It is a little late to be worrying about such things. Lord, I thank you. And if you do not mind me asking, I would like a girl this time. Dear Lord, sometimes my heart swells so much with love for you it closes my throat up with pain. I am not much as children go. I know. I am not like Mama or Aunt Martha. Mama used to pray thank you prayers in the meadows and sing to you. She said there are earth psalms all around us singing praises to you, and it is nice to join in. Since I am not much good at singing, I hope you will understand I am grateful for so many things. Tears, a balm, soothing and cleansing. Cups, of plenty and sorrow. Cold to make me appreciate warmth. Manure, though I do not know if you will like me saying so. But Lord, when spread over turned ground where new seeds have been planted, it brings forth growth. Like my troubles in my life, Lord. It was affliction and distress that made me come to you, and now I do not ever want to leave. I am thankful for the pieces of fabric the quilting club gave me, woven and designed like you wove and designed me in my mother's womb. Like you design my children. I am grateful for our new fireplace that gives us warmth. Light drawing each of us together.
Dust.
The small particles dance on the light. Would that I could dance like that for you in broad daylight instead of going off in the woods, because the last time I did it my children thought I was out of my head. I am glad for the candles, so I can see to write. You are my lamp, Lord, lighting my way out of darkness. I am thankful for the gold nuggets Kavanaugh brought home yesterday. Pure and soft the way my heart should be. Lord, make me so. Thank you for the good water we have. It quenches my body's thirst and reminds me that you are living water for my soul. Even the air I breathe, Jesus. I cannot see it, but it is there, moving and necessary to keep me alive. Like you. And the flowers. I have never seen so many colors and kinds splashed across the hillsides. Even gray skies are a good thing from you, because they make me yearn for sunlight. Seeds show me death and resurrection. I do not know if you approve of me saying this, Lord, but I am grateful for the way I feel when Kavanaugh knows me. Even with James the First never felt this explosion of fire and light inside me like a rain of stars. Is all this but a hint of what it will be like to be in full communion with you, Jesus? Do you show us the part so that we yearn for the whole? I remember Aunt Martha reading to me once that to look upon the face of God would bring death. Still, sometimes every bit of me yearns to be in heaven with you, all the while I still want to stay here and live to be an old doddering woman seeing her children and grandchildren around her. I do not understand all that is changing inside me. Sierra held the worn journal tenderly, tears streaming down her face. Mary Catherine's beautiful letter to God was the last entry in her journal. As she had turned the last page, she'd found an envelope carefully glued inside the back binder. Inside it was a single sheet of paper. She recognized her mother's clear, neat script. Dear Sierra, we have no other journals by Mary Catherine McMurray in our possession. If there were others after it, I'm sorry to say they were lost or passed along to another branch of the family with whom we have no contact. We do know through family records that Mary Catherine and Hamlet Bogan Kavanaugh had 8 children together and lived to a healthy old age. What records we do have come down to us through your father's ancestor, America Farr, Mary Catherine's last child by James Addison Farr. James was your great-great-great-grandfather. Mike has all the family papers if you are interested in looking at the details. I love you,
Mom. P.S.
I went through everything carefully, but could find no further mention of Joshua. Chapter 27. Sierra sat staring at Mary Catherine's quilt. Alex hadn't called in several days. She knew he was giving her time to digest what he'd told her.
She had thought about it.
She had taken a couple of days off work to be by herself in order to think things through. While the children had been in school, she had walked through the mall and sat at the coffee shop. Later, she sat in her breakfast nook, the sun streaming in through the window, and read her Bible and prayed. No solutions came. I wish she would put answers in neon signs.
Lord.
What am I supposed to do? When she'd crawled into bed earlier, she couldn't sleep. So now she sat on the couch and stared up at Mary Catherine McMurray's quilt. What would you do? Marry Catherine? Shoot him? Forgive him and take him back? Sierra's life had changed so much. She was happy with the changes, comfortable with them. Alex would only turn her life upside down again, not to mention the risks involved in trying to make their marriage work. She wasn't as worried about HIV as Alex was. She was more worried about the emotional risks, the fears inherent in loving him again the way she once did. Alex had been the center of her universe. Jesus.
You're my center now.
Is Alex going to be happy with the changes in me? They had barely brushed the subject of faith during their long evening discussions. Truly, she had been afraid to broach the subject with him. Church attendance had never been part of their routine other than to attend Mass with his parents on special occasions. Did Alex understand how important Jesus was to her now, that she needed the Lord more than she needed him? She wanted Alex. She wanted him to share her life completely. If she knew Christ had no place in his life, how could she reconcile with him without compromising her new faith? I lived with him 13 years. Lord. And I don't know what he believes. Truth to tell, I don't know much about the inner workings of his heart. It was always my own that mattered. Oh, God, why are we so proud and foolish? We don't listen until we're faced with disaster, and then we come crying home to you, wanting you to fix us. I love him, Father, but is this kind of love enough to make our marriage work?
We have so little in common.
I never realized until now. We come from different cultures, different social backgrounds, different religions. He's brilliant, and I'm average. He graduated from college with honors, and I managed to get out of high school and take a few business courses. He likes ultramodern, and I like antiques and sunflowers and lace. Lord, he likes 70s music, and I'm sick to death of it. When I think about all of this, my head reels. I wonder how we ever lasted as long as we did. Great sex. Was that it? Was it passion for one another that held us together, Lord? A flush ran up her cheeks, and she caught her thoughts. Was it proper to talk with Jesus about such things? If not, she hoped he would forgive her. But there was no one else she could go to. No one who would understand her from the inside out. Who else could do that but the one who created her? As she prayed and talked with God, she struggled with all the questions. Had she caused her own downfall by living in a fantasy world, never being willing to see who Alex really was? Was that why their marriage had worked as long as it had? Was that it? Lord, I still ache when I see him. I'm a Christian now, and I still ache for him. I love you, Jesus. Everything's changed, not the least of which is me. And still I love him. Lord, what do I do? What's your will for me in all this? She leaned her head back against the sofa and looked up at the quilt. And then it dawned on her. A flash of insight from out of nowhere. From within her. And with it, God's quiet, loving voice.
Be still,
beloved, and know that I am God. She blinked, amazed, overwhelmed. It was right there before her eyes. Only she had been blind to it. The message her mother had said would come had finally arrived. Sitting forward slowly, Sierra studied the quilt and understood. One day it will come to you like a star bursting in the heavens. And what a day that will be. Sierra stood and went to the quilt, smiling in wonder. Her fingers tracing the scarlet thread that held all the pieces together and made them a whole, incredibly beautiful work of art.
Oh, Lord.
she whispered brokenly. How could she have been so blind? Who am I? Beloved? You are God. Almighty God. Sierra wept with joy as enlightenment sang in her very blood. Responding to an impulse, she called Alex. Sierra, he said hoarsely. What's wrong? Querida? She had awakened him. Glancing at the kitchen wall clock, she grimaced. She hadn't even thought about the time. Nothing. The children are fine. I'm fine. Something's happened. What is it? Should she tell him to go back to sleep? Her heart was racing, her soul singing praises to the Lord. Can you come over?
Sí.
He didn't even ask what time it was. After she hung up, she raked her hands through her hair. 1:15 in the morning. What must he be thinking? Embarrassed, she called him back to apologize and tell him her discovery could wait until morning. Maybe it should wait until she'd had more time to think. Would he understand if she even tried to explain now in the feverish excitement of discovery? Doubts crept in. Maybe she was overreacting. Maybe she was getting over-emotional. Maybe her imagination was running rampant. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Alex didn't answer. Before she hung up, there was a tap on the door. Taking a deep breath, Sierra opened it. Her heart turned over at the sight of her husband. He had pulled on his old sweats and stood barefoot, his dark hair disheveled. He looked worried. I'm sorry, Alex. I didn't even look to see what time it was. I'm awake now, he said, coming inside. You'll think I'm crazy, but there's something I want to show you. Oh God. Let him see. Let him understand. Help us. Be the glue that holds us together this time. Alex followed her into the living room, looking around for something out of place. No earthquake had happened. No ceiling falling in on her. Nothing unusual. He looked at her, bemused,
questioning.
She looked up at the quilt. The question's never been whether, but when, she said, more to herself than to him. When what? She smiled at him. It says that every knee will bow and every tongue will confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. So the question is, do we relinquish everything to the Lord, or do we make him strip us bare before we understand he's in control? Alex shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about. Querida. Sit down with me. Please. Alex. I have something very important to ask you. She turned to face him as they sat together on the couch. This is the most important question I'll ever ask you. Who is Jesus to you? Surprised, he searched her eyes. God the Son. Creator. Father. Savior. Her eyes welled with thankful tears. So you do believe?
Sí. Amor mío.
Since I was a little boy, I never wanted to make an issue of it with you. Your family. Mine.
Imposible. Yo comprendo.
And then, when I walked away from you, I figured I'd walked away from him as well. I didn't think he would forgive me. That he could. His voice broke, and Sierra felt her throat tighten with tears at the depth of his despair. He met her eyes. But he has. Querida.
Dennis, help me see that.
God has forgiven me. He has restored me to himself. And that's why I won't give up on us. If he can forgive, he can help us to do the same. Relief swept through her. And joy as well. She looked up at the quilt. Almighty God. Creator.
Master.
He's the Alpha and Omega. Mary Catherine McMurray came to understand. She made that quilt so others would see as well. I was just so blind.
Oh.
The wonder of it all. Alex touched her. A mere brush of his fingers.
Tentative.
Comforting. Why are you crying? Because he's sovereign, Alex. I guess I just didn't understand what it meant. I've been turning things over and around and inside out, trying to decide how to fix things, how to make them right, how to make sure everything would work the way it's supposed to work. And then tonight, as I was looking at the quilt, I realized I'm not in control at all. God is. He always has been. He is Almighty God. She looked up at Mary Catherine's quilt. She knew. Alex. It took heartache and tragedy for her eyes to be finally opened. But in the end, she knew. And she put it there in her quilt for all to see who had the eyes to do so. I am so much like her.
Lord.
Stubborn. Stiff-necked. And you have loved me through everything. Thank you for your patience with me. Alex looked at the quilt, frowning. When he looked back at her again, Sierra could see he wondered if she'd taken leave of her senses. She got up and went to the quilt. I noticed the scarlet thread the first time, Mom, and I took the quilt out of the old trunk in the attic. I just didn't understand until this evening why Mary Catherine picked that color. Do you see how it stands out? Do you see how it holds all the pieces together? Alex? Mary Catherine made each square separately over a period of years. Each shows something significant that happened to her, tragedies, births, changes in her life, upheavals. And here at the end, the stone wall with that red cord hanging from the window opening. I never understood that. She stood before the quilt, tracing a portion of embroidered grape leaves and grapes. Shaking her head, she turned and looked at him, her heart full of love. I read her journal, the whole thing, several times. And I never understood why she made that wall as her last square. There was never a mention of a wall in her journal. Tonight, I understood. It's Rahab's wall. Rahab. Rahab, the prostitute who hid the Israelite spies who came to Jericho. Moses had died, and the Israelites entered Canaan to take possession of the Promised Land. Joshua sent spies to Jericho, and Rahab took them in. She was a prostitute who had lived a life of sin and disobedience, and yet, in that moment, she risked her life to protect those men and hide them from the ones looking for them because she believed in their God. She had faith, and she acted upon it. The spies told her to hang a scarlet cord in her window, and though everyone else in Jericho would be put to the sword, no one in her house would perish. And they kept their word. She married Salmon and is named in the lineage of Jesus Christ. She looked up at the quilt again. But it's more than that.
2.
Scarlet is for Jesus and his death on the cross. Scarlet is for the blood he shed for us, so that we could be redeemed. He was there in the beginning of it all. Faith is the key. Scarlet for her faith. You mean? No, not her faith. Mary Catherine contended with God. Early in her journal, she was angry and rejected him. After that, she scarcely mentioned him in a good light, not until much later. She wasn't faithful at all. In a sense, she was like Rahab, prostituting herself to other gods in a foreign land. Her home and land mattered more than anything. Then it was her husband and her children. And with each loss she suffered, God was there with her.
She didn't understand that until the end.
That's what the scarlet thread signifies. That's why the wall is her last block. The window is open, and the scarlet cord flowing out and upward, tying it all together. God was there with her throughout her life. He brought her through. She laughed softly, filled with relief and joy. Look at the stitches, Alex. Grape leaves and grapes, chains, doves, crosses, olive branches. So much skill and beauty. When she quilted this wall, she did it with a passionate love for her Savior. She realized everything that had happened to her was through God's will. She finally surrendered.
She believed.
And because she did, God opened her eyes so that she could look back and see how He had been intimately involved through everything.
Death.
Birth. Fire. Disinheritance.
Love.
Betrayal.
Loss.
God allowed her to go through all those things so that she would come to Him. Once she did, she saw the wonder of all of it. She came back and sat down with Alex again. The things that happen in our lives are allowed to happen because the Lord wants to draw us to Him. We make decisions and do things thinking we're in control. But we never really are. God is. It's arrogance and pride to think we rule our lives. It's an illusion. We're never able to orchestrate a thing. God is in control. She put her hand on his knee. I thought you were in control of my life, Alex. When you moved me to Southern California, I felt powerless. I was angry and frightened. I rebelled. I didn't even think about turning to the Lord. I turned to friends, and their lives were in shambles. I turned to my mother, and then she was taken away from me. I wanted to turn back to you, but then you were gone too. God finally got through to me on the Hollywood freeway. She laughed through her tears. Sacred ground for me was a strip of macadam in Los Angeles County. He brushed the tears lightly from her cheek, his eyes tender. She wanted more than anything for him to understand. Oh, Alex, don't you see? I never would have needed Jesus if I'd had any control at all. Everything that's happened, all the pain, He's turned to good. It's served His purpose. It brought me to Him. His dark eyes softened. I saw the change in you. He cupped her cheek tenderly. I was a fool to leave you. She covered his hand with her own. Had you not left me, Alex, the change would never have come. I thank God for all of it. I thank Him with every ounce of my being, Alex. All the pain was blessing.
I didn't fall in love with you by chance. It was God's design.
I know now He draws us to Him, all through our lives, if we let Him. Some of us are just so stubborn it takes a long time to see His will at work. Some never do they, Lord? She held his hand between hers and searched his eyes. Jesus is at the very heart of who I am now. Alex. I can't go back. I wouldn't ask you to give Him up. Querida. I only ask you to allow me in. Sierra's heart melted. God had given her this man for a purpose. She had married Alex as an untried girl, head over heels in love. She was still married to him, still in love with him. The difference now was that she was one with Christ. We haven't anything in common really, have we? She said softly. Except Jesus. He's our common ground, Alex. He brought us together. And He'll hold us together if we make Him our foundation. I don't need to worry about the what-ifs anymore. I don't need to have an answer to everything. I don't have to have everything worked out perfectly in my mind before I can start over. Neither do you. Beloved, we just need to draw closer to Jesus. We need to trust in His plan for us. We need to learn from Him. And we need to step out in faith and begin. She touched his cheek tenderly, feeling the firm line of his jaw.
Oh,
my love, if we make drawing closer to Jesus our goal in life, how can we not draw closer to one another at the same time? Covering her hand, Alex turned his head and kissed her palm.
Mi querida, te amo muchísimo. You are so beautiful to me.
And I you, Alejandro.
Oh. God.
Forgive me for the pain I caused you with my stubbornness. I love you, Jesus. She went into Alex's arms naturally, leaning her head against his chest. She could hear the steady, rapid beat of his heart. We still have a lot to work out. I'll get rid of the black couch. She laughed and breathed in the beloved scent of his body. Familiar and heady.
Oh.
My love. Be like a gazelle on the mountains of spices. Make this a love triangle. A sacred one to last a lifetime and beyond. Alex drew back slightly. First things first. Releasing her, he pulled the gold chain with the crucifix his mother had given him and her wedding ring from beneath his sweatshirt. Opening the clasp, he let the two slide into the palm of his hand. He looked at her then, the question clear in his eyes. He was taking nothing for granted this time. Smiling, Sierra held out her left hand.
Dios.
Te doy mi gracias y mi vida, he whispered in relief and thanksgiving. He stood. 14 years ago. Alejandro Luis Madrid kissed Sierra Clanton Madrid reverently. Before the Lord. We praise your name,